Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. U.S. Navy sinks Iranian ship. Dozens killed. I'm hearing dozens missing. Iran's response hits U.S. destroyer. They don't want to talk about that. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, I warned the U.S. if they attack the Iranian Navy, they would attack ours. Let's see what's going on. Let's get into the content.
The Iranian Air Force is no more.
That's a lie.
Built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf.
Those are lies.
Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters.
Now he's bragging about an Iranian warship, as he says. Now, he said that he wants you to think Iranian, because we're at war, that this ship done left the Iranian shores and it's hunting our warships, and it's a war. So that's foul. That's not what happened. See, the rest of the world is saying U.S. just committed a war crime. This ship didn't have anything to do with the war. This ship was leaving India from a training exercise from a friendly nation-to-nation thing they was doing with India, leaving India in international waters and just headed back home, returning back home. U.S., being the war criminals that they are, snuck up on it and killed those people.
Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
So you look all over the Western media today, they talking about this warship. The U.S. because they want to. Oh man, the U.S. not playing. They caught a ship returning from training. These people ain't even ready for no war. These people, this little old ship returning from India, not ready for any war with the U.S. And the U.S. crept up on it and sunk the ship. But what did Iran do? That like I say, the U.S. not gonna keep on being able to hide what's going on. It's just 2026. We don't just see. If we didn't listen to the world news, we would think that Iran is hiding out. They not doing nothing. Remember, the Navy destroyed. All of the missiles destroyed. The man say the Air Force destroyed. I would think they were surrendering. No.
Iran claims it has launched a direct missile strike on a U.S. Navy destroyer in the Indian Ocean and is now threatening to control the Strait of Hormuz. This marks one of the most dangerous maritime confrontations between Tehran and Washington in years. Here's a report.
The Iran-US war is expanding dramatically into open waters. Iran claims to have carried out a powerful strike on a U.S. Navy destroyer operating deep in the Indian Ocean. It marks a major escalation in the ongoing confrontation. The attack allegedly took place roughly 650 kilometers from Iran's coastline, while the American vessel was reportedly refueling from a support tanker. IRGC claims it used Gather 380 medium-range ballistic missiles along with Talaya strategic cruise missiles to carry out the long-distance strike.
Now, the rest of the world, as we're going to see, they're reporting that the U.S. destroyer was hit. Why? Because Iran is telling them what destroyer was hit, where it was hit, what part of the ocean it was hit at, and what missile they used to hit it.
The Gather missile, designed for precision strikes, is believed to have a range of up to 2,000 kilometers. The
You
improved
do have
variant of the
fog of war,
Shabbat
and you
3
do
is
have
capable
war
of
propaganda that goes on. But when people are paying attention to this war, the Iranians ain't been making nothing up. They have been destroying what they say they have been destroying. They have been hitting exactly what they say they've been hitting.
reaching most of Western Asia and parts of Europe. The Talaya cruise missile, with an estimated reach of about 1,000 kilometers, is described by Iranian sources as capable of adjusting its target mid-flight. Iranian state media says the impact caused extensive fires aboard both the destroyers and the accompanying tanker. However, the U.S. military has neither confirmed any damage or verified the Iranian claims. Tehran claims its missile and drone attacks against U.S. naval assets and military headquarters in Bahrain have.
And the foreign minister of Iran said this today to make it clear. They say over 500 U.S. troops have been killed and wounded, and he said they admitted 6 in one location in Kuwait. He said we killed 6 with one strike. Do you believe we killed 6 all together? That's no, we do not.
Have forced the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier to flee towards the southern Indian Ocean. Iran calls the strike a part of its ongoing retaliatory campaign, Operation True Promise 4, the one it launched in response to recent Israeli-US actions against Iranian leadership. The U.S., on the other hand, is carrying out overwhelming firepower from regional waters. U.S. CENTCOM claims its guided missile destroyers are delivering unrelenting strikes on Iran. 2 days back, the U.S. said its Navy ship launched Tomahawk land attack missiles in support of Operation Epic Fury. The simmering tensions between U.S. and Iran have escalated into direct naval combat and a total blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Will this mark a dangerous new chapter in the West Asia tension?
Breaking. Claims from Tehran are sending shockwaves through global security circles. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has said it has struck a U.S. Navy destroyer in the Indian Ocean using ballistic and cruise missiles. According to the IRGC, the strike caused major fires on board the warship and a nearby tanker during refueling operations. But as of now, Washington has not confirmed any such loss. Iran says the attack involved 2 advanced weapon systems: the Ghadar 380 ballistic missile, capable of striking targets up to 2,000 kilometers away, and the Talaya cruise missile, a strategic weapon with a range of around 1,000 kilometers. Tehran says the missiles struck a destroyer located more than 600 kilometers from Iranian territory. If confirmed, it would represent one of the longest-range naval strikes claimed by Iran. The IRGC says the attack is part of a new military campaign called Operation True Promise 4. The operation is described as retaliation against what Tehran calls Israeli-American aggression. Iranian state sources claim the attack triggered widespread fires aboard both the destroyer and the tanker it was refueling from. However, independent verification of the strike has not yet emerged. Military analysts say such claims must be carefully verified. Destroyers are heavily defended with layered missile interception systems, and any confirmed loss of a U.S. warship would mark a dramatic escalation in the region. For now, the world is waiting for confirmation from Washington and watching closely for signs of retaliation. If confirmed, the incident could mark one of the most...
They're going to say they accidentally shot their own ship.
...dangerous moments yet in the widening confrontation across the Middle East.
Qatar did it. It's friendly fire. Friendly fire did it. Anybody but Iran. You see, the U.S. accidentally hit their own ship. That's what they're gonna say. But we know they liars. There's so much going on right now, y'all. Let me see.
To our great friend.
Welcome back. You know, sometimes you turn on the news and you just have to blink a couple of times and check the date. I think we're living through one of those moments right now. What we are witnessing in occupied Palestine is nothing short of a complete unraveling of the narrative we've been sold for decades. The myth of Israeli invincibility. Over the last 48 hours, the so-called impregnable skies of Tel Aviv have been torn apart by non-stop explosions as Iranian retaliation has punched through the air defense grid like it was made of paper.
The city of Tel Aviv continues to be Iran's prime target, and there have been regular attacks.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards have said that they launched missile strikes on Israel's government in Tel Aviv as
We aren't talking about a few stray rockets here. This is a systematic dismantling of the Iron Dome, David's Sling, and the Arrow system. The vaunted technology that Israel's lobby spent billions of dollars marketing as a sci-fi miracle is failing in real time because it's facing something it wasn't designed for: saturation. You can have the best interceptors in the world, but when Iran launches salvos designed to overwhelm your tracking radars and empty your magazines, math starts to work against you. And that math is looking very Juvry ugly for Benjamin Netanyahu tonight. Take a listen and laugh.
This is the third day of the Operation Roaring Lion, the operation the Israeli army and the state of Israel set out to, with our great friends, the United States of America and President Trump, to thwart existential threats to Israel and great threats to America and the entire world. When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did. And if this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world. Thank you.
Each day for this war. While mainstream Western media is trying to spin this as tensions in the Middle East, on the ground in places like Tel Aviv, Holon, and Ramat Gan, the reality is fire and steel. Footage that somehow slipped past the military censors, despite their frantic efforts, shows hypersonic impacts leveling targets with a precision that is frankly terrifying for the occupation regime. There are confirmed reports circulating on X, which we have tracked down and verified through cross-referencing with Iranian news agencies, that the strikes have hit far beyond military zones. We're seeing reports of direct hits on sensitive Mossad outposts in the northern suburbs, but more shockingly, there is confirmed damage to multiple desalination plants. As of this morning, the Ashkelon facility has taken heavy damage, and there are unconfirmed but highly credible reports coming out of Tehran Times and Press TV that the Sorek and Palmachim plants have also been bracketed or hit. This isn't random revenge. This is a calculated strategy to choke the Zionist entity where it bleeds, its water supply. Before we dive deep into why targeting these plants is the single most dangerous move for Netanyahu's survival, and why his threats to invade Iran are now laughable, I need you to hit that like button and share this video. We are one of the few outlets left telling you the truth without the spin. without the apology for war criminals. If you believe in honest journalism, smash that subscribe button right now, because the corporate media won't show you this.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
Before we proceed to the big news, take a moment to watch this reporter from the Chinese state television channel CCTV showing extensive damage in the center of Tel Aviv. He also reported that they only had 5 minutes to film before Israeli security personnel approached and ordered them to stop filming.
以色列的防御系统直接命中特拉维夫市中心的这样的一个现场。现在可以看到我身后的这一栋建筑，几乎是已经被完全的摧毁了。然后呢，不只是这一栋建筑，包括它两旁的建筑，包括这个街道对面的另外的几栋建筑呢，都是处于一个损毁的状态，并且呢，整个这个街道两边呀，它当时导弹命中的时候是有很多的车辆，这些车辆呢也是都被摧毁了。目前呢，这些车辆大部分的车辆已经是被这个救援的团队呢给运走了。现在我们可以看到，这边还有这些重型的机械，目前呢还在这里进行一个清理的工作。那这一个街区呢，可以说是特拉维夫市中心一个居民区和商业区的一个混合的地块。那这一次伊朗导弹突破了以色列防空系统。
In addition to what is shown in this video, I'm getting reports from X and local Israeli emergency channels that the situation in the technology hub around Petah Tikva and the Microsoft buildings in the Herzliya Pitwak area is chaotic. Now, we have to be careful here. When we say Microsoft buildings, we aren't talking about a software store. That area houses some of the most sensitive cyber defense units and military tech incubators in the country. There is deep reporting emerging that multiple red zones, those high-tech campuses that double as reserve duty gathering points for Elite Unit 8200 and other signals intelligence units, have been rendered inoperable. The strikes were so precise and so devastating that we are now hearing whispers of a mutiny of sorts. Not mutiny in the sense of soldiers pointing guns at officers, but refusal. Reports are filtering out of Israel that technicians and officers stationed at these sensitive sites are refusing to return to duty. They saw what happened to their friends and colleagues when those bunkers were hit. They are looking at the Iranian strategy and realizing that Netanyahu's ego-driven push for escalation has turned them into targets. Why die for a man who hides in a bunker while your neighborhood burns? Now, I want to focus on something that might sound mundane, but is actually the most brilliant strategic move Iran has made in this conflict: the systematic targeting of desalination plants. To understand this, you have to understand Israel's geography and infrastructure. Israel is, for the most part, a desert. It doesn't have giant rivers like the Nile or the Euphrates. For decades, their great white hope was the sea. They built these massive, incredible facilities that use reverse osmosis to suck the salt out of Mediterranean water and turn it into drinking water. Plants like the one in Ashkelon, Hadera, Sorek, and Palmachim are not just infrastructure, they are existential. Before these plants came online, droughts literally dictated policy. Now these plants produce an overwhelming percentage of the country's potable water. Some estimates say over 70% of household water comes from desalination. So, how do they work? Imagine a giant industrial complex right on the coastline. Giant pumps suck in seawater, pushing it through filters at immense pressure. We're talking about 70 times atmospheric pressure. This water is forced against special membranes that act like a molecular sieve. The holes in these membranes are so tiny that they let water molecules through, but block the salt and minerals. It's brilliant engineering, but it is incredibly fragile. These facilities are a web of high-pressure pipes, delicate membranes, and massive electrical pumping stations. If a missile hits the intake pumps, the plant stops. If a missile hits the high-pressure piping, it explodes like a bomb. If the electrical grid feeding it is severed, the plant stops. And unlike a military radar that you can replace in a few weeks, repairing a desalination plant takes months, if not years. By targeting these plants, and our sources on the ground indicate that the strike on Ashkelon has crippled its output capacity by at least 60%, Iran has essentially placed a tourniquet around the throat of Israeli society. You can live without luxury imports. You can live without gas stations for a while, but you cannot live without water. When the taps in Tel Aviv start running dry, or when the water that does come out is brackish and undrinkable because the mixing ratios with fresh water reserves are off, the streets will boil over. The Zionist regime relies on the perception of normalcy to keep people in the cities. Without water, the city's empty. This is existential pressure. Netanyahu can spin military losses, but he cannot spin away thirst. This is why the regime is panicking. They know that if Iran continues to target these plants, the humanitarian catastrophe inside the 1948 territories will be so immense that it will make the current calls for a ceasefire look like a polite suggestion. This is a war-winning strategy, and it's happening right now. And yet, in the middle of this inferno, we have Benjamin Netanyahu standing at a podium looking like a man who's just been told his credit card is maxed out, threatening to invade Iran. It would be funny if it weren't so tragic for the people being dragged into his delusions. The idea that Israel could mount a ground invasion of Iran, a country with a population of nearly 90 million, a country that is mountainous, rugged, and defended by a highly motivated and capable military, is the stuff of fantasy. The IDF is struggling to maintain order in the West Bank and Gaza. They are taking losses from Hezbollah in the north. Their air defense is compromised. Their water is running low. And he thinks they can march on Tehran? The audacity is staggering, but the reality is that the army of the north has been exposed. We are getting updates from this current wave of strikes that just occurred in the last few hours. The focus appears to be shifting to logistics and power generation. There are fresh explosions rocking the outskirts of Tel Aviv again today, targeting what analysts suspect are reserve power stations that kick in when the grid fails. The goal is becoming clear. Iran is systematically peeling back every layer of resilience. They aren't just making a statement, they are demonstrating capability. The confidence in Netanyahu's leadership isn't just failing among the international community or the left in Israel, it's collapsing among his own base. The far-right settlers are screaming for retaliation, but the military brass knows they have no cards left to play. The emperor has no clothes, and the whole world just watched his defenses collapse in a blaze of Iranian fire. As we continue to monitor these developments, keep your eyes on the water situation and the tech sector. Those are the canaries in the coal mine. If those collapse, the regime collapses with them. We'll be back with more updates as the strikes continue, and as we dig deeper into the footage leaking out of the occupation state. Stay tuned, stay informed, and
Missiles, drones, 11 countries hit. Iran just unleashed one of the most ferocious barrages the Middle East has ever seen. Everyone's asking the same question. How does a heavily sanctioned country build an arsenal this massive? The answer has two parts: decades of hard work and a very powerful friend. Let's be clear. Iran's missiles and drones are Iranian, built by Iranian engineers in Iranian factories. Iran didn't buy this arsenal, it built it over 30 years. But it didn't build it alone. The story starts in 1986. Iran is at war with Iraq. The West has shut off arms sale. Tehran is desperate, so it turns to Beijing. China ships Iran its first ever anti-ship missile system. Iran puts them to use immediately against Iraqi tankers. That's the handshake that starts everything. Through the 90s, China goes much further. Ballistic missile expertise, technology, parts, training. A former CIA analyst says it plainly. Since the early 1990s, China assisted Iran extensively with its ballistic missile development program. By now, China is one of Iran's biggest arms suppliers on the planet. In 2005, the UN slaps an arms embargo on Iran. China votes yes. Direct weapons sales officially over. But China doesn't stop. It just gets creative. Instead of selling missiles, it sells the stuff that goes inside them. Microchips, navigation kits, guidance systems, all labeled civilian, all ending up in drones and cruise missiles. That pipeline has never stopped. And then there's the rocket fuel in February 2025. China shipped 1,000 tons of sodium perchlorate to Iran. That's the key ingredient in solid propellant for ballistic missiles. 1,000 tons is enough for up to 300 missiles. After US and Israeli strikes devastated Iran's defenses in 2025, China moved fast. HQ-9B missile defense systems rushed to protect nuclear sites. YLC-8B stealth detection radars plugged into Iran's network. Attack drones shipped in to replace destroyed stockpiles. So what does China get in return? Oil. 90% of Iran's crude exports flow directly to China every year. Sanctions busting oil at a discount. Components and expertise go one way. Billions of dollars worth of oil go the other. No formal agreement needed, but both sides know the deal. China is not Iran's arms dealer, not officially. But the propellant in Iran's missiles? Chinese. The chips inside its drones? Chinese. The radar protecting its nuclear sites? Chinese. One defense analyst puts it best. Without extensive Chinese assistance, Iran's missile and drone program would not have achieved the capabilities we are seeing today. China didn't pull the trigger, but take China out of the story, and Iran doesn't have a trigger to pull.
The hypersonic was about $200,000, defeating $1 billion system, defense system that is for the Israelis. This isn't sort of a future war scenario. This is happening right now as we speak. And the implications for a global warfare will never be the same. What we are witnessing right now, with Tel Aviv being bombarded by the Iranian missiles, it just tells the story. So I'm going to share a clip first. I have to mute the sound because YouTube doesn't like that. And you're going to see the images, and I'll play the reporter's statements in brief part of it. So let's take a listen here. This is the Iranian missile launched towards Israel. And by the way, the office of the Prime Minister was targeted.
Missile strike targeting the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the reported location of the Israeli Air Force commander. In a statement carried by Iranian media, the IRGC said Hypersonic ballistic missiles were used in what it described.
I'm going to stop here. The video is a little bit, or the clip rather, is a little bit long. So I'm going to stop it right here, and we'll continue our analysis as to what I'm going to be covering. Let me get back to this one here. The idea is that, of course, after Iran vowed the massive retaliation following the killing of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, and we are seeing now the retaliation of that. Because what Iran is doing now, targeting everybody, not everybody, basically, where U.S. military presence are. Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Jordan, those are, and even Iraq now. You're going to be seeing some developments coming through certain groups inside Iraq, which, by the way, already targeted the American embassy in Baghdad. In the Iraq case, it makes you just wonder, is Iraq sovereign state or not? I'll let you decide. But here is what I wanted to talk to you about today. Two key aspects. One of them, what the satellites have revealed. And when you think about what the satellites have revealed, those will not be managed by the US, of course. The Iranians have had access to the Chinese imagery that was provided by China, of course. So you have now satellite companies, okay, particularly the American ones, reacting quickly and sort of immediately into documenting the effect of the strikes by the US and Israel on Iran. And this sort of somehow makes you just wonder about what happened to the reaction that is noticeably absent from the satellites images, from the missiles and drones launched by Iran on Israel. And that makes you wonder, okay, because they're being selective here. And that's why I warned you the first time I did a video about this. And I told you I will keep providing you updates, that you're going to have to be careful as to, first of all, what you are listening to. And second, there will be some information missing, because why? The governments will not want to disclose the informations. So despite the extensive human and material losses caused by the strikes, they remain outside the focus of coverage that tops the global scene, especially when you see the images in Tel Aviv or in Shems, which is in northern part of Israel. And this disregard, in my opinion, of not disclosing the truth on both sides is inseparable from the strict media blackout within Israel, which, by the way, restricts the ability of the newspapers and the local public to document the locations of the missile strikes and determine exactly the extent of the damage. But in contrast, you have the American newspapers just hours after the attack rushed to publish the first satellite images of the effect of the Israeli and American raid on Ali Khamenei's compound, the late Ali Khamenei compound in the capital, Tehran. So I'm going to show you some images now from what happened in Israel, okay? And let you be the judge yourself. Here is the first image here. The first image you are looking at, this is the aftermath of the Iranian missile strike on a shelter in a residential complex in the city of Shems. Okay. I'm going to share another picture. This one here is the map showing the homes that were almost completely damaged after the Iranian missile strike. And it says right there in Arabic, موقع الملجأ المستهدف, the site of the targeted shelter. And here is the structure here. This is the geographical identification of the location of the Iranian missile strike on the shelter. And he flattened that particular aspect of it. Once again, I just want you to see both sides of the argument here and to have a better understanding. So the question is what the satellites exposed, because we had the same scenario back in December, in the 12-day war in 2025. Because during that time, the senior defense analyst described that one of the widely circulated assessments called the eyes and fists rather construct, which means what? This is where you had this China satellite network provided Iran with real-time targeting data, including signal intelligence, that is, then terrain mapping, then radar, optical, infrared imaging, all in all weather conditions. And that enabled Iran to do precise targeting of the Israeli and American objectives. So the Beidou system, which means China is somehow helping Iran behind closed doors. There are this argument right now that the Chinese and the Russians are useless to Iran. Well, let's not jump into this. So first of all, I already recorded the video for you. I did an analysis about these aspects of it. But did you ever think that Iran might not need Russia or China at this point or at this time? That Iran might be able to fight on its own? And the targeting of the Arab countries where the US military bases are for strategic reason why Iran is doing it. So that's why I wanted just to mention this specifically for you. Here is the thing. When you think about Iran, Iran deliberately conducts some sort of missile fueling operations at night. Why is this important? Because that's when visibility is very low and the chances of an aerial detection drops significantly. That is one of the reasons. And this, for the objective of it, is to specifically avoid satellite surveillance during the missile's most vulnerable window before launch, because that is the crucial aspect. And this leads me to talk about Fatah, the hypersonic missile. This is the important aspects of it, because why the systems, the defense systems in Israel couldn't or were unable to intercept it. That's a logical question to ask. I'm not going to get into the technical aspect. I just want to provide you an overview as to the important about this major development. Fatah 2, let me put the picture back again on the screen for you. Fatah 2 is a hypersonic game changer at this point. Why is this? It's because it is harder to intercept because of the modifications of the re-entry vehicle that makes them more maneuverable. That includes, by the way, not just Fatah 2, but Fatah 1 as well. This is from the same family. Then you have the Khorramshahr 4. All of those three types have the capabilities. So for the missile in question that we are talking about here, the Fatah 2, why is it is unstoppable here? And when did it start, by the way? The Fatah 2 was reported by the the IRGC back in June 2025. That's when, and have been used to engage Israeli targets at some point. The importance about it is that the proved capability of penetrating Israeli multi-layer missile defense network. And that is why the IRGC stated that the employment of the Fatah marked the beginning of the end for Israel, because we all heard about how the Israeli defense system is the best in the world and so forth, and you have about 4 layers between the Iron Dome, the David Sling, the Arrow 3 and Arrow 2. None of them stood a chance, because just yesterday or the day before, March 2026, what you have now the most advanced version that it made now its debut, its start. That is the dramatic moment in Iranian Fatah 2 missile, which evaded sort of over the 10 Israeli interceptors and struck Israel's territory deep inside. That is the important. And the question becomes also, why can Israel not intercept it? Well, you can't, this type at least. Fatah 2 travels at a speed Mach between 5 and 20, fast enough to minimize any reaction. Yeah, to minimize any reaction time for a defense system. And for just a comparison, just to give you a comparison, and I'm going to share two clips with you to show you the speed of the hypersonic. Just for comparison, modern fighter jets reach a maximum of around Mach 2. So a miniature engine basically activates into the final phase of the flight, enabling some sort of a series of continuous maneuverings, or maneuvers, that is. And that's forcing the missile to constantly alter its path and making it extremely difficult for interceptors to calculate its next position. And that's when Israel's own defense industry confirmed the problem, because that's what it is. As a matter of fact, you have the vice president of Rafael Advanced Defense Systems. His name is Yuval Bashiki. He warned that traditional approaches to missile defense could not be relied on against hypersonic missiles. That's exactly what is happening now with the Fatah 20. And can you imagine if you have a missile that reaches Mach 30? Now just think about it. So I'm going to share a clip with you, two clips as a matter of fact. Let me share the screen with you. Yeah, bear with me here, guys. All right, share screen. Let's take a look at it. That's how fast. Let me repeat it again. And that highlights to you the aspects of just the hypersonic. So I'm going to share now a clip about Fatah missile. Let's take a look at it. And that's exactly what has happened. What has happened recently here. Let me share, put it in the screen here for you. All right, let's take a listen.
Hypersonic missile just tore through 11 interceptors and still hit its target. The viral combat clip shows interceptor rockets launching repeatedly, one after another, trying to stop a single incoming threat. Then impact. Iranian sources identify it as the Fatah hypersonic missile, a high-speed maneuverable weapon designed specifically to defeat advanced air defense systems. If a missile can force double-digit intercept attempts and still break through, that changes the equation. Hypersonic speed, unpredictable flight path, terminal maneuvering. This is exactly the kind of scenario modern defenses are built to prevent. So did Fatah outsmart U.S. defenses? The footage suggests one thing clearly. Interception isn't guaranteed anymore. And in missile warfare, even one breakthrough shifts the balance. Iran's Fatah hypersonic.
That's this is the clip that I wanted to share with you. And this now poses serious concerns for the Americans and the Israelis for that matter, because there are reports, and I can't confirm them yet till I check on it. That's why I didn't want to talk in detail about it, regarding the really massive destruction in Al Udeid base in Qatar, which is the American largest base in the Middle East. Iran targeted that, but I have to check. Once I found out and confirm the information, I will share with you. What I am certain of is what happened with the Turkey that has dispatched or summoned the Iranian ambassador because an Iranian missile got closer to the Turkish airspace, and NATO defense systems were activated. And that gives me an idea where Turkey stands on this. And second is that Turkey in itself is on the list within Israel as being the next target, because what Israel is thinking is after Iran, it will be Turkey. Turkey will be next, but who knows? We'll see once we get there. Now, to go back to our topic about the Fatah missile, this one right here.
When I started my record label, the business side of things, taxes, finances,
the important aspects of it. You think about the cost asymmetry problems. Fatah missile costs around $200,000. Far, far cheaper than American cruise missiles like the Tomahawk, which exceeds $3 million per unit. And this is when you start, it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. You don't have to be an expert. That the argument is that the cost disparity highlights how Iran has created now a major threat to Israel's expensive defense infrastructure with relatively limited investment. That is the important aspect of it. And what Iran's strategy is, you know what it is to drag the Americans and the Israelis into a long war, a war of attrition now. Why? Because Iran has enough ammo, has enough missiles, has enough drones, has enough whatever, because they thought of this way back. It goes back to 1984 when they start to think in terms of you're going to have. We are having concern right now, as a matter of fact, which will not be disclosed to the public, at least for now, to my knowledge, is that there's concerns in Washington now among the high-ranking generals that we might end up not having enough storage of missiles, weapons, and what have you for our own national defense. This is the concern now. When you have, on the other hand, we don't know even what Iran didn't show all its cards. Fatah 2 is only one card among many. We don't know what else Iran had. And they are not going to just state for the sake of stating, we will attack all US installations, we will track all American soldiers, and we will defeat or ring in all our missiles on Israel. If they stated this, they must have a reason for it. They must have the capabilities to back it up. And what made it worse is the assassination of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. And that is where the difference you're going to see right now moving forward. Why? Because we have entered now a new phase of this war. We didn't calculate on this because we had no idea that Iran could possess such a missile. And I know the critics have been saying back then, oh, Iran doesn't have any. Iran is just saying this. Here we are. Look at the images inside Israel, inside Tel Aviv. Because Israel now is on, they are panicking beyond belief. Because nothing's going to stop, whatever. And we're not talking yet the Houthis and Hezbollah, which I will address in a second. So the Americans are realizing, what did we get ourselves into? First of all, because it wasn't our war to begin with. So are we? Well, it's too late now. Because now, that's it. It's too late. You can't back down. You back down. The reputation of the US is already at the bottom anyway. So here is what Iran is doing. Iran is using large salvos of ballistic missiles. And alongside actions by Hezbollah, and alongside actions by other groups inside the region. And my reference specifically, which I will conclude this live stream with, has to do with Ansarullah or Houthis. So I don't want to get ahead of myself. What I'm referring to the groups, I'm referring to the ones, be they in Syria or in Iraq. And this whole reason for this. This is a strategic move by the Iranians. Why? Because they wanted to stretch the Israeli and the US missile defenses, and that will impose a cost. The cost will be not just on the two, but across the region. This is why I believe, it is my opinion, that for Iran to attack those locations in Bahrain, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and so forth, beside having the US military presence there, is also to push those countries into saying to the Americans, where is your defense? Where is the security umbrella? Where is when we need you? That in itself can create enough wedge to drive the trajectory of the events in other direction. So the Fatah 2, which is the crown jewel now of this strategy, in my opinion. A missile that doesn't just overwhelm defenses, numerically speaking, but defeats them physically. Remember, Israel launched 10 or 11 defense systems to intercept them, they couldn't. And that is where, to me, is the strategy. And the Iranians sort of talked about this one here. As I said, I am not even talking about the Houthis yet, which the Houthis start launching missiles. And if I recall, last year, when we were talking about the Ansarullah put in the blockade on Red Sea and so forth, and I said back then, it's on the record, Israel will not be in a position to manage three-front confrontation. And at that time, I was referring to Iran, Hezbollah, and Ansarullah. Look just what the missiles from Iran did to the defense systems in Israel. Can you imagine adding to that missiles from the Houthis? And that is where the idea of where this specific changes to the strategy is kind of very shrewd and smart.
Liking this video so far? Don't just be a watcher. Go ahead and hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And don't forget to tap the bell so you will not miss any of my videos or live streams. This way, you will be supporting a channel that stands for the truth and objective reporting. The choice is yours. Thanks for your support.
And the next logical question we have to ask right now is, did the Houthis in Yemen enter the fight and launch missiles at Israel? Of course, I have to take you back to October 2023 with what happens when the Houthis enter the fight back then. So the Red Sea crisis on October 2023. We all remember what the Houthis did, and the US couldn't, let me share the map here. Here's the Red Sea, and what the Houthis did at that time when the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen launched the missiles and armed drones at Israel, and of course imposed a blockade in the Red Sea. And what did we do? We said we're going to send our Eisenhower aircraft carrier, we're going to launch and obliterate them and turn them to the Stone Age and so forth. What did we do? We had to move Eisenhower aircraft carrier out of the region once it became clear to us that the Houthis aren't backing down. They weren't scared about this, by what we did back then. And that was back then. Because back then, the Houthis held the fire. Sort of when it started launching, firing about
from the officialiyat that the establishment in Iran indeed elected a new supreme leader in the form of the son of the late Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, Mujtaba Khamenei. We're finding out that the statements that came from the Israeli and American sides about assassinating certain figures have been untrue and unsubstantiated, with the likes of Mujtaba Khamenei, Ali Larijani, and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad still being alive, which indicates that Israel and the United States tried to inflate the numbers of assassinated figures. We're going to go, as usual, through all of these, including the videos, including the analysis, including everything in this live stream about the war and the latest updates. We are going to begin with this statement of Turkey and the statement that came from the Turkish Defense Ministry in relation to the strike that came from Iran. Turkey intercepts Iranian ballistic missile heading towards its aerospace. Turkey's Ministry of National Defense announced Wednesday that NATO air and missile defense assets in the Eastern Mediterranean intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile that was detected heading towards Turkish airspace after being fired from Iran and crossing Iraqi and Syrian airspace. Why is Iran attacking the base in Turkey now? Why did they not begin by attacking the base in Turkey now? For various reasons. The first reason is Iran told the United States and told all of the neighboring countries that if the United States attacks Iran, Iran will attack the United States everywhere it can. And that's what they're doing. Now, there were some exceptions in the early days. However, Iran is gradually eliminating the United States bases and presence and assets in the West Asian region in the form of targeting all of the United States early detection radar systems, one of them being $1.1 billion in North Qatar. The second one, major one, that is in the most important United States base in West Asia in the form of the 5th Fleet HQ in Bahrain, has been completely destroyed. Reports that the third THAAD system of the United States has been destroyed today as well, which leaves a fourth one. And that fourth one, and alongside the other assets and defense systems of NATO, would be in Turkey. Hence why Iran is beginning to attack these places now. From a popular perspective, the people of the region in their majority, of course not everyone, are supporting Iran in what it does fully. The vast majority of the people of West Asia, including countries that house American assets that have been targeted by Iran, support Iran's operations. Turkish people were in the streets supporting Iran and are in solidarity with Iran. Any attempts to frame the attacks of Iran against American assets or allied assets that are used against it, whether it's in the West Asian region or in Turkey or anywhere else, are meant to deflect from the main problem, whether it's coming from Turkish officials or anyone who is trying to portray it otherwise. Iran is under attack from a regime that is controlled by Israel. If you have a problem with Israel and you criticize Israel and you differentiate between it and Donald Trump, then you have something flawed in your understanding of the situation. It is the United States administration that is enabling Israel. Therefore, pretending like the United States is completely separate from Israel is a detachment from the truth and a detachment from reality. So it's very important that the voice is critical, and some of them might be Turkish voices, of the attack from Iran against the American base in Turkey, understand very well that this isn't related to the Turkish-Iranian relations. This is related to an American asset that is in Turkey, and that is a Turkish problem. Likewise, with all of the Arab states who have assets that are used to conduct an attack against Iran. That is their problem. That is not Iran's problem. Iran is entitled to attack every American asset used against it in the form of missiles or drones or anything that they need, and they are protected under international law. The United States went on an illegal act of aggression against Iran, and all of these assets are now under Iranian fire. This makes perfect sense. Now, why Turkey now? Again, apart from the radars being destroyed, apart from the air defense systems that have been destroyed, we have a situation where the United States starts to rely on assets outside the region to support its operation in the region. Why is that? Well, it's because if they don't have any sort of assets left, they would have to attack any assets that are still supporting Israel and the United States in their aggression. Like what they did with Cyprus, for example, when it was proven that they participated with the United States and Israel in this attack. What is Turkey going to do, though? Let's listen to the statements that came from the Ministry of Defense of Turkey. A ballistic munition fired from Iran, which was detected heading toward Turkish airspace after crossing Iraqi and Syrian airspace, was timely engaged and neutralized by NATO air and missile defense elements deployed in the Eastern Mediterranean, without specifying where. So they could be deployed anywhere, but chances are they have to be deployed, well, if not in Turkey, very close to Turkey. Why is that? It's because the American defense systems are done. That's it. They're getting roasted. Now, Donald Trump is pushing for a $50 billion acceleration plan of producing more air defense systems and missiles. Chances are he's not going to be successful in achieving the demand, the required levels of defense systems, because the countries in the region are already complaining of shortages, whether it's the UAE or Qatar. And again, this all proves how the United States focuses all of its resources on Israel. That came from a Saudi official, actually, who said that the United States prioritizes Israel over the Arab and Muslim countries. Okay. They continued, apart from the fact that they said that it's actually NATO who intercepted it. Debris from the interceptor munition fell in the Dortiol district of Hatay province after the threat was destroyed in the air. The debris was confirmed to belong to the air defense interceptor, not the incoming missile. No casualties or injuries were reported. Incirlik Air Base controlled and run by the Turkish military despite hosting US troops. That's another argument that some Turkish politicians say we have control over everything. However, it's an American base at the end of the day. The US has over 1,000 military personnel at Incirlik, according to media reports. Turkey warns all parties against escalation. What are they going to do? The ministry said that Turkey's determination and capacity to ensure the security of its country and citizens were at the highest level. Turkey sides with national stability, regional stability and peace, and is capable of ensuring the security of its territory and citizens regardless of where the threat originates. The statement said. They added, every step necessary for the defense of our territory and airspace will be taken with determination and without hesitation. We remind all parties that our right to respond to any hostile act against our country is reserved. They didn't mention Iran. Good. Diplomatic tone so far. Turkey warned all parties. Again, good, not Iran. Against steps that would cause the conflict to spread further to the region, saying it would continue consultations with NATO and other allies in this regard. No direct blame of Iran, no direct threat to Iran, which is a good progress, warned all parties, and they said they have the right to respond. And they're saying about escalating the tensions. Now, in relation to escalating the tensions, is it clear to people who is escalating the tensions in the region, or is it not clear? Is there doubt on who is actually escalating the tensions and who is actually trying to talk? Iran engaged with the Turkish efforts to mediate. They appreciated their role, actually. And from a Turkish perspective, they've done a lot of work to try and de-escalate. However, they are dealing, and that is the elephant in the room here, with an administration of Donald Trump that is being blackmailed by Israel to conduct these acts of aggression and terror against Iran. And that should be said as it is. Let's not deflect, let's not change the subject here and focus on the Iranian legitimate response. The United States didn't cross a red line with Iran. The United States and Israel crossed a black line, only for the Zionist bloodlust and a blackmailed Epstein regime using Americans as cannon fodder for the sake of Israel, who doesn't care about him or anyone else, by the way. They view them as below them anyway. And there are more casualties in this from the United States side rather than Israel so far.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Fitzgerald, your policy genius. We make it easy to compare and buy insurance. We are a digital platform.
And Iran, after targeting all of the bases of the United States that are positioned inside of Arab states, they are now targeting assets outside of the region too. They warned the United States and they are implementing. This is what was reported to be the remnants of the missile that landed in the Qamishli area in northeast Syria, a very close area to the Turkish borders. Thankfully, there were no casualties. As we can see, it landed in a farm. The sheep were still happy and they were still having grass. Thankfully, no animals and no human beings were affected. And this is where it landed, alongside, of course, the confirmation of Turkey that debris landed on the Turkish side in Turkish territories. It is very important, it's actually crucial for both Turkey and the Arab countries to recognize the pattern here and to name the actual culprits in all of this. And these culprits are the United States and Israel. Iran, in the meantime, began its 17th wave. The 17th wave of Iran included primarily ballistic missiles, and they released footage of the operation. This is Operation 17, the 17th wave of the attacks from Iran. Have a look at this video. Now, this 17th wave landed, of course, in Israel, alongside Iran confirming that they targeted other radar systems in the region that belong to the United States of America. And the damage inside of Israel was substantial. We can see a pattern where the damage increasing day after day following the Iranian attacks. And this is understandable because the Iranian side confirmed that whilst in the early days they were still using first and second gen missiles, in the additional upcoming days they would be using the third and fourth generation missiles. We are seeing multi-warhead missiles landing without any Israeli interception, and in some cases, by the way, without Israeli sirens being heard, which would indicate that there was either no indication, no alert, no sight of this missile coming, or a failure from within of the Israeli system. These were some of the videos that came out. I'll share with you the level of damage that is in Israel now.
פינוי ספר תורה.
The world.
פינוי ספר תורה.
Substantial damage in Israel, and multiple videos were released in relation to this attack that is coming from Israel, including more videos of the nightly attack that came against the country, as we can see in the following video.
כל משרף, הכל עלה בלהבות. רק להתפלל שיהיה מה שפחות לא עלינו פצועים, רק תפילות.
More videos, of course. Let me share this video with you too.
עכשיו אפשר לראות ממש בבירור את הבור. ברוך השם סיימנו. הנה הכוחות עדיין כאן, אבל כרגע
Substantial damage coming from the Iranian missiles. More videos, of course.
פה בסוקולוב חולון, פגיעה ישירה, אוטובוס שלם עולה באש, אוטובוס שלם עולה באש, מכוניות, אנשים, אני לא מאמין, 10 מטר מאיתנו יש פה אוטובוס עולה באש.
And another video of the damage taking place. Heavy damage in Israel in the past 24 hours. A lot of people have been reporting non-stop sirens and bombs 24/7. Now, the American side is talking about a lot of destruction, and it was none other than Colonel Douglas Macgregor, who confirmed that all of the American bases and ports in the region have now been destroyed. In a recent interview that he had, he clarified the real American position in the region, what is exactly happening. And the good thing is Colonel Douglas Macgregor is able to talk more freely at liberty because he has inside sources in the American army that he's constantly and regularly in touch with, similarly to some of the Israeli military personnel who were in the army and then left, and then they were, of course, able to speak freely about the real situation. Likewise, he has contacts within the American army, gets regular updates about the situation, and he is portraying a very bad image about what the United States is facing now, especially to do with its bases, assets, and ports in the region. Listen to a clip from a recent interview that he had.
China and Russia are sitting on the sidelines monitoring everything. They're in close touch with the government. They're providing satellite intelligence, which accounts for some of the tremendous successes, particularly in Israel and on our U.S. bases. All of our bases have been destroyed. Our harbor installations are destroyed. We're actually having to fall back on India and Indian ports, which are less than ideal. That's what the Navy says. And I think Iran, much to our disappointment, is faring very, very well. China and
Iran, to much of our disappointment, is playing very, very well. It couldn't be clearer than this. And that's why Iran is going to the Indian ports. That's why Iran is starting to use the attacks against the Incirlik base. That's why the United States is going to the Indian ports, excuse me. That's why the United States is using the Incirlik now base to conduct its operations and attacks against Iran. Now, the damage is substantial. The pictures of before and after are revealing the exact same thing that Colonel Douglas McGregor has been speaking about. There was a recent report confirming the actual level of damage coming from the United States of America, as we can see in this video over here. These were, of course, some of the images
showing the extent of
are showing the damage as and when. Some of them are showing before and after. Ali Salim, Al Udaid Air Base, Erbil Base, all across the West Asian region. Iran is landing decisive blows, decisive attacks against all of them. Now, Al Udaid, of course, houses the majority of the fighter jets and airplane firepower of the United States of America. They have indeed removed them from the base before they began the war of aggression against Iran. The Bahrain base is the most strategic command center, especially the Fifth Fleet one that Iran also destroyed. But as well, Erbil, Camp Buring, Arif Jan, Ali Salim, all of them are exceptionally important for the United States of America to conduct its operations. And what does that mean when Iran targets so many bases? It means that the United States, first and foremost, didn't have the capacity to defend the bases. That is number one. So the bases that were planted there in the form of protection for Arab states have proven to be nothing but a liability, a huge liability that the United States itself can't even defend. This was one of the drone landings, by the way, that I shared with you before.
in Camp Buring. Guys, Blue Chew Gold is the only one that's combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and apomorphine.
Sildenafil and tadalafil bring speed and power.
That was recorded by an American soldier. So number one, they are unable to protect them, the United States of America. Then Iran is more than capable of attacking them. Iran doesn't hesitate in attacking them. This was the Fifth Fleet, by the way. Calling it NSA Bahrain for some reason, but that is actually the Fifth Fleet HQ. I'm not sure if the NSA have a thing with them too, where Iran not only targeted the early radar detection systems, as we can see here, these were the early detection systems of the radars. This was the warehouse as well. And this is a massive logistics center that belongs to the United States. It has arms, command and control areas too, everything that is required. So if the United States is facing all of this damage now, that is the UAE, in the most important bases and strategic locations in West Asia, not only bases, other assets, CIA assets, personnel dealing with this operation, whether they are in apartments or hotels. So the people behind the operation, the bases, the equipment, the fighter jets, the naval assets. They just targeted a destroyer yesterday again for ballistic missiles on USS Abraham Lincoln that led to the withdrawal of USS Abraham Lincoln from the region. They went away. Clearly, the United States is now weighing all options, and Iran is continuing all of its operations. Hence why the United States, or at least those who are at liberty of talking, more freely and that are not tied with the administration of Donald Trump, are saying that they are completely and utterly getting destroyed, not only the bases, but also the ports. Now, the administration is actually going all sorts of ways and having so many contradictions. The contradictions began with Donald Trump. Donald Trump began by saying, we started an operation against Iran. He didn't specify objectives, but he called on the Iranian people to go out the streets and take control, likewise with Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israelis didn't have an official objective. They did a similar thing in the beginning. Yesterday, Marco Rubio had a statement. He said that the American objectives of the war were to, listen to this, and of course everything is ridiculous because it was about the nuclear. And we're going to get to the contradictions and the recent briefing that they had from the Congress and every congressman and woman who went out and spoke about that briefing and how they went out of it more worried than they came in. So Donald Trump had this statement. He looked defeated yesterday. He looked in a very bad state. Then he started to have contradictions by saying there's a new leadership in Iran that wants to talk. The Iranians told him, no, we don't want to talk. Then he said there are multiple reports or different talks about leadership. Then he said, we actually don't know who's leading Iran. Didn't specify clear objectives. Let's not forget that before, he said that they obliterated Iran's nuclear program in June 2025. So why are you going there? Marco Rubio said yesterday that America's objective in this war is to get rid of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and delete its navy. Okay, new objectives. Before, firstly, these are Israeli demands. Secondly, they weren't there on the table when you were negotiating with Iran, because Iran told you if it was for our nuclear program, then, well, we have a religious decree by the supreme leader that, of course, America later killed, that we shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. And I'm going to talk to you about the decree and what it means and how it's no longer effective now. This was confirmed by an Iranian diplomat. Yesterday also, Marco Rubio said, well, let me share the video with you. Let me share with you what he said today and to what he said yesterday. Listen to this.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get...
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked
Okay.
the question.
And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
Okay, that is an absolute contradiction. That is an absolute contradiction. Yesterday, he clearly stated that, in essence, our hands were tied because Israel wanted to attack anyway, and we thought, what the hell, let's attack Iran. And today, he's saying something else. What is it exactly? Well, clearly, based on the briefing that came from the United States administration, many of the representatives that were there, they started to speak exactly about what happened. There were multiple statements, and all of these statements are not entirely convenient for Donald Trump. Let's begin with the first statement that came from US Senator Ed Markey, and listen to what he had to say.
I just left a classified briefing on Iran, and it only confirmed what we already knew. Donald Trump is waging an illegal war, and he has no plan to end it. Today, he said we attacked Iran because he had a feeling, but we know the truth. Trump is lying about Iran's nuclear capacity. He's lying about Iran's missile capabilities, and he's dragging the United States into another endless war in the Middle East. Trump is completely out of control, and Americans have already lost their lives because of his lies. The war in Iran must end now.
Very clear, very precise, and mind you, his statement and the other statements that I'm going to share with you now are statements that are very carefully calculated because it was a secret briefing, so it was very closed. You know, they can't share a lot of details, and the details that they shared are only what allows them, what the system allows them to share. The second one was Senator Chris Van Hollen. Let's listen to Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Just a little earlier, I got out of the administration's briefing to the Senate about the situation in Iran. And what you hear behind closed doors is essentially what we're hearing in the public domain, which is complete incoherence. No explanation for why Donald Trump broke his promise to the country when he said he wasn't going to drag us into additional wars, and constantly shifting narratives about what this is all about, right? Even today in the Oval Office, you know, the president was spinning all sorts of rationales. On the one hand, they say it's, oh, Iran has no nuclear weapons capability. After all, the president told the country that it had been decimated last year. So then they say, well, we're going to go after Iran's ballistic missiles. Well, Iran has no ballistic missiles that can get anywhere close to the United States. Zero. And of course, then Donald Trump said he was going to liberate the people of Iran. But if you look at public reporting about the CIA's assessment, it says that they concluded that if you get rid of the Iranian leadership, you're very likely to get a much more, even more radical group in their place. But we do know from Secretary Rubio that Netanyahu decided to strike Iran. And so here we are doing what Prime Minister Netanyahu said he wanted to do for 40 years, which was to attack Iran. It's just Netanyahu had not found a president stupid enough to drag the United States into that war before. And now Donald Trump has done it, and they don't have a clue as to what the end game is.
Netanyahu didn't find a president stupid enough to do that, and now he found Donald Trump to do this. It wasn't only him. Another statement came. This time it was from Congressman Seth Magaziner. Now, regardless of what you think of them or their political affiliation, by the way, or their positions, this is the sentiment that's happening from people, some of whom are allies with Israel, others less so. But this is the sentiment that's in the United States government from this attack, which shows you how miscalculated it was, how much of a knee-jerk reaction it was, and how much it had nothing to do with the United States, with any threat against the United States, with any immediate threat. All of these talks that Donald Trump and his administration are trying to come up with against Iran was only for the sake of Netanyahu. Listen to this.
I just left a classified briefing about the Iran war given by the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the CIA director, and other administration officials. And while I can't reveal everything that was said in the briefing, here are my key takeaways. Number one, there is no intelligence that suggests that Iran was planning an attack against the United States. Number two, the administration does not have any plan for what is going to happen to Iran after the war is over. Iran is a country of 90 million people with an armed forces that number nearly 1 million. The biggest question I hear from Rhode Islanders is, why are we in yet another Middle Eastern war? And unfortunately, the Trump administration is still not giving members of Congress or the American people any answers.
No answers whatsoever, very clear. And the final criticism that came, it was this time from Elizabeth Warren. Let's have a listen to what she had to say.
I just left a classified briefing on Iran, and here's what I can say. It is so much worse than you thought. You are right to be worried. Trump administration has no plan in Iran. This illegal war is based on lies, and it was launched without any imminent threat to our nation. Donald Trump still hasn't given a single clear reason for this war, and he seems to have no plan for how to end it either. Like a lot of you, I am really angry. I am angry at what Donald Trump is doing, and I feel grief for those already killed in this unnecessary conflict. And I will keep doing everything I can to fight to end this war.
So the sentiment and the statements are very clear, and we heard repeatedly, we're talking about lies, we're talking about lack of clarity, no clear objectives, nothing whatsoever. And the criticism didn't stop there. We had an additional statement as follows.
There are times when you go into a classified session and you walk out and you have a better understanding about the gravity of the situation and the rationale behind the military action. This is not one of those times. We remain as confused as the American people are. They have had 3 or 4 or 5 justifications for this act of war over the last 4 or 5 days, and nothing in this classified session alleviated that confusion.
Confusion, excuses about the war, and everything to do with the excuses of the United States administration to go into war. But, okay, the Americans aren't convinced. The American armed forces are not convinced. Then what do we do then? How do we convince them that we need to go to war? Exactly. Well, we tell them that, I guess, the war is anointed by Jesus to bring Armageddon. Watchdog to do with the religious freedom in the army, Military Religious Freedom Foundation. It received widespread complaints about Christian nationalist US commanders, telling them Jesus is going to come back, therefore you need to go to the war. What Jesus and what come back? A Jesus that will be surrendering to Netanyahu? What are you talking about, dude? What are these people talking about? The same man, this guy who was talking about Islam and all of his radical ideas, he's entertaining all of this nonsense. So you need to go for the return of what? Jesus, anointed by Jesus. Astaghfirullah al-Azim. Anointed by Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, what is wrong with these people? If Jesus was here, he would be siding with the Palestinian people and with the Iranians, with the oppressed people, against all of this aggression and tyranny and child trafficking and pedophilia. US commanders from every arm of the military, listen to this, have told their units that the war in Iran is anointed by Jesus and would bring about his return to earth as part of the Armageddon, resulting in scores of complaints from serving members of the military. So, US commanders from every arm of the military are telling units that this war is anointed by Jesus. I'm going to share a clip of the new war advocates, right? The MRFF, an organization dedicated to ensuring that all members of the US military are guaranteed religious freedom, told the Middle East Eye on Tuesday that it had received more than 200 similar complaints. 200 from personnel serving in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force. The complaints received by the MRFF, first reported by journalist Jonathan Larson, have come from more than 40 units and span at least 30 military installations. One combat unit commander told non-commissioned officers at a briefing on Monday that the Israeli-US attacks are part of God's plan and that US President Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the fire in Iran, to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. A US NCO wrote to the MRFF, said that their commander had told them all of God's plan, all part of God's divine plan. The commander referred repeatedly to the Bible's book of Revelation and Armageddon, the story about the battle between good and evil, in which Jesus triumphs and establishes lasting peace on earth.
Sometimes the body isn't overwhelmed. It may simply need support. Several observational studies
Okay. The commander is quoted by the NCO as saying, President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran, to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth. Hallelujah. He had a big grin on his face when he said all of this, which made his message seem even more crazy, the NCO wrote in his complaint. Our commander would probably be described as a Christian first supporter. He has been this way for a very long time and makes it clear that he desires all of us under him to become just like him as a Christian. The Pentagon did not respond to ME's response for comment at this time of the publication. They also said that they are continuing to be inundated with complaints from serving US military personnel who had been told that they should be excited to be part of the war in Iran, as it would bring Armageddon and the return of Jesus Christ to earth. Why should they be happy about Armageddon? I don't understand. Dude, Jesus did his job. All of the prophets did their job. They brought the messages down. And sure as hell, Jesus doesn't work for you. And then again, I wonder what version are they talking about exactly. Trump has been anointed by Jesus. This is not just one rogue commander, Weinstein said, pointing the growing influence of Christian nationalists and fundamentalists in the US military. Christian Zionists. US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, an ultra-conservative Christian nationalist who has been described as the Pentagon's holy warrior, sponsors a weekly Bible study that preaches support for Israel. As Larson reported, while some Christians claim biblical prophecy requires Israel to exist for Jesus to return, Access Bible study leader Ralph Drollinger teaches that Israel should be supported because God blesses Israel's allies and curses its enemies. Okay, so when there's no compelling argument, then we will, start telling them these things, I guess. It's not about a threat coming from Iran, is it?
Salute, fam.
Okay, theology, fundamentalism, foretold by the book of Revelation and what have you. Talk about using religion in politics. Talk about religious fanaticism and fundamentalism and radicalism and terrorism. Talk about the use of religious figures and prophets and God himself to justify wars by a man who describes himself as a crusader. Okay. Is that it? Is that the only religious legitimacy? And mind you, very, very negative statements they say about Islam and what have you. Trump has a White House Faith Office senior advisor, and she was preaching holy war. Yes, you heard that right. She's preaching holy war, and she was very, very passionate about it, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to her.
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda ata ata rata teta baka sanda ata ambo osa.
Hamanta atarata deta sasa sasa. What is she even talking about? This is getting interesting. Hold on. Hamanta rata tata. Hamanta rata tite eke. And she's preaching a holy war for Trump.
For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Pika hata anda ata. Oh, the bata rata anda eke eke manda rasata. For I hear the sound of victory. 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 I hear the sound of victory.
Okay, so let's listen. Hold on.
And strike and strike and
Strike and strike and strike and strike.
strike
Okay.
and strike and strike
And strike and strike and strike and strike and strike. Okay. And strike.
It's a rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done.
The Lord says it is done. I hear a
The
sound of
Lord says
victory.
it is done. The Lord says it is done. In the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven. Victory.
In the,
Victory
in the quarters of heaven, victory, victory.
right now. Angels are being dispatched right now.
Angels are being dispatched right now.
Manda ata ata raka te.
Manta atta ratta tete. This is what I don't understand. Everything else, I'm getting it. But amanta anta ratta tete, teta baba. I understood that. I think she said shaitan at one point, which means Satan in Arabic.
Sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rite tidi ashata. For angels have even dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right
Angels are being dispatched from Africa. And angels are being dispatched from South America to go for a holy war. To go for a holy war because Trump was anointed by Jesus to bring Armageddon. Okay, I mean, it's getting ridiculous, to be honest with you. It's getting really ridiculous. So when they don't have a justification to the war, they start using religion to justify the war. The same thing that they blame the other side of doing. Don't they say, oh, look at them, the countries, they use Islam and religion and politics, and we should be secularists and secularism and what have you. But atta matta rete tata is fine. And strike, 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 holy war, and Trump is anointed by God is fine.
strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory.
I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. And the most important part
Victory,
was
victory, victory, victory in the corridors of heaven. Victory, victory, victory. Angels are being dispatched right now.
the mata rata. Rite eke eke mata bata bata bata. That's the Epstein regime. That's the Epstein regime for you trying to justify a war. Now, Trump started to get worried after the stocks, and the price of oil started to rise. And he is now trying to reassure insurance companies that, listen, I need to ensure that you're okay to go to the Hormuz Strait and everything will be fine. How? Because he said we will send the military. We will send the American Navy to help the ships go through the Hormuz Strait so that there is no disruption whatsoever in the trade and free flow. Okay. Wasn't it easier to reach a deal? It would have been easier. But how are they going to do that exactly? Iran targeted multiple destroyers. They expelled USS Abraham Lincoln after it was struck by 4 ballistic missiles. And this is what the Hormuz Strait looks like now. No movement whatsoever. There is nothing. Literally, Iran already targeted at least 4 oil tankers in the region. All of the oil tankers and ships are stationed outside on both sides. And that's it, really. Well, what is Donald Trump going to do? Is he going to send the American Navy? Well, the American Navy is there. Why isn't it actually securing it? Okay, if your argument because the insurance companies are spiking the prices now, naturally, because there's more danger. It's much more dangerous now to go and to do any shipment. They're, of course, going to hike the prices. Some of the tankers can be blown up. Some of the assets can get destroyed, of course. But if Donald Trump was actually interested in preserving economic stability and economic security, not only for the United States and for the American people, but globally too, then he wouldn't have started this without any calculation, without any substance, simply because of the fact that he is being blackmailed by Netanyahu in Israel to go into this war. He should have thought this through. And again, when they targeted the supreme leader of Iran, the late martyr Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, they did not cross a red line. They crossed a black line. And Trump is saying that to try and revive the prospect of it being opened again. Really and truly, that is not going to happen. That is not going to happen whatsoever. Iran is going to continue to close the Strait of Hormuz, and Donald Trump would not have an answer, because if he had an answer, then he would have kept it open already. That's not going to happen. Now, what's happening in Iran after the assassination of the supreme leader? Who's going to come? Reports now are circulating that the son of the late martyr Ali Khamenei, Mujtaba, is going to be the next supreme leader in Iran. That's Mujtaba Khamenei. Now, according to the Iranian constitution, a 3-man leadership takes place, or a 3-figure leadership, with the head of the judiciary, the president, and another senior member in the establishment in Iran. And they are already there. They've been speaking, but there were circulating reports that Mujtaba has been chosen indeed by the establishment, and that's likely going to be the decision. It's not going to make a big impact on the actual day-to-day running of things, because Iran doesn't work that way. Iran works in a decentralized manner. And the decentralization allows Iran, and what is allowing Iran now to continue, despite the fact that the United States and Israel targeted senior figures in the initial strike, in the military establishment, and they targeted the supreme leader in his basic place that he goes to normally because he didn't want to take extra measures.
Hunger Root is here and I needed it because my fridge is super empty. I'm gonna open the box. That's the excitement.
What is Mujtaba going to do? There was a recent interview with a previous Iranian diplomat. His name is Amir al-Musawi. Amir al-Musawi recently had an interview during which he stated that if it is Khamenei's son, Mujtaba, or someone else, the religious decree of Iran, the fatwa that the same Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei issued that bans Iran from having nuclear bombs, despite the fact that there were people asking him to reverse it, has officially ended. Now that's what we've been speaking about after the assassination. That they targeted the man who stopped Iran with a religious decree from having a nuclear bomb. With his passing now, things are open. There are new calculations. And chances are the next Supreme Leader of Iran, and that decision, by the way, could have already been taken. Apart from the fact that they could have had nuclear weapons at some point, one way or another, before. But officially, we're speaking about officially, as in a declaration that we are a nuclear country. The likelihood of Iran now declaring itself to be a nuclear country, a nuclear weapon country, is greater than ever. Because they realized it's really not about the nukes, it's not about any of their constant statements. Iran has been talking, they said they're willing to reach an agreement. Ali Shamkhani, another man who they said they assassinated, told them we're willing to reach a deal today with you. Hell, the same person who withdrew from the nuclear agreement is asking for a nuclear agreement. The whole thing doesn't make sense. Donald Trump withdrew from a nuclear agreement with Iran in 2018 after the American and Iranian administrations at the time worked tirelessly for 2 years, and it included European countries too, to reach a nuclear understanding with Iran. Again, regardless of what you think about it, regardless of the hypocrisy behind it, regardless of the arrogance and the entitlement and double standards. But that shows you that Iran is willing to talk anyway with these arrogant powers who have thousands of nukes and don't want a country to have nukes because they claim it is endangering them, and they're deliberately ignoring a country that has nukes and has missiles and has an air force to carry those nukes and land them anywhere they like all across the world, in the form of Israel, who don't allow the IAEA to inspect anything, who deny that they have a program altogether, despite the fact that a man actually revealed this in Israel, Mordechai Vanunu. And then he was kidnapped by the Mossad in London. This is the situation that we have here. So the chances are Iran is going to be a nuclear power. Officially, a country with nuclear bombs. In the meantime, Iran is taking down more drones, and there were also reports that they took down a fighter jet. One video circulating claimed that it has been reported that Iran targeted either an Israeli or an American fighter jet in an area near Tehran. Let's have a look at this video.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
So that is near Tehran. There is a possibility. Israel itself released a video yesterday. It's Israeli Air Force of an F-35 recording an Iranian missile heading towards its direction. F-35s are supposed to be stealth fighter jets. Yet despite that, we can see the advancement of the Iranian air defense systems by detecting F-35s and actually targeting them. And they already took down at least 3 fighter jets in Kuwait. The United States and Kuwait are trying to flip things around by saying that, well, actually, it was our own mistake, but that is really not convincing because of friendly fire and engagement limitations to do with the systems that belong to the United States of America or allied forces. That's the problem that we have here. Let's not forget that when the United States was supporting the Afghani fighters against the Soviet Union, and when the American officials were going there to support them, to support the Mujahideen, and telling them that they're conducting a holy war, they were giving them handheld anti-air defense systems, shoulder-held man-pads. What did they do afterwards? They said that when the United States invaded and we tried to use the same weapons against the United States, they didn't work. These are considered ancient now, let alone Patriot systems, batteries, and fighter jets. It's very unlikely, extremely unlikely. And the likelihood is that either Iran carried out a strike to target them, whether through Iranian Air Force or air defense systems, or that Iran jammed them. Now, it's not only about Iran. It has expanded beyond Iran. The Iraqi resistance is fully active. Hezbollah in Lebanon is fully active. And the Iraqi resistance is publishing footage and videos, likewise with Hezbollah. Let's see what both of them did in the past 24 hours. Some of the moves were late last night and published this morning. Some of them happened today. Let's begin with this video that the newly founded movement in Iraq called the Awliya ad-Dam brigades. They published a video of targeting a US base literally at the dawn today next to the Erbil airport. Let's have a look at this video.
تحركوا بسم الله إلى الأمام واعلموا أنه ولينصرن الله من ينصره.
يا علي يا نصارى الحسين ومن قدم أمامه ينادينا سليماني لنا جل ولا حرج أبا هادي ومن ضحى ومن قدم.
Okay, so that is one of the Iraqi resistance movements targeting Erbil. It's not the first time that they target Erbil, and they're causing a lot of damage. Why Erbil? Well, Erbil because the United States is threatening, alongside Israel, Iran, from insurgencies happening in that area. And the IRGC, that was the impact, by the way. This was the impact of that explosion, according to some reports. There were multiple explosions over there. The IRGC is already deploying in the northeastern parts of Iran to prepare for a potential invasion coming from the Erbil area. But despite all of this, by the way, we haven't even heard about willingness coming from any of the movements in Kurdistan, in Iraq, in participating. As a matter of fact, they feel betrayed. The United States just left northeastern Syria. So Iran, it would have been northwest, excuse me, the northwestern part the IRGC was deploying. And in northeast Syria, they left, and they left SDF, and we saw the somber faces of Talibani and co. Sorry, Masoud Barzani, and the leader of SDF at the time, when Tom Barrack was sitting with them and telling them that the United States, that's it, decided to stop and withdraw. Why would they support the United States and Israel now? They felt betrayed because the United States left them. Why should they go and die for Trump and Netanyahu now in Iran, in a battle that they will be eliminated in? They have no chance against Iran. If they try and go and attack Iran or have a ground invasion in Iran, that's going to be the end of them. And as a matter of fact, that would actually give the IRGC an excuse to seize territories. Tell them this was part of Persia. It was de facto part of Persia. It has a level of independence now with Iraq. Maybe Iran and Iraq can become one state again, and then start to expand the borders, and we'll have the Levant joining Greater Persia. North Africa will join too and open the borders, just like the good old days, instead of Greater Israel. The Alchemist, yes, I know. I was meaning that Barzani was the leader of Erbil. I was talking about the SDF leader, by the way, and thank you for everyone who's sending supers. Thanks, by the way. I was talking about the SDF leader who was with Barzani in the meeting that he had with Tom Barrack, if you recall. Thank you for that. And the SDF leader at the time was disappointed, likewise with Barzani. Barzani is the leader of the Iraqi Kurdistan area, and Mazloum Abdi is the one in Syria now, who is participating now in the Syrian government de facto. And that's why it's very unlikely for them to listen to the United States demands. And by the way, Trump did that. He went and demanded that from them only for Benjamin Netanyahu. He didn't want to ask them even. Okay. Hezbollah is back in the picture, and Hezbollah have been conducting huge operations in the past couple of days. Operation after operation after operation, nothing is stopping. And they're attacking Tel Aviv, and they are attacking multiple parts. They're attacking so many places, despite the fact that Hezbollah were actually not that active, or not active at all, for a very long time, a year and a half approximately. Now they're targeting areas close to Tel Aviv, and they are publishing videos of their capabilities too. You see, Israel said, and people said, oh, Hezbollah are defeated. Look at how Hezbollah attacked Haifa. Have a look at this. So the ground opens up, and all of a sudden you see missiles. Israel was operating and striking, and Hezbollah wasn't responding, and people said, look, Hezbollah ended and it finished and it's not capable, and it managed to repel an Israeli invasion immediately after they went in, destroying 4 Merkavas yesterday, and now they're showing their capabilities in their missile strikes. But of course, it wasn't just this attack on the Haifa port. In the past, just in the past several hours, let's have a look at what the Islamic resistance in Lebanon did in their attacks against Israel. And by the way, Israel is reporting that they have 1,274 injuries so far and dozens killed. Of course, they're not revealing the true number of the killed, but you know them, they're pathological liars. What did Hezbollah do in the past just several hours? Let's have a look at some of these attacks, tell you what they did. So we will begin with one of their attacks just 5 hours ago. Okay. They released a statement at 2 a.m. saying our fighters targeted the HQ of the Israeli aerospace industries in occupied Palestine at 2 a.m. Wednesday, 4th of March with a squadron of attack drones. Number two, our fighters targeted the HQ of the Israeli aerospace industries in the center of occupied Palestine. That's the second one, or third one, but they released it again. They target the Giva drone control base east of occupied the city of Safad at 3:30 a.m. on Wednesday with a precision-guided missile. 2 attacks so far. Sirens in multiple settlements in the northern part of occupied Palestine. Then they also had an attack on Haifa, missiles. There were rockets landing in the city of El-Ad or Yehuda. The Israeli media also confirmed that 2 soldiers were injured, one critically, after an anti-tank missile was fired at an Israeli tank in southern Lebanon. Another barrage of rockets 1 hour ago from South Lebanon towards occupied Palestine. On Tuesday evening, they also confirmed today that on Tuesday evening, they targeted the Iron Dome radars at the Israeli Kiryat Eliezer site with attack drones, and they targeted a missile from Lebanon landed in Mount Carmel 2. The Islamic resistance targeted the Israeli Tal HaShomer base HQ, which is 120 kilometers away from the Lebanese border, with a squadron of attack drones. Tal HaShomer is the HQ of the General Staff in Tel Aviv. The Islamic resistance also said that they targeted the Israeli Haifa naval base with a swarm of attack drones. That's why the sirens are not stopping in Haifa 24/7, and explosions are being heard non-stop, day, night, siren, no siren. With the siren, you have a strike. Without the siren, you have a strike. All of that. Now, according to recent videos that are being published too, the Iranians are saying that there are 2 pilots leaving an American fighter jet next to the Tehran area. As we can see in this video, have a look at this. So Iran is targeting more fighter jets coming from Israel and the United States. Okay. What else happened so far? A lot of things are happening by the minute, by the way. The Israelis are reporting that the sirens are now active all across the country. This is leading to multiple areas in the occupied territories, of course, being in crisis mode. A lot of places you see no movement, no activity, reduced services in general. And this is causing a lot of problem economically too. Let's see if the Israeli Channel 12 as well, following this recent siren or sirens, said that multiple missiles bypassed the air defense systems and landed. The recent sirens include the Ben Gurion Airport. So Ben Gurion, explosions reported, one in Jerusalem.
$76 per hour. That's how much the average bookkeeping business owner makes, according.
And explosions being heard in other parts too. Okay. The IRGC also released a statement in the past hour. And in that statement, they said that the continued cunning and deception of the Americans in the region will end at the cost of the collapse of all military and economic infrastructure in the region. The flight of American soldiers with their bags on their backs in Qatar and Bahrain will never be forgotten. The largest, most expensive, and most boastful army in the world flees from the region. Allies of the United States are desperately seeking to request and secure air defense systems. The American Army's use of civilian facilities in Gulf countries as cover is not hidden from our sight and monitoring. That is dangerous. Why? Because they're saying the American side is now actually using civilian infrastructure because all of their military bases have been exposed, as a matter of fact, destroyed, as Colonel Douglas McGregor said. That was the public relations statement that came from the IRGC, or the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, in relation to the latest updates and developments that are happening now inside of, well, the whole region. Hezbollah also published a video. We're back now to cover the Hezbollah videos. Long time no see. Let's have a look at their strikes against the Mirun air base. Mirun is the main base that monitors everything to do with aerial attacks and intel and detection in the northern part of occupied Palestine. It stretches from the eastern Mediterranean to Turkey, Syria, North Iraq, and all of these areas, and Hezbollah targeted it yesterday. Let's have a look at the video that Hezbollah published today. And this is the second base that they attacked. So that was the recent attack coming from none other than Hezbollah. Again, they are back to publish more videos of their attacks that are taking place. This was against one surveillance base, the Mirun base, and another base. In the meantime, the United States is bombing more drawings in Iran. They're blowing up cartoons. Why? You see, Iran has dummies looking like fighter jets and drones and missiles, and the United States is striking them. Millions and millions. Have a look at this here. Yesterday, I shared some of the drones that the US targeted because Iran puts them out as bait so that they can mislead the American-Israeli side.
This is clean.
And the United States targeted them today. Look. Can you see exactly what happened here? There were no pieces going out, right? Have a look. Look at that. That's only the debris from the actual explosion. And they thought... This is a complete joke. And the fact that they're publishing it, by the way, look at that. There's nothing. So these were clearly like drawings, not even something on top of the ground. Because had it been made by even cardboard or something, you would have seen it split apart. But that wasn't the case. And it's hilarious to see because they're actually portraying this as them targeting the actual thing. Now, Israel's trying to intercept more missiles coming from Lebanon and Iran, but their air defenses are not working, guys. In the past hour, a missile landing was recorded in Tel Aviv. Have a look at this video.
Oh, shit. Some motherfucking rocket. Oh, my. Oh, shit. Some motherfucking rocket. Oh, my.
That was one of the most recent videos that was published inside of Tel Aviv, and Israel also published the damage that came.
עכשיו אפשר לראות ממש בבירור את הבור. ברוך השם סיימנו. הנה הכוחות עדיין כאן, אבל כרגע
So they published a lot of videos from last night and from this morning too, and more of them are coming in now as we speak. Now, you know, the Iranian missiles, some of them come out from on top of trucks, some of them over the ground, and some of them under the ground. Yeah, good luck trying to take these down. They target the drawings of the F-14s, but the actual missiles, that's buried under the ground. Again, if you haven't seen, this was the damage from one of the Iranian missiles. Kingsman is saying, when will this war end? There is no end in sight at the moment. There was a chance of de-escalating everything despite of the repeated aggression of the United States and treacherous behavior with Iran. because they were talking. And the United States decided to have an attack. Iran, and they crossed, like I said, a black line, not a red line. And now Iran is letting them taste what they've done. So this is not going to be ending soon, because the scenarios of this ending now are one side surrendering. And what I mean by surrendering isn't necessarily like all the way, but at least in terms of demands. What in essence Trump is doing here is he's being subjugated to Netanyahu, who's blackmailing him because of the Epstein files and everything there. And he is asking the Iranians to do what Netanyahu wants, not what America wants. Let's not forget, Trump in the beginning of his presidency said that if we have a deal with Iran, that's fine. And even if we don't have a deal, I guess that's fine too. Then he started to increase his rhetoric, hostile rhetoric towards Iran, the more or simultaneously with the release of the Epstein files, which clearly indicates that it's nothing to do with America, because the officials in America, whether the security officials or politicians or intel, told him that Iran doesn't pose an immediate threat. So it's important to understand that, because that's how we try and get an understanding on where things are going. Israel, on the other hand, got what it wanted. It's not only Netanyahu who's been saying, I've got what we wanted this for 47 years. Netanyahu said 40 years. Benny Gantz, a man who criticizes him, says, we've wanted this for 47 years. So Israel, as a national Zionist apartheid project, has been waiting for this moment for half a century. So from their perspective, they have to go all out, because this is an opportunity that may well never be repeated again. And with the talks of Israel that we are facing an existential threat, hence why we need to reshape the Middle East. They are, and some of you may think that that's wishful thinking, but they are in essence writing their own destiny. If someone constantly says, I'm under existential threat, what does that mean to you? That they're on their way out. Do they have the capacity to go and occupy all of the countries next to them? What is the United States going to do? The United States is withdrawing, removing. Its bases are getting destroyed. So the situation here is as follows. Iran will not surrender. That's number one. As a matter of fact, they've had an exceptionally high and successful response to this barbarism coming from the Epstein regime in Israel. And Donald Trump has his hands tied, and he is on the Netanyahu leash. And we're not in a situation where Israel is attacking, the United States isn't feeling the pain, and Trump is coming to give Netanyahu a rescue rope because he fought on his own, like we did in the 12-day war. We have a joint attack. That's why Iran made sure that the United States has to feel pain. And the damage is mostly on US assets. Israel is getting hit. Israel is getting hit hard. But the larger number of attacks being conducted here is against the US as a whole. Iran is conducting a campaign to expel the United States out of West Asia. And in that move, it's being solidly supported by Russia and China, who are looking at this and saying, good. And Marvin, thank you. You said what or who you see filling vacuum when Zion collapses. The demand should be, and the objective should be, the dismantling of the apartheid Zionist system in occupied Palestine. So removing the regime of supremacy and preference based on religion. Removing Zionism. Zionism out. Implemented by, so it's a simple, that's a proper regime change. Changing the regime from apartheid to an equal country where everyone is granted equal rights. The people will fill the vacuum. So once you do that, immediately the people of the land will fill the vacuum. The Jewish population who are happy with the concept, or who would be happy with the concept of equal rights, can remain there. Those who will not be happy with an equal rights system can go somewhere else, can go back to where they came from. They came from other lands. They're foreigners. So that will be filled very quickly. And by the way, it could happen. Everything could happen without a bloodbath. Do you know what's causing the bloodbath and destruction? The constant support for Israel from the United States and the Western establishment. Had it not been for their constant support of this planted fake entity in occupied Palestine, it could have ended more peacefully. So when they have less military support, there's all of a sudden more talks for diplomacy. But when they are granted impunity and everyone is siding with them from the Western establishments primarily and the United States, then they feel like they're invincible and they can target whoever they want, whenever they want. So there wouldn't necessarily be a vacuum that can fill up very quickly, but the main thing is to have an equal system that has equal rights for everyone between the Jordan River to the sea. Now, Iran is targeting more oil tankers, and this time not only next to the Hormuz Strait, which indicates that they are expanding the operations there. One report is showing that Hezbollah published another video of them destroying a Merkava tank near the Tel Nahas area next to Kafar Kila in the southern part of Lebanon. The Zionists tried to invade Lebanon, and that's clearly not working very well for them. So that was Hezbollah's second video being published today with another attack. Like I said, today they targeted the areas of Haifa, the central parts, the Tal HaShomer base next or near Tel Aviv. They targeted multiple other bases. They destroyed 4 tanks so far, and they had over 20 operations in the past 24 hours. Substantial damage being inflicted on Israel and Israeli forces and assets, not only in or by Iran, but also by the Lebanese resistance. Seconds ago, reports that Iran targeted a navy, a marine base in Dubai, which had 100 Marines. High number of casualties. Yesterday, the UAE declared that it was subject to 1,000 attacks, the biggest number in comparison to the other assets of the US and Israel, which is very important. Marvin, thank you. You said, think Syria will take back Golan Mount Hermon. Well, if they declare that they want to fight Israel first, so far they've been saying that they don't want to fight Israel, and we don't want to fight Israel, and we don't want to fight Israel, and we want to rebuild, and we want to this and that. And it's not likely anytime soon, unless they actually have something that we don't know about. If they have a deal with the Turks, for example, or something. But again, there are no indications of that. The only thing that happened was the fact that there was deployment towards the Golan Heights and additional deployment throughout the borders nearby for all of the developments that are happening now. And there are now confirmations coming from Israel that the troops have been pushed outside the southern part following the attempts of invasion. The president of Iran thanks everyone who are standing by Iran. That includes the American people, people in Europe, Africa, and everyone. I thank all dear people who are standing by Iran. I mean, who wouldn't stand with Iran, Mr. President? Only those who are on the Zionist side are not standing with Iran, or the people who are ill-informed about the reality of the situation. The people who don't know what Israel is doing, and the United States in Iran with these constant assassinations. Over 170 now, they speak about the numbers reaching. 170 girls were killed in the massacre of the United States and Israel. And Iran also again confirms that there are no intentions to talk with the United States or the United States intelligence. Ali Larijani mentioned that before. The Iranians are mentioning it again. The Iranian people are standing high against all of these aggressions that are coming from the Epstein regime. And the Tasnim news agency in Iran just confirmed that an official was quoted saying that they're not willing to talk with the American-Israeli terror forces. This was the funeral of the girls, by the way, if you haven't seen it. Some of the girls who were martyred in that attack of the United States, and Israel owned 3 elementary schools. Imagine that. And these are the people in Iran. They're in the streets bidding farewell to the great leader and pledging allegiance to their country against this terrorism by the United States and Israel against them.
Israel-U.S. coalition aircraft, fighter jets and drones deemed sophisticated, working inside Iran including in the Gulf states, more shot down than the enemy estimates since the operation, on Sunday to Wednesday. At least 3 F-15 were shot down, including one in Kuwait. Iran continued to proceed to shoot down several more drones from the enemy aggressor. Throughout the day on March 2nd, at least 22 drones of various models were destroyed, in different regions of the country, at the time of conducting surveillance on its territory, such as Hermes 900 UCAV, Heron, Orbiter, and MQ-9 Reaper. The images released by Iranian media show the wreckage of the Hermes drone that was shot down in Markazi province, and which was intercepted and neutralized by the Sepah naval air defense system in Bushehr. On Wednesday, Iran intercepted and recovered an intact Israeli Hermes 900 drone over Isfahan province. The rate of shooting down Israeli-American drones is now higher than in previous wars, and these are difficult or quick to replace, adding to the significant loss of valuable assets. Another footage shows the moment Iranian Revolutionary Guard Air Defense Forces shot down a Heron drone and neutralized the famous Hermes drone in Khorramabad, Iran, which is under the control of the country's unified air defense network. A few days ago, in the Damavand region, the scene at night showed the shooting down of an enemy aircraft. At first glance it looked like a drone, but the explosion showed that the drone was carrying a lot of fuel, and eventually fell to the ground. On Wednesday, footage shared by locals showed the downing of an American or Israeli fighter jet over Tehran, north of the Lavasan Mountains. It is unknown yet what type of aircraft was shot down, but it will be investigated soon. Iran seems unbeatable in drone technology. No matter how advanced its control system, Iranian technology is capable of interfering with signals. Even the American-made Triton drone, worth $220 million, did not escape it. At the same time, these drones pose a significant threat because they carry missiles and bombs that are deadly to equipment such as air defense, ballistic missiles, armored vehicles and command centers. However, They did not carry bombs, which threatened either underground bunkers or well-protected bunkers. With the shooting down of this aircraft, the U.S.-Israeli coalition appears to be shifting its operations even further, struggling to suppress Iran's missile launch capabilities. If the shooting down continues at this rate, it will be a challenge for the enemy, but it will take time and more drones will be shot down, which suggests that the coalition may be reevaluating some of its strategies.
In history where the arrogance of power meets the brick wall of reality. And we are witnessing one of those moments right now in spectacular, high-definition fashion. Donald Trump, a man who built his brand on the art of the deal and the promise of ending endless wars, has just launched what is rapidly becoming the most catastrophic foreign policy blunder of the 21st century. The headlines are screaming it. Trump's war plan has backfired in a way that is so complete, so humiliating, that it almost feels like a Shakespearean tragedy written for an audience that loves black comedy.
Iran reportedly carried out a drone strike on America's Central Intelligence Agency's CIA station in Saudi Arabia.
Despite 4 separate U.S. attempts to broker a ceasefire, despite dangling promises and what they call compromises from a position of weakness, Iran has rejected every single offer. And not just rejected them.
All right, fellow Gen Xers, listen up. We invented grunge, fanny packs, and a little something called the internet.
They've spat on them, mocked them, and then followed up by unleashing a new generation of missiles that have turned the U.S. military's prized assets in the Middle East into blazing infernos. We are not talking about a few stray drones here. We are talking about a coordinated, devastating campaign that has taken out the CIA's operational headquarters in Saudi Arabia, turned the heavily fortified U.S. embassy in the UAE into a crater, and scored direct hits on the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. That's the home of U.S. Central Command, the nerve center for the entire region. And while the Pentagon is trying to spin this as manageable, the reality on the ground is that Iran has pivoted to a total prolonged war posture. The martyrdom of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, which Trump and Netanyahu celebrated as a knockout blow, has done the exact opposite of what they predicted. Instead of a regime that collapses, we are seeing a regime that has been reborn in fire, unified in a way it hasn't been in decades, and hell-bent on a war of attrition that the United States simply does not have the stomach for. Before we dive into the nitty-gritty of how Trump got played like a fiddle by Netanyahu, how his own generals are turning against him, and why Tel Aviv is now unrecognizable under a hail of fire, I need you to do something. If you are tired of the mainstream media spinning this disaster as anything other than what it is, a catastrophic failure of American imperialism, then hit that like button. Share this video far and wide, and if you haven't already, smash that subscribe button right now. Stick around, because what I am about to lay out for you will explain exactly why Iran is not coming to the table, and why Donald Trump is currently trapped in a nightmare of his own making. Let's rewind just a few days. The plan, in Trump's mind, was simple. He looked at the map, he looked at Israel, and he thought he could replicate the maximum pressure campaign that had worked in other contexts. He genuinely believed that by taking out key leadership figures, starting with the beloved figure of Khamenei, the Iranian people would rise up. He sat there at Mar-a-Lago, putting on that ridiculous white hat, and told the world that the Iranian military should lay down their arms and the citizens should take over their government. He thought it would be a repeat of the protests, that the streets would fill with people thanking America. But Trump, in his infinite lack of wisdom, forgot one crucial detail. Iranians hate foreign intervention more than they hate any domestic policy. When you bomb a country, when you kill a revered 86-year-old cleric, you don't spark a revolution against the government. You spark a revolution for the government. And that is exactly what happened. Now, the U.S. is facing a unified Iran that has activated what is known as the Khamenei Survival Plan. This wasn't just a contingency. It was a detailed, multi-layered strategy for this exact moment. Ali Larijani, the powerful national security chief who is effectively running the war effort, went on X, formerly Twitter, and dropped a truth bomb that should have sent chills down every spine in the White House. He stated, quote, "Iran, unlike the United States, has prepared itself for a long war." He wasn't bluffing. The mockery from Tehran is relentless. Larijani, in a series of more blistering posts, has been ridiculing the foolery of both Trump and Netanyahu. He has stated unequivocally that Iran will not accept any ceasefire, not now, not ever, until the objectives of justice for Palestine are fully realized. He is calling out the Western hypocrisy, reminding the world of the thousands of children killed in Gaza while the US and Europe stood by clapping. He is framing this not as a war between nations, but as a reckoning between the oppressor and the oppressed. And in that framing, Iran holds all the moral high ground, and they are using it to fuel a war effort that is growing stronger by the hour. They have declared a full-fledged war, not just a military operation. The difference is crucial. A military operation has an exit strategy. A full-fledged war, especially one framed as existential, has only one outcome: victory or martyrdom. And as we have seen, the Iranian leadership, from the supreme leader down to the last soldier in the IRGC, has chosen martyrdom over submission. Meanwhile, over in what was once called Tel Aviv, the startup nation is looking more like a ghost town. Benjamin Netanyahu, the architect of this disaster, the man who has bet his entire legacy on destroying his neighbors, is now privately begging for the very ceasefire he publicly rejected weeks ago. But his private appeals are falling on deaf ears in Tehran. And why wouldn't they? The streets of Tel Aviv are unrecognizable. The Iron Dome, that supposedly impenetrable shield that Israel has spent billions marketing to the world as a miracle defense, is being overwhelmed. Videos are surfacing on X.com or Twitter showing missiles raining down on districts that were supposed to be safe. The international airport is a crater. The stock exchange is closed. The population is huddled in shelters, watching their illusions of invincibility shatter around them. The very concept of occupied Palestine is shifting under their feet because Iran and Hezbollah are proving that geography is no longer a defense. When you have Hezbollah unleashing precision-guided missiles that can hit any building in Haifa or Tel Aviv with pinpoint accuracy, the buffer zones disappear. Netanyahu promised his people safety. He has delivered them to the gates of hell. Former CIA Director John Brennan left a remarkable assessment. Take a listen.
Well, Michael, I think this is the second time this century that the United States has made a drastically bad mistake in terms of engaging in conflict in the Middle East. The first one was in 2003 when we invaded Iraq, and that ushered in then years and years of chaos and violence and terrorism. It gave birth to ISIS. And we're just getting over 20 years of that confusion and chaos. Now we're going ahead and carrying out this major attack against a very large country, Iran, which is much larger than Iraq.
But just think about the sheer audacity of Trump's miscalculation. He thought he could bomb Iran into submission, or at least bomb them into a ceasefire that he could call a victory. But look at the battlefield. While the US and Israel are running out of precision-guided munitions and watching their budgets balloon into the trillions, Iran is hitting them where it hurts with asymmetric warfare that is cheaper than a Hollywood blockbuster. Reports are flooding in of hundreds of drones and missiles swarming US bases simultaneously. They are targeting the logistical hubs, the intelligence centers, the soft underbelly of the American presence. Saudi Arabia, which has been cozying up to the US for protection, just watched its CIA operations center get decimated. The UAE, the glittering playground of the West, saw its US embassy go up in smoke. And let's talk about Qatar. The Al Udeid Air Base, the crown jewel of U.S. air power, was struck. This isn't just about causing damage. It's about sending a message that nowhere is safe, no base is impregnable, and the cost of staying will soon outweigh the cost of leaving. Now, let's get into the dirt, because the story behind why Trump is so desperate to destroy Iran is far darker than anyone in the corporate media is willing to touch. There is a growing chorus of geopolitical analysts, including respected figures like Dr. Wael Awad, who are pointing to the Jeffrey Epstein Black Book and the long, shadowy arm of the Mossad. The theory, which gains more credibility every day that Trump refuses to release the full Epstein files, is that the president is compromised. Think about it. Why would a man who promised to end wars get us tangled in the most dangerous quagmire since Vietnam? Why would he ignore the advice of every rational military advisor? Because he isn't calling the shots. Israel, specifically Benjamin Netanyahu, has been desperate for a direct U.S.-Iran war for decades. They want Uncle Sam to fight their existential battles for them. And how do you force a reluctant president to do your bidding? You find the leverage. The Epstein connection is the gift that keeps on giving. If Mossad had access to that material, and given Epstein's intelligence connections, it's highly likely they did, then Trump is not a president. He is an asset. He is being blackmailed into following a script written in Tel Aviv. His bizarre fixation on Iran, his refusal to consider diplomacy even when it's offered, it all points to a man who has no room to maneuver. He is trapped. And the Israelis, seeing their window closing, have pushed him over the edge, convincing him that a quick, decisive victory would make him look like a strong man and distract from the rot back home. But they miscalculated the Iranian response just as badly as he did. And this brings us to the internal rot within the U.S. military itself. This is the part of the story that the Pentagon hopes never sees the light of day. Sources are leaking like a sieve about the chaos inside the command structure. We have reports that Air Force General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, warned Trump personally that the U.S. is running out of air defense missiles and that casualty numbers would skyrocket. There are whispers that Vice President J.D. Vance, the supposed isolationist, was cautioning against this folly from the start. But it gets worse. After a classified briefing on Capitol Hill, even some of the most hawkish Republican senators emerged looking pale, admitting that the military's ability to stop Iranian drone swarms is compromised, and that the bases are essentially sitting ducks. We are now seeing reports, unconfirmed but persistent, of active duty personnel and veterans groups refusing orders, with some going so far as to draft letters calling for the overthrow of a commander-in-chief they see as leading them into a meat grinder for the benefit of a foreign power.
I have a message for the American people. Last December, I encouraged you to give this new administration a chance. Time is up. Our government is compromised. Tyrants get promoted and patriots get punished. I am very concerned that we are on the brink of losing our constitutional republic to tyranny. We came extremely close during COVID, and it seems to me like everyone has already forgotten that it even happened. There has been no rectification and absolutely no accountability. The only way that I see we the people taking back our country is a ground-up revolution. We must abandon the America First movement as well as both political parties. I am calling for the God First, Liberty Second movement to be born in the United States of America. This will take at least 8 to 12 years to accomplish. We must first take municipal seats, then county seats, then state seats, and then we will take back our federal government.
So, here we are. Donald Trump, the man who promised to drain the swamp, is drowning in it. He is fighting a war he cannot win, against an enemy he cannot intimidate, for a master in Tel Aviv who is watching his own nation burn. The fourth ceasefire offer was not just rejected, it was thrown back in his face as an insult. The forever war he promised to end has just begun, and it has a new name. It is a war of attrition, a war of drones, a war where the cost of a U.S. missile defense battery is millions, and the cost of an Iranian swarm drone is a few $1,000s. The math is simple, and the math says America loses. The bases are burning, the allies are fleeing, the generals are muttering, and the public is waking up to the reality that they have been led into a slaughterhouse by a man who was too busy covering up his ties to a dead pedophile to see the trap he was walking into. This is the reality check, and it is brutal.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get
Well, my dear truth seekers, this is the 6th day of the US-Israeli coalition's war against Iran. And now, even Western think tanks are stating that Donald Trump's blitzkrieg in the armed conflict against the Islamic Republic has completely failed. Western experts admit that, unfortunately for Trump, Iran not only survived, but also managed to surprise the United States. Tehran has shown the world that it can effectively resist and bite the United States, even without a centralized command. Thus, Washington's bet on eliminating Iran's military and political leadership to force the country to surrender has failed. Thus, it becomes clear that the United States is not destined to defeat Iran in a few days, and that Donald Trump is now in a very difficult situation that cannot be resolved without losing face. Despite Trump's promise of a lightning-fast military operation in the Middle East, the current situation suggests that the war against Iran is gradually escalating into a protracted conflict that could have unpredictable consequences for both the United States and Israel. It is well known that over the last 6 days, the United States has already spent $800 million on this war, and the losses in personnel and equipment continue to rise rapidly. According to insiders in Washington, the atmosphere in the White House is very tense. It is reported that the Trump administration did not expect Iran to resist so fiercely. Insiders claim that neither the Trump administration, nor Congress, nor even the US allies know how to get out of this crisis without losing face. Reports from the stock markets also added fuel to the fire. As it turned out, Iran's fierce resistance and the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz have already dealt painful blows to the Western economy. Currently, oil prices have reached $83 per barrel, while natural gas in Europe is trading at $750 per thousand cubic meters. Simultaneously with this, the stock markets of all Western countries continue to decline rapidly. If this war continues, and Iran maintains its strategy of attacking the economies of neighboring countries in oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, it will inevitably lead not only to an oil crisis, but also to a global financial and economic crisis, causing the United States to lose its leading position in the global economy. Thus, it becomes clear that Iran's main goal in this war is not a quick victory on the battlefield, but rather to weaken the United States' position on the global stage. And judging by what is happening, Iran is gradually achieving its goal. Against this backdrop, it becomes clear that the United States has no other option but to launch a ground operation against Iran, to achieve its goals at least partially. At the same time, it is worth noting that Donald Trump is very afraid of launching a ground invasion of Iran. He is well aware that during a ground operation against Iran, the White House will no longer be able to hide the high casualties among American troops. In addition, Trump is well aware that if a ground operation against Iran fails, it will be the end of his career, and he will leave office ahead of schedule. And given the military capabilities of Iran and its proxy forces, the risk of a failed ground operation against the Islamic Republic is indeed very high. My dear truth seekers, I am absolutely certain that Donald Trump now regrets not heeding the advice of his Middle Eastern friends not to launch a military campaign against Iran. By the way, the 22nd chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, also tried to convince Trump not to start a war against Iran. Back then, General Kane directly stated that the risk of a negative outcome for the United States in this armed conflict is very high. However, Trump rejected all the advice and did whatever he wanted. As a result, the United States was drawn into another prolonged war, with unpredictable consequences for Washington. Meanwhile, the situation in the Middle East continues to escalate rapidly. On the morning of March 4, the U.S. State Department urged American citizens to immediately leave 15 countries in the Middle East, including Israel, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and even Cyprus. It is worth noting that this happened right after Iran attacked the American military base Victoria, in Baghdad, as well as 2 CIA buildings in Iraq and Saudi Arabia. Thus, the number of American military facilities under attack continues to grow rapidly throughout the Middle East. Currently, there are communication disruptions at all U.S. military bases in the region. Thus, Tehran has once again demonstrated to the world that there are no red lines for Iran, and that the Islamic Republic will continue to attack U.S. and Israeli forces even on the territory of other countries. Meanwhile, on March 4, Iranian air defense systems shot down an Israeli reconnaissance and strike drone Heron TP over the western province of Khuzestan, 7 kilometers from the city of Dimeshq. As a result, the Iranian military not only obtained the Israeli drone itself, but also the latest Israeli Mikolid missiles, the main characteristics of which are still kept secret. It is reported that Iranian engineers and their Russian counterparts have already begun studying these Israeli weapons systems. However, Israel's failures did not end there. A few hours ago, Iranian intelligence arrested General Esmail Khani, commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It is reported that this high-ranking Iranian officer was an Israeli spy, and regularly provided valuable information to Mossad. Furthermore, sources confirm that it was General Esmail Khani who helped Israel eliminate the country's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Reports indicate that General Khani has provided the Israelis with the exact location of Iran's supreme leader. However, despite this, the Israelis decided to play it safe, and struck several targets at once: Khamenei's house, the military office of the supreme leader of Iran, and the building of the National Security Council Secretariat. As a result, not only was Ali Khamenei killed, but also his family, including his young grandchildren. It is clear that after the arrest of the main Israeli spy, Iran's missile attacks on Israeli decision-making centers will only intensify.
Right to it, gentlemen. There are major updates in this conflict Iran is getting very strategic, incredibly strategic with its retaliation, hitting a CIA base station, hitting multiple THAAD air defense systems in the UAE, and especially one in the UAE as of the last 24 hours. I think there are only 11 of these in the world. But I wanted to ask you, Professor Morandi, if you could put this retaliation in the context of what also is happening in Iran, and how you think this is going at the moment, given that the situation, I know, is quite dangerous in the country, but also Iran's retaliation has been quite furious, and many have been taking note of it.
Well, ironically, the war has strengthened Iran, despite the bombings and the slaughter and the bombings of schools and hospitals and the bombing of IRIB, the Iranian National Radio and Television. I went there the night before last, I think. I usually don't go on Iranian TV, but because of the war, I said I'll go. And then, I mean, I have nothing against it, but I just don't want to be like a public figure in Iran. I'm already doing enough abroad. But I went the night before last, and when I got to the studio, because I'd been there a couple of years before, it was destroyed. And they said, no, you have to go to another building. So I went to another building, and I did this interview till midnight, and then I left. And 1 hour later, they bombed IRIB again. So there, they bomb Iranian radio and television. You don't hear about this in the Western media. They bomb apartment blocks. They flatten homes, and it's quite stunning. But aside from that, and the criminality of the Epstein regime, we see people very united. And I'm sure you've seen footage of this, and I put this in my Telegram account. Every night we have gatherings across the country in different cities. And in Tehran, they don't have a single gathering. Sorry, they gather in different parts of the city, like in 20 different squares. And each of them are like in the, I don't know, hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands, depending. Huge. And people so there are millions on the streets of Tehran, even though a lot of people have left, because the government shut down schools after they slaughtered the little girls in the elementary school. They closed all schools and universities and asked people to leave if they don't have work to do in Tehran. But the people on the streets, and you can see them in some of the clips that I put on my Telegram channel, people on the streets are chanting, and then you can see anti-aircraft defenses working because they're under missile attacks. And people don't budge. They won't move. They won't run. Men and women, huge crowds in different parts of the city. I never thought I'd see that sort of thing in my life. And so the mood in Tehran is very defiant. People are united. And actually, I told an anecdotal example to the judge on his program, that 3 of my own students, well, there's students of my faculty. A couple of them I never had class with before. But they were apparently, from what they were saying, involved in these riots that we had in January. Not like with knives and, or weapons and guns, just like some of the young people who are with these, who are foolish enough to believe the propaganda coming from the Western Persian language media outlets funded by Western intelligence agencies. And these 3 people contacted me, and two of them were very emotional. And they were asking me, how can we help? How can we make up for what we did? it was quite moving, actually, speaking to a couple of them. And it just shows that, you know, what the Trump and Netanyahu and these barbaric regimes have done is they've taught the younger generation in Iran what we could not teach them, because they did not witness the revolution, they did not experience the Shah, the Savak, his secret police, the brutality, the slaughter on the streets of Tehran during the revolution. They didn't experience the US-backed war of Saddam Hussein. They didn't experience chemical weapons. They didn't see these things. So now they're experiencing firsthand what the United States really is, what the regime in Washington, what the empire, what this evil empire, what this Epstein regime really is. And so it's united people in a way in which not even the 12-day war did. This is just something different. And as I told you, the scenes on Tehran that are on the streets of Tehran, people you've seen some of the footage of the vicious airstrikes. These people are sick barbarians, these Americans and these Zionists, just destroying neighborhoods. But you see the people on the streets, and when they see the surface-to-air defenses, they don't move. They say, we're ready for martyrdom. They chant against the United States. Now, I find it, I think if anyone wonders why people chant death to America in these ceremonies in Iran, do they still wonder why? So the Islamic Republic of Iran today is stronger than what it was, much stronger than what it was a week ago. And Ayatollah Khamenei, who was always popular, and Pepe has been to Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei is a popular figure. Administration, some of them become popular, then they become unpopular, then they become popular again, but he's always been popular. Yes, he has his opponents. Some people despise him. Some people are indifferent to him, but he's popular. But when he was martyred, his image became even greater in the eyes of all different sectors of society. He refused to leave his house in office because he said that a lot of people are struggling and they have nowhere to go. And since they have nowhere to go, I'm not going anywhere. He was super clean. None of his children have businesses, even a small shop. Not because he's against business, but he says that since you're linked to me, you should not be in business. So they all are educated. They either teach at university. His son-in-law, who was martyred, taught at Tabiat Mudaris University, which is near the University of Tehran, near where I teach. His children are all highly educated. They either teach at seminaries or universities. And so he was a person who was imprisoned multiple times during the Shah's reign, tortured. And then after the revolution, he was the youngest of the leadership. And when the war started, he immediately went to the war fronts, even though he had never held a gun before, even though he'd never been trained before. He learned how to fight in the war fronts. Later, he became president. He survived an assassination attack. That's why his right arm is disabled. He became president. And then during the last months of the war, when the United States entered the battle alongside Saddam during the last few months, and the US began to bomb, they shot down an Iranian airliner, killing 290 people. They destroyed a number of Iranian naval ships. They destroyed Iranian oil facilities and murdered a lot of Iranians. So the war front with Saddam Hussein had become unstable. He went to the war front as president, and I saw him there, and he was a target, obviously, but he had no fear. This is an intellectual who spoke 4 languages, who was fluent in 4 languages, Persian, he is like a literature scholar. His knowledge of Persian literature is enormous. When he speaks Persian, it's perfect. He speaks eloquently. His Arabic and his knowledge of Arabic culture and literature, enormous. His father is Azeri. He is very fluent in Azeri. Khamenei is a Iranian Azeri city. He is very fluent. He was a close friend of the most famous Azeri poet of the last few centuries, Shahryar. And he knew English. And he read novels in English, including, I think his favorite novel that he read in English was Les Miserables, Hugo, which also I think reflects his personality to a degree, because he was always a person who, just like when he refused to leave his house and said, I'm staying put, because even though everyone knew he would be the first target. So he's always stressing on different administrations, whether leftist or to the right, whether liberal or whatever. We've had different administrations with very different worldviews during these years, but he would always stress that we have to take care of the marginalized, the underclass, the oppressed, those who've been left behind. And that's one major reason why he was so
Guys, Blue Chew Gold is the only one that's combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and apomorphine. Sildenafil and
insistent that we have to support the Palestinians, the Southern Africans during the resistance against apartheid. He traveled to Southern Africa as president. Nelson Mandela, very soon after he was released, traveled to Tehran to meet him and called him his leader. And he supported Nicaragua, Cuba, and Venezuela because he saw them as the oppressed. And he was a unique person. I've never known a person like him in my life. No one near him. He was an amazing person. But with regards to the military, he's organized the state in a way that, despite his demise, the armed forces is working 24 hours a day. Iran is firing missiles and drones at the American assets in the Persian Gulf and at the Israeli regime day and night. And since the Americans are unable to destroy any of these underground bases, which itself was an act of genius, this whole notion of setting up a defense system, creating your own drone industry and your own drone technology at a time when the world was still into airplanes and that sort of thing. Remember, the Russians needed Iran's help. So this was his policy. And then missiles, and then having them underground, deep underground. And so since the American regime and the Israeli regime can't destroy any of these underground bases, they take it out on people. They bomb schools. They bomb hospitals. They bomb local police stations. They bomb cultural centers. They carry out double tap attacks across the city of Tehran and in other cities. A friend of mine was in Ferdowsi Square, a place I think Pepe has visited. Ferdowsi Square
Many
is in
times.
central Tehran. They bombed Ferdowsi Square. A friend of mine was witness. He didn't hear of it. And then when people rushed to help and first responders were trying to find people under the rubble, they struck again. And they've done this in different areas in Tehran. A journalist who I think works for Drop Site News told me himself that he went to one of these squares public square, and saw the devastation there, and the people were saying they did the same thing there too. So the Americans and the Israelis are trying to take revenge on people because they can't access these underground bases. So this, their viciousness aside, their medieval character aside, the brilliance of this military structure, I think, is extraordinary. And the fact that despite all the difficulties and maximum pressure sanctions, right now in Iran, you don't see people in these long queues and lines for bread or whatever. Yeah. They've long before they've gathered stocks for this day.
Wow.
So for the next few months, there won't be any real crisis unless the Americans start targeting other things, which is not impossible. But I'm sure they have answers for that too. So the point is that Iran is stronger today. True, they're murdering people, they're destroying public facilities, they're murdering children, they're murdering men and women. And the Western media, completely indifferent. They're like cheerleaders for war. And it shows that there's no real difference between any of the Western media outlets. Although we all know this from Gaza and from Lebanon and from Yemen. There's no difference between CNN and Fox News or The Guardian and The New York Times and Breitbart. They're all the same. One is more bombastic, one may be a bit more sophisticated or nuanced, or not nuanced, but more subtle. But they're all the same. So they start the war. We were negotiating like last time, and they start the war. That too, in Iran, was an element which strengthened national unity. Because even those who were naive and thought that maybe we could do a deal with the Americans saw once again, like 8-9 months ago, that the Americans are liars, that the Americans are deceitful, that they have the worst qualities possible, these elites. And so this strengthens national, each of these elements, the fact that Western media is indifferent, the fact that Iran was negotiating and the other side tried to deceive Iran. Of course, this time around, no one was deceived. We all were expecting an attack. In fact, the night before the attack, me and a number of friends, we were talking together, and we were all saying the chances that it'll be tonight are very high. So, but all of these, the March of the Mubayatullah Khamenei, the fact that they began with the slaughter of children, just like when they shot down the airliner, which in my opinion was intentional. And the bombing of this school was definitely intentional, without a doubt, without a doubt. You could find this school on Google Map. How could they not know where they're bombing? So in any case, national unity today is much stronger. It was always strong, but it was stronger. Some of those people, at least from my own anecdotal experience and from things that a couple of my colleagues have said, some of those young people who got caught up in this, those riots, many of them have shifted. Their views have evolved. They've woken up. We couldn't have, with 100 years of textbooks and philosophy professors and political professors, we couldn't have convinced them to change their views. But Trump and Netanyahu, within 24 hours, they taught these kids what we learned when we were young, what we experienced. When I survived chemical attacks, I'll never forget it. These kids are witnessing the true America. They are witnessing the essence of the Western Empire, the essence of Zionism, the essence of the Epstein class. They're feeling it. When you see all these dead kids or families screaming from under the rubble, just like in Gaza and in Lebanon or in Yemen, you comprehend it in a very different way. And so the United States, at least for years to come, has shown to younger Iranians what it really means, the United States.
Yeah.
And hopefully by the time the next generation grows up, the empire will be gone.
Yeah. Well, Pepe, I wanted to get your reaction to Iran's retaliation as you have seen it to this aggression, given all these great points by Professor Marandi.
Benny,
Yeah.
hey, can I do my oldest profession in the world a little bit with Mohammed? I want to be the interviewer for 10 minutes, if that's okay.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay, and then you can ask me something. But I think we need to get from Mohammed, because he is in the battlefield, in the theater, a few precisions. Mohammed, I have two sets of questions, 3 or 4, let's say, each. First thing, is Tehran being carpet bombed day and night? Is it out of revenge, spite, impotence, pure perversion, because they know that the only weapon that they may have now is to intimidate the civilian population, considering that they are being hammered all across the spectrum, from Israel to all the military bases across the Gulf. And related to that, are the air defense network in Tehran, as you see it, is it working properly? Is it so-so, or it has been disabled? This is the first set. What's really happening in Tehran on the ground now, please?
No, air defenses are not disabled, but the United States Air Force, which is much larger than that of the Israeli regime, combined with the Israeli regime, is very large, and so a lot of the air defenses have been working very hard to protect the country, but they do get through. Much of the strikes are with missiles. They fire either from the jets from over airspace, or Kuwaiti airspace, or Saudi airspace, or other areas in the Persian Gulf, and Iraqi airspace. Of course, the Iraqi government is opposed to this, but they can't do anything about it. But sometimes from my understanding, they do enter Iranian airspace. They are met with air defense and with Iranian jets. But it's a very complicated battlefield, and the Americans have lots of jets. So Iranian air defenses, I would say, their major improvement has been against drones. And also Iranian intelligence has been much better. We don't have the sabotage at all that we had 8-9 months ago, which is a big deal. The drones that the Americans and the Israelis use to find targets, they are being shot down very regularly. And of course, we know that 3 American jets were shot down over Kuwait. The Iranians say they shot it down. The Americans say it was friendly fire, which I think is even worse in a way, because if you're going to shoot down your own jets, that doesn't say much about your technology. But no, it's not as if the air defenses have collapsed. That's not the case. But they are heavily bombing Tehran. Sometimes they do strike particular targets, but often they're just striking neighborhoods. Like, for example, the Gandhi Hospital. They struck this hospital, and it's been evacuated. It's a private hospital, so it has nothing to do with the government. And they struck the IVF clinic. So a lot of women who wanted to have babies will probably not be able to have babies now. And the infant ward was particularly badly damaged. They've struck many hospitals across the country, and police stations. So what they're trying to do, but when they bomb like the police, they bomb the neighborhood. like the police, it's you've been to Tehran. It's not as if like there are these separate buildings and there's just a part of the city. You strike and the buildings around are damaged or collapse or they miss. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to destroy the social fabric of Iran. They want to demolish the social fabric to create chaos. And in the process, they carry out massive airstrikes. And when you see these neighborhoods, it's like hell. But so I would say it's a combination, but it's mostly to intimidate. And I think the real reason behind these airstrikes on civilians and civilian targets and all that is basically out of frustration that they have not been able to weaken Iran's missile capabilities or drone capabilities. And they also underestimated their capabilities. And the reason is because Iran has many underground missile cities that they don't know about. The Iranians are not using most of the cities at all. They're using the same missile cities that they used in the previous war. And the others remain untouched. And Iran's factories to build missiles and drones are all underground. So Iran continues to make new drones and to make new missiles of different types, and the Americans can't do anything about it. So that angers them. Iran has now been able to, as both of you know, weaken the air defenses of both the Israeli regime and in the Persian Gulf. They've been using older missiles for the most part, almost exclusively. These missiles were made 20 years ago. So the Iranians are firing them off and emptying the air defenses both in the Persian Gulf, but mostly in Israel. In the Persian Gulf, they've been using older drones for the most part, and again, destroying air defenses and emptying air defenses. But in the Persian Gulf, they're destroying the air defenses very effectively. So as time goes by, Iran can use less missiles to do more, and they haven't even really touched their newer technology. And they can use less drones to do more, and they haven't really been using their newer technology. And one reason that shows Iran's strength is the fact that the Americans can do nothing about the Strait of Hormuz. So Trump said that he's going to send in the Navy to escort the ships. Let's see him do it. He can't. Those ships they'll sink. In fact, one reason why the airstrikes in Iran have been less effective across the country is because the Americans and the Americans there, they have to take their jets and their naval ships, keep them far away. And so when the planes come, they have to refuel in the air, then strike, then go back and refuel, and then land wherever it is they land. Apparently, a lot of them go to Cyprus. From what I've heard, a lot of the jets have left Saudi Arabia and Jordan because Iranian missiles have been striking them, and they've gone to Cyprus, and that's where they take off and murder women and children.
You never touch the door at Sewell. Someone is always opening the door for you. Not only the door.
Thank you, Muhammad. Now the short second set, which is about Mujtaba Khamenei. He has not been confirmed yet officially as the new supreme leader. In case he is, and the best information that I had in the beginning of the week is that he was the front runner. And today there are some indirect confirmations that he has already been chosen. If that's the case, give us your personal analysis of Mojtaba, which seems to be extremely competent, tough as nails, excellent relationship with the leadership of the IRGC. What can Iran and the Gulf and the Global South expect of him if he is really the new supreme leader? And just complementing what you just told us about the situation on the ground in Tehran and the apparently indiscriminate attack on civilians, which is the new strategy, especially the past 48 hours or so, we can read the initial attack on day one on the elementary girls' school by the Epstein syndicate as a ritualistic murder. It totally ties with their mindset. It was an intimidation right on day one, exactly to throw society into total convulsion, an act horrific beyond belief, which, of course, as we all know, didn't merit a single comma of condemnation by the whole of NATO's tongue, the whole collective West. So maybe they are trying to apply the same methodology, let's put it this way, to the civilian population in Tehran and in some other major cities. Thanks, Mohammed.
You know, on the first day, I think I did a tweet, and I said that these Epstein-class murderers and rapists now, who murder and rape girls are now bombing girls, and that's to be expected of these people. And just as I do not believe that the downing of the Iran air flight was an accident. We had 8 years of war with Saddam Hussein, and we never accidentally, shot down a plane. The only time where we did was the Ukrainian plane, which was tragic. But this was very different. The Americans were not under duress. The Iranian airplane was flying from Bandar Abbas to Dubai, a very short flight, and it was flying in its corridor. And it was very clear as day what was happening. And the Americans wanted the war to end. They were bombing Iranian facilities, and Iran did not have the naval and the capabilities to really fight back effectively because they're busy with Iraq. So I believe that that downing of that plane was intentional, especially since the United States never apologized. And the U.S. Vice President at the time, Bush the senior, said, I'll never apologize for anything that the Americans have done. And but with regards to the leader, so far no announcement has been made, and I can't really comment on individuals because people abroad and some people in Iran for some reason, no matter the more I say this is not true, the more some people are convinced that it is true. But I don't, I'm not in government, I'm not a part of the state. And so if I comment on any of these issues, it could lead people, push people in the wrong direction. What I can say is that there will be continuity. The Council of Experts, which is an elected body that chooses and removes the leader according to the Constitution, they will vote for someone like Ayatollah Khamenei with the same worldview. And what I would add here is that a lot of things have changed in Iranian politics. A lot of things have changed. A lot of differences that existed until recently no longer exist. Views on the United States, views on the West are much more similar among the political class and those who are involved in politics than they were a few years ago. Even, I don't want to mention websites, but some of the some of the media outlets in Iran that I really dislike and who have been very pro-American in recent days, they have been very critical of the West. So I see a new awakening in Iran, sort of like those, and it's not just the youth, and it's not just ordinary people, but it's also the political elites. So whoever becomes leader, I think that that person will be pursuing similar policies that we've been experiencing in the past. And that is not good news for the United States, especially since, as I said, those in the let's say in the more, I don't know if I can put it this way anymore, but the more liberal camp in Iran, many of them have shifted their views. When you actually see the slaughter, when you actually see them targeting women and children, when you see them bomb, the first hospital that they struck in Tehran was the Gandhi hospital, ironically.
Yeah.
These people are, the Indian government, which is so much in love with Israel, the Gandhi hospital and a private hospital. And so this has changed the way people see things. Some of these, these so-called Iranians who live abroad, many of them, by the way, are on the payroll. Tens of thousands of Iranians abroad are on the payroll in one way or another. You have 4,000 Iranians just in Albania in a troll farm. And then you have thousands in other troll farms. You have hundreds of Persian language media outlets, television stations. All of these are funded by Western governments. They're not making money from expensive studios or using satellite. That costs money. The Western governments pay for it, and they have staff, and they have people, they have websites, they have Telegram channels, they have Twitter accounts, and then you have all these elites and cooperating with think tanks. They're probably 20,000 so-called Iranians on the payroll. And these people outside of Iran, they portray Iran that you've been here. So I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying this to the audience. These people are portraying an Iran that is only in their imagination. It's a completely different Iran. It doesn't exist on planet Earth. No matter how much they try, you can find people in Iran who think like them, although increasingly smaller in number. But that's not Iran. That's a small segment of Iran. Just as we saw during the anniversary of the revolution, the millions who came to the streets in Tehran, tens of millions across the country. But during the last few nights, it's stunning. Millions of people under threat of death and destruction. They won't budge. So whoever comes to power has a very strong mandate and has the Iranian population behind them. And Iranians want punishment. And they are going to punish the United States. And what they're doing in the Persian Gulf, whatever harm they do to Iranian women and children, what Iran can do to them in the Persian Gulf is enormous. Right now, the Iranians are only beginning to show what they can do. They've shut the Strait of Hormuz, but they're not destroying the ships. They've badly damaged 10 or 15, I think roughly 15 tankers who were disobeying and tried to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and they badly struck them, and some of them have sunk. But most of the ships are staying put, and the Iranians are waiting. Some of these installations in the Persian Gulf are being destroyed, those that are linked to U.S. interests. However, that's defined. Hotels which host U.S. forces, they're targets. U.S. bases that are linked to ports, those ports that may be civil. Right now, a lot of U.S. forces are in civilian ports. Those civilian ports are targets. None of these Arab dictatorships are in a position to complain. These family dictatorships have allowed the Americans to set a base and conspire against Iran and launch a war. They're all complicit. They can't have their cake and eat it too. They are murdering Iranian women and children. So Qatar, which is an American proxy, has no right to complain about it. The Qatari foreign minister, or apparently I heard from someone that he said, we will not stay indifferent. If Qatar tries anything against Iran, that will be the end of Qatar. It'll be finished in a day. If Iran wants, they can destroy all these oil and gas facilities, and it will take years to rebuild them. And if Iran wants all the Americans to leave, all they have to do is destroy the desalination plants, and it'll be over. And they can destroy the tankers. If that happens, there will be no oil to take out of the Strait of Hormuz. And there'll be no tankers to take that non-existent oil or gas out of the Strait of Hormuz. So right now, the Iranians are telling the Americans, this is up to you. We did not want this war. We want to live.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Live and allow people to thrive. We want this genocide in Gaza to come to an end, this Holocaust, but we don't want to create a third world war, and we don't want to bring down the global economy. But there's not a thing in the world that the Americans can do to stop Iran if Iran wants to do that. Trump just said that he'll open up the Strait of Hormuz. Let's see him do it. Let's see him do it. Can't. So this is where things are. And I think that as things stand, we are heading towards, a much more dangerous situation. But again, both of you know, we've discussed this before in person, online. These are things that we've been saying for years. I mean, when Trump says he was surprised that Iran struck at the Persian Gulf, well, he's an idiot. And his advisors are idiots. It was obvious it was going to happen. I've said it on Danny's show, I'm sure, multiple times. Right now, they're bombing Tehran. I don't know if you can hear it.
No, I can't.
The air defenses are working, so obviously the bombs are going to explode any moment. So, can you hear? Anyway, so it's clear as day. I mean, if they'd been watching Danny's show, they would have known that the Iranians are not going to sit back and allow the Americans to destroy Iran's civil society and from bases in the Persian Gulf, and let the Qatari dictatorship or the Emirati dictatorship just sit there and have their cake and watch it on CNN. It's not going to happen. That's not how it's going to happen. And I've been warning. Some of these Qataris have complained to the Iranian government about me last year. When the Wall Street Journal said that when Trump comes back to power, he's thinking about bombing Iran. And I wrote a tweet saying that, well, if he does, that'll be bad because CENTCOM is in Qatar, near Doha, and it'll be destroyed. And then the Qataris were very upset, and I'm not even in government. So some people, I mean, the foreign ministry called me and said, can you delete the tweet? The only time in my life that I've ever deleted a tweet for the substance, I mean, I may have missed my grammar or something was wrong back then in the day when you couldn't edit. I may have deleted many tweets or multiple tweets, but the only time in my life that I deleted a tweet was when the foreign ministry asked me to do so, because the spokesman for the foreign ministry is a friend. I did it because he's a friend, and that's it basically. But I was telling facts. It's obvious what would happen. And then when When the Americans bombed Iran last time around, Iran struck Doha, exactly as I said. And this time around, when the Americans are waging war against the Iranian people with all those bases in the Persian Gulf, what do they expect from Iran? And why should the Saudis or the Emiratis or the Jordanians complain? And the most disgusting thing of all, and this does not reflect on people in this region, but to see Turkey, the regime, allow US bases in Turkey to be used against us, allow AWACS jets to fly over Turkish airspace to gather data for the United States to bomb us, while they are transporting the Aliyev regime's in Azerbaijan, the Aliyev regime's oil to Netanyahu, discounted oil, is despicable. And it just shows the Akka party is fake. They should go and start thinking about football and the economy and television and movies and stop talking about Palestine, because it's all fake. It was all just to build up their own image. When they allowed Hamas to go there, it was because the Americans asked them to do it, and the Israelis, just like Doha. And the same is true with Doha. These are all, the Doha is a proxy, the Emirates, but all of these countries are helping the United States. Some more and some less. In the Persian Gulf, they're all in. Jordan, it's all in. They're all in. Turkey, more subtle, but they're helping. And they're cooperating with it. So it's basically Iran against the whole West, these proxy regimes. And what does Iran sin? Two things. Iran wants to be independent. And two, Iran can't accept genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine. That's why we're so horrible. That's why we're the evil regime. That's why for 47 years, they've been demonizing us. And one final note. Poor Danny, it's his show, and he's not even talking. But,
I love it. Keep going. Keep going.
One final note. I've been doing this program on Al-Mayadeen every week, and for a few weeks. It's not my thing, but sort of I was pushed into it. And I'm not good at these things. But last week, I'm not doing it now from this week because of the situation. Things have changed. Until the war ends, I guess. But last Friday, I did a program. It's a monologue, and it was about the forever collapsing Islamic Republic. That how in the West, the Islamic Republic of Iran is always collapsing. And I did some research. Well, thanks to DeepSeek mostly, but I did some research, and well, I didn't really do any research. DeepSeek really gave me a lot of information. I just put it together. And the headlines in the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, and so on, if you remove those headlines and the key phrases and sentences in the articles and put them in today's New York Times and Washington Post and so on, you wouldn't know the difference. And anyone can go after the show and take a look at my program. They can look at my program. I quote them. The revolution is failing. The youth, like in the 1990s, in the late 1990s, I think, the youth who don't have memories of the revolution, don't want it anymore. The 1990s. A second revolution is brewing. This was back then. And nothing has changed. So every time they'll say people are protesting, of course, it's an evil regime, it's unpopular. They gun down peaceful protesters on the streets and all that nonsense and all those lies. And many in the West believe it because they're brought up with this fake narrative. But when they act against Iran, their head hits a brick wall. Why? Because the reality is one thing, and their fake narratives are something else. It's an alternative Iran. It's a fake Iran. It's their imaginary Iran. That these Iranians on the exile who are on their payroll, and some of the Iranians who are not, but they left Iran with the Shah, or they left with the MEK, or I know Iranians. I mean, I know quite a few Iranians in the West. If you speak in favor of Iran, it's not going to do you any good in getting a job and getting employed. I mean, if someone like me went to the United States, they wouldn't allow me to teach in the kindergarten class because of my political views. So obviously people are conditioned to think in a certain way as well. But in any case, those segments of the diaspora, if we can call them the diaspora, that advocate war, death, and destruction, they have nothing to do with the reality in Iran and public opinion in Iran. But nothing is going to change in Western media because it's Epstein class control. Just like Trump is Epstein class control, the media is Epstein class control. So that is the narrative, and anyone who thinks otherwise is fool. Just like, I mean, Gaza, I think, was evidence enough. And then in addition to the Western media, it's this Arabic media and regional media. They're the same because these oil and gas rich despots, which are proxies of the West, their media, whether it's Qatar, they have an empire, each and every one of them. It's not just Al Jazeera or Al Arabiya or Sky News Arabia. They have all sorts of funding for websites and TV channels and these Wahhabi and Salafi clerics and their centers and so on. They've been doing the same thing, demonizing Iran, telling everyone how evil the Iranians are, how evil the Shia are. They've been always telling the Palestinians how evil the Shia are. And then the Persian media empire that the West created, whenever they say these things, they translate it into Persian and then broadcast it. So Iranians would see, wow, they hate us. They hate the Shia. They want us dead. And then if a Palestinian says something about Iran, which some have, then they would focus on that. So that Iranians would say, well, why are we helping the Palestinians when they want us dead? Because some of these people are takfiri, Salafi, Wahhabi, takfiri. So I know some of these people. They have TV. I know people have TV stations in London. They're takfiri. But Ayatollah Khamenei, he didn't care. He wouldn't allow this sort of thing to change the view of him or his supporters about the Palestinian people. He would say they're oppressed, they are being ethnically cleansed, and we have to support them. And that says a lot, by the way, about the Iranians in general, those who support the Palestinian cause, because they're being told day and night that the Palestinians hate you, that the Arabs hate you, and so on and so forth. But yet, and a lot of this is not true. A lot of this is exaggeration, and that's the objective. It's to divide and rule, and it's not as if, right now, you've seen that after the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei, how much support he has across the region, and what people are saying about him, scholars, Sunni, Shia, Christians, Jews. But the point is that these regimes and those on the payroll, like the Western media, they have been trying their best to create division. But despite that, Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, has been steadfast in its support for the Palestinian people. And I think that's a very big thing. If you're still there, Danny, you can join the conversation.
Yeah, no, I'm still here. It's an incredible analysis, Professor Marty and Pepe. Incredible questions. Thanks so much for bringing those in. My only question, if Pepe wants to join,
maybe we should just take over the show and call it the Mohammed Pepe show, or the Pepe Mohammed show, and just remove you from the YouTube channel.
And it would work because your names are all in the title, so it would be totally everyone. It would be convincing. No, but Pepe.
No, of course.
Well, but Pepe, if you wanted to chime in here, your reaction to, I named just some of the developments in the beginning of the show with Iran hitting the CIA station in Riyadh. They've hit this absolutely critical radar in Qatar. Qatar is shutting down their gas trade now. There's been so many developments rolling in on Iran's retaliation, and I wanted to ask you, what have you made of it? And maybe you can help the audience understand just how big in scope it is, because now we also have Hezbollah back in. I don't think we've mentioned that. Maybe, Professor Marty, you did earlier in the program, but there's so many elements to this, but I wanted, Pepe, if you could help the audience understand it.
Yes, I was putting together a very long column before our conversation, so it's going to be in the middle of the night here in Southeast Asia, trying to put all these interlocking elements together to give an overall view of how this decentralized mosaic strategy, which is the official Iranian denomination to what they're doing, how it is evolving and how immensely sophisticated it is. From the beginning, and starting with the fact that the counterpunch to the decapitation strike started half an hour after the decapitation strike, and it was relentless, and it was multi-vector, simultaneous, all over the spectrum, Israel and Israeli and US interests across the Gulf. And that continues. Maybe in the past, less than 24 hours, the Iranians are launching less missiles. It doesn't matter. And as Muhammad was saying super correctly, these are the old ones. So they still have a lot of old missiles to launch because they haven't even started with the new ones and with the ones that we don't even know that they have. This is going to be for the next stage when we're going to have the interceptor crisis, especially after 4 or 5 days time from now, like in the beginning of next week. Then we're going to be in interceptor crisis hell for Israel and for the US. So the timing of the escalation, the way it has been planned, this was obviously months in planning. Of course, it's obviously started before the 12-day war, but they learned from their mistakes during the 12-day war. They are not repeating their mistakes after the 12-day war. And of course, now they have that extra, I would say, pigment in the whole picture, which is direct intel, satellite, and first-class information in real time from Russia and from China. This doesn't have to be advertised by any one of this strategic triad. It's there and it's working. And obviously, everybody knows, considering all, like Mohammed has been to Moscow many times. We even met in Moscow several times. And we know how the interaction at the highest level of the Russian Ministry of Defense and the Iranian Ministry of Defense, how it works and how they help each other. And for instance, there are some elements of even poetic justice. They discovered in some of the drones used in the current battlefield, which theoretically are shaheeds, but they were sort of upgrades of the shaheeds that Russians bought and then manufactured in Russia as geraniums and using the jamming devices in the geraniums, but now in the shaheeds in Iran. This is absolutely fascinating. It's a back and forth of technology, which implies that the strategic relationship in terms of exchanging state of their technology is up there. And stuff that people discover only later after the fact. In fact, the Comet jamming device in the Iranian Shahed drones. So now I see we are progressing across two parallel tracks, and it's very, very dangerous because they won't intersect. They were two parallel tracks, and they are running towards the the finishing line, which is not going to be a finishing line. It's going to be a finishing line for the next few weeks. Can Iran resist for the next few days until the interceptor hell is definitive on the Israeli side and on the American side? And then they can go to the next stage, which is totally obliterate all these bases, CIA cells, and American installations all across the Gulf, those that are not obliterated yet. And of course, go against Israel, no holds barred, with their latest generation hypersonic missiles. This is one thing. And the other parallel track is, if the Americans see that they are entering interceptor hell, and this is going to be the next stage of the war, they can do what they are already doing, as Mohammed explained to us only a few minutes ago, which is bombing civilian targets in Tehran and in other major cities of Tehran, and then go for the Gaza syndrome, level a great deal of Iran out of impotence, revenge, total perversion, and because they think they can get away with it, which is even worse. So that's very, very dangerous. And this is where we are in the next crucial, I would say, 5 days, 1 week from now. Is this going to change everything that is behind this centralized mosaic strategy and the Iranian strategy, which is essentially death by 1,000 cuts against the US and against Israel at the same time? No, it's not going to change. So if we follow the logical conclusion of these two parallel tracks advancing like crazy on both sides and never meeting, it is really an existential war. It's a do or die war, especially for Iran. And of course, Iran now is representing the whole global South. That's my personal thesis. This is a war not only against Iran, but against the three top BRICS, Iran, Russia, and China, against BRICS as a whole, and against the BRICS partners, and against the global South as a whole. This means against the 88, 89% of the global population. So that's why this is the war that is going to define geopolitically the rest of the century. And this is not hyperbolic at all. These are the facts now. And Iran is in the front line. And what I found particularly touching, and it's not a stretch at all, is that we owe this to three Shiite martyrs, in fact. We owe this to General Soleimani.
Okay, guys, your car insurance company does not want you to know you can do this.
Big chunk of your monthly payment isn't even for insurance.
We owe this to Syed Nasrallah, and we owe this to Ayatollah Khamenei. This is the triad that was martyred and that was killed by the Empire of Chaos and that death cult in West Asia. And now, Shiite Islam, with the leader of 300 million plus Shiites all over the world, killed by this genocidal empire, and of course, their aircraft carrier in West Asia, they are defending the whole of the global South, in fact, which is something that a lot of beyond stupidified and brainwashed so-called leftists all across the West, from France and Germany to Brazil, for that matter, they still don't get it. They can't, because they have been completely brainwashed. So that's why we are in the middle of the defining moment of the 21st century geopolitically. It's as clear as it cannot be more clear than that. And we all hope Iran is not going to be destroyed, which is something that they would not even think twice, the Empire of Chaos and the death cult in West Asia, to do. If Iran is destroyed, the rest of the century in terms of real freedom for the global south as a whole is destroyed. At the moment, these people have already managed to blow bricks from the inside, blow the SCO from the inside. The SCO launched an absolutely ridiculous communique a day or two ago. They are two crippled, crypto walking dead organizations at the moment. The great deal of the global south is too apoplectic to organize any sort of reaction. The United States, well, it was 6 feet under, now it's 12 feet under.
Yeah.
And it's not going to resurrect anytime soon. There's not going to be a return of the living UN dead. So it's terrible. The only thing we see, I would say, the only glimpse of possible light at the end of this very dark tunnel is that series of phone calls of Vladimir Putin early this week with everybody that matters in the Persian Gulf. In fact, they called him. They asked him, do something. Can you be the mediator? So in Moscow, I was in Moscow last week before the war, unfortunately. I left Moscow, 3 days before the war. And I went through, of all places, I went through Oman. I was in Oman 2 days before the war. Of course, there was all sorts of rumors all around the world, but we will never expect that Muhammad was saying that on Friday in Tehran, they were expecting that it could happen between Friday and Saturday. In Oman, on Thursday, people were saying, no, we're going to have the next meeting, the indirect meeting on Monday. So, and they are still discussing. There's a possibility of a deal and all that. Poor Omanis. Very gracious, of course, but poor Omanis, of course. So at least a lot of stuff is now absolutely clear. Death of international law, death of the UN, death of any possibility of mediation or negotiation or diplomacy with the empire of chaos, plunder, and permanent strikes, or if we don't like you, we kill you. That's what it is now. The mafiazation, the total mafiazation of the American presidency, led by a megalomaniacal mafioso, taught by an advisor of McCarthyist, Senator Joseph McCarthy. That tells you everything about Trump. Who taught Trump to be the thing that he is now? He learned it from a McCarthyite. That's it. That's a very simple answer. So he has to act like a boss or an aspirant to Tony Soprano the way he is now. That's what he really is. We should not be astonished by all that. What we should be astonished at is that the sovereignty of the United States is also 6 feet under after the start of this war. This is a war by a mafioso presidency, basically following orders of a genocidal war criminal. And when we have historians in the 21st century, independent historians from the global south, who will be writing the history of the 21st century, this is what is going to be written, And this was the final moral, not to mention geopolitical, geoeconomic, etc., collapse of so-called Western civilization, which, by the way, at the Munich Security Conference, via the little pathetic Cusano Marco Rubio, was described as, yes, we are the heirs of Western civilization, the heirs of you Europeans, and now we're going to recolonize the global south, and you Europeans, you have to be with us, and they're going to recover all the previous historical bling that you have, thanks to us Americans. So at least now everything is clear. The enormous tragedy of all that is that this is clear via another completely absurd, murderous, incredibly pervert war that started with the decapitation strike of a leader of a sovereign nation and the killing of 160 or 70 girls in an elementary school in a ritualistic murder by a bunch of perverts who adore their piece of shit God with that piece of shit book that nobody can stand. At least it's clear to all of us, you know. And what we're living these days, at least, is okay, let's see if Iran, with their decentralized mosaic strategy, if they are capable to put up enough resistance to turn the game around and to teach a lesson to this bunch of perverts.
Yeah, powerful stuff. Are you guys good for another 10 minutes? Do you have that, Pepe and Mohammed, Professor Mahdi?
Yeah, I have to.
Yeah, I want to hear. I'm here to hear Muhammad.
Right.
Absolutely.
I
Now, when an absolutely illegal war has been launched, a head of state murdered in cold blood in his house, along with his wife, his daughter-in-law, his son-in-law, and his grandchildren, when an illegal war has set fire to civilian buildings by the thousands in Tehran and other Iranian cities, when the whole thing is flatly illegal, you might think that sinking an Iranian ship off the coast of Sri Lanka is down the Richter scale. But here's why it's especially important. First of all, it means this war no longer has any territorial dimensions. It means that any American ship, any American building, any American asset can be attacked anywhere in the world by Iran or by anybody else seeking revenge for the sinking of the Iranian ship off the coast of India. Secondly, this boat was in international waters. It was 3,000 kilometers from the war zone. It was sailing peacefully away from a joint naval exercise with its BRICS ally, India. The Indian government has not yet condemned the cowardly stab in the back from a submarine that the proximate cause of the sinking of the ship. It's especially important for a second or third reason. This ship was sunk by a submarine sailing out of the British base at Diego Garcia. This fake dichotomy that has arisen during the week between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump, with Keir Starmer says he's joining the war, but only in a defensive capacity, only to deal with the missile attacks by Iran on the territories of neighboring Gulf countries, is a flat-out lie. This submarine refueled and armed itself in a British military base. It would be entirely legal right now, this minute, for Iran to be bombing London in retaliation for the British complicity in this cowardly act. There were 180 sailors on board. Only 30 of them have been rescued. It's important for another reason. It is a law of naval warfare that when a ship sinks another ship, the ship that sank the other ship picks up the surviving sailors from the ocean. That is a simple matter of law, a simple matter of military correctness, a simple matter of humanity. But the submarine that sank the frigate off the coast of India immediately bolted the course, leaving at least 150 sailors to die in a watery grave in Davy Jones's locker, a submarine sailing out of British military facilities. If that doesn't grab you as a significant escalation in the war, I'm not sure anything I'm going to say this evening is going to achieve that, but I'll try. 167 little girls. I have a 5-year-old girl. I have an 8-year-old girl. I have granddaughters of the same age. 167 of them were murdered in their classrooms in an elementary school by an American missile firing at a target incorrectly logged on an out-of-date map. There's no question about that. The lie, the horrific, vile lie that this school was hit by an Iranian missile is just that. It's a vicious, vile hoax, which Grok itself, no impartial institution these days, you'll already have noticed, has said is a total disinformation, that this school was hit by an American or an Israeli missile. I'm here to tell you, for a change, it was not an Israeli missile. It was an American missile. Pete Hegseth, the unhinged, dry, drunk, sleazy reprobate running this war for Donald Trump, says the Americans are investigating it. But it happened on day 1. This is now day 4. He's still investigating it. Well, Pete, you can close your investigation. It was an American cruise missile fired from the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. You are responsible for 165 child murders. And the sooner that you admit it and atone for it, the more chance you have of repentance leading to forgiveness. But repentance isn't in your Bible, is it? I want to talk for a minute about your Bible. I have been reading all day about your Bible. I have read today that military commanders, many of them, perhaps a dozen of them, gave a talk to their service personnel claiming that Donald Trump had been anointed by Jesus. What sacrilege is this? What blasphemy is this? Jesus anointed Donald Trump to murder little schoolgirls. Why? According to the religious, obscurantist, apocalyptic, prophetic, religious maniacs that are running amok in the United States, it was literally to bring about Armageddon. They openly admitted it. The commanders to their troops said it was to bring about Armageddon. It was to bring about the return of Jesus to the world. Now, there's two things to say about that. First of all, that will dismay the Jewish people who are in this coalition. Because when Jesus returns, according to that apocalyptic, prophetic, religious obscurantism, all the Jews will have to convert to Christianity or will have to be killed, put to the sword. So I hope they're listening in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, to the Sermon on the Mount given by American military commanders today. And the second thing, I'm no priest, by the way, but I am a religious observer, and I have been almost all of my life. Armageddon only happens according to the texts of my Bible when a deceiver, a man of power, a deceiver rises to prominence in the world and declares himself the Antichrist. So if you're looking at the books, the deceiver, the man risen to dominance in the world, is Donald Trump, and he's not anointed by Jesus. He is the Antichrist. Jesus. You fools, you maniacs are racing, hurtling to bring about the end of the world based on a fake Bible that you wrote yourselves. It's called the Schofield Bible, and it's only a little bit older than me. The Schofield Bible is what Hegseth, who, by the way, has crusader tattoos upon his body. Pete Hegseth, the sleazy, dry, drunk reprobate, has big crosses tattooed on his body, calling himself a crusader, expressing his hate for Islam. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, just accused Islam of being a false religion followed by 2 billion people in the world. These people are deliberately seeking to provoke a religious war of fanatics on either side that will set the entire world on fire. It will kill not 167 children. It'll kill your children. It'll kill my children. It'll be our children that are buried in the cold earth. Do you hear me? Do you feel me, what I'm saying here? These people are out of control. They're speaking in tongues. They're hearing voices. And by the way, those military commanders have not been repudiated by the American government. Indeed, the Secretary for War, the dry, drunk, sleazy, reprobate Hegseth, doubled down on it today. There's been hundreds of complaints from the American troops who thought that the American Constitution separated religion from the law of the land. They thought the American Constitution insisted upon a separation of state and religion, and now they're being sent into a war on an explicitly evangelical Schofield Bible crusade. Well, there are several problems with that. First of all, you just maximized the number of people in the world that hate you. You just maximized the number of people in the world who are going to fight you. Now, they may not fight you in Iran, but after what happened off the coast of India today, they don't have to fight you in Iran. They can now fight you anywhere, as you are fighting Iranians anywhere, everywhere, and any American, irrespective of their involvement in this war. But there's a second problem emerging in your crusade. The American government, having told us that the Iranian people were just waiting for a spark to rise up and overthrow their government, have disappointed Donald Trump. They haven't risen up. There are not many of them. After all, you claimed that 40,000 of them were killed, which was a complete lie. But if it was, it must have been the last 40,000 of them. If it was true, because they're nowhere to be seen or heard or found. Sure, they're celebrating in Los Angeles with their fake breasts and their filled lips and their plastic surgery beaming, but they ain't celebrating in Iran. In fact, the streets are all night filled with millions upon millions of Iranians who are ready to defend their country. So what does Trump do? He's armed the Kurds to invade Iran, to spark this uprising that he said was just waiting to happen. If it were, they wouldn't need the Kurds. The Kurds are not that stupid anyway. You've betrayed them no less than 8 times already, including weeks ago in Syria, when you abandoned your previous SDF allies and sold them to Julani and Al-Qaeda and ISIS, at which point they were massacred and their Al-Qaeda and ISIS prisoners were set free so they could join the jihad against Iran. But here's the other problem with that plan. Trump has promised the Kurds a country of their own if they join his war against Iran. But this is an existential threat to two other countries. One of them they don't give a damn about, namely Iraq. But the other they have to give a damn about. The other is Turkey. If the Kurds are going to have a country of their own, that means they're taking a quarter of Turkey. It means they're taking a half of Iraq, as well as a part of Iran, as well as a part of Azerbaijan. That's the country of their own. Good luck with that. Good luck with keeping the Turks out of that war, if this ever comes to pass. I need to race on, given the time. Israel is taking a bloody good hiding, but you don't know it. You don't know it for two reasons. First of all, anybody releasing a picture or video of the damage in Tel Aviv is immediately sentenced to 5 years in prison. And secondly, because the mass media, CNN, BBC, Sky News, have accepted Israeli censorship and are therefore not broadcasting the footage that they have taken over a Tel Aviv that now looks like Gaza. How do I know that? Because I've got friends in Tel Aviv. Shankin Street, Tel Aviv. Near Dizengoff Square, Tel Aviv. And they've been walking around, and it's they who tell me from their own mouth that Tel Aviv now looks like Gaza. How could it not? Because the air defenses over Tel Aviv are no longer operational. The Iranians are hitting at will with the most powerful ballistic missiles. 50 ballistic missiles hit Tel Aviv last evening alone. They're also lying to you about the number of American casualties, as one of my guests, I'm sure, will testify in just a few minutes. How can all these CIA bases, all these American embassies, all these foreign bases of the United States, how can they all have been hit and destroyed with only 4 dead Americans? I'm going to take a flyer, and it's this. There are approaching 1,000 dead Americans, and they can't be hidden forever. I've only 1 minute to tell you that just minutes ago, over in Moscow,
that's a fact.
President Putin said, well, the European Union is going to stop all imports of Russian gas in 9 months' time. So we really should stop the supply of European gas now and sell our gas to more promising markets. That's what he just said on the day that natural gas prices doubled in Europe. In 1 day of war, of the markets being open, they doubled. After Putin's remarks, they'll double again tomorrow. The stock markets are plunging, except the Israeli stock market. The only stock market in the whole world that went up on Monday and Tuesday was the Israeli stock market, but the rest in every country are circuit breaking, collapsing. And the Iranians have said not one drop of oil will leave the Persian Gulf. That all sounds like the apocalypse to me. I don't know about you. Stay tuned. We've got the very best guests coming right up.
Bahrain say they've got thousands of missiles in the mountains. We'll never get to it, but they will get to you.
Satellite images now appear to confirm significant damage to U.S. military installations across the Middle East. New imagery from commercial satellite firms Planet and Airbus shows that 2 satellite communications terminals were destroyed at the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Manama, Bahrain. The strike marks one of the most serious escalations in the widening confrontation between Iran and the United States. According to an analysis by the New York Times, drawing on satellite imagery, authenticated videos, and official U.S. military statements, Iran struck at least 6 American military sites after Washington and Tel Aviv initiated attacks on Iranian territory. The assessment paints a stark picture of a coordinated and far-reaching response unfolding across multiple fronts. Exactly how many missiles or drones were launched remains unknown. It is also unclear how many were intercepted before reaching their targets. The fog of war lingers. But what cannot be obscured is the damage. Cornerstone of American naval power in the Gulf. Fireballs erupt against the skyline. Shockwaves ripple across the harbor. At the time of the strike, the port, typically crowded with U.S. warships, appeared largely empty, an eerie detail that only deepens the sense of how close the confrontation has come to direct, large-scale losses at sea. Satellite images taken Sunday reveal the aftermath in chilling clarity. Communications infrastructure obliterated, multiple buildings heavily damaged, others reduced to twisted debris and dust. What was once a symbol of American maritime dominance now bears the visible scars of a rapidly widening conflict. In Kuwait, images from Ali Al Salam Air Base show collapsed rooftops following reported Iranian strikes. U.S. officials say 3 American service members were killed and 5 seriously wounded in an attack on Camp Arifjan, though no satellite imagery of that specific strike has yet surfaced. In Erbil, Iraq, footage shows repeated strikes on the military installation at Erbil International Airport, where U.S. forces are stationed. Smoke and flames were seen rising into the sky. By Sunday morning, reports claim at least 4 structures damaged or destroyed, with fires still burning into early Monday. In the United Arab Emirates, satellite imagery from Jebel Ali Port shows smoke rising from a large building inside a fenced U.S. Navy recreational zone. Though not a formal U.S. base, Jebel Ali remains one of the Navy's most frequently used ports in the region. A widely circulated video from Camp Buring before exploding inside the perimeter. The exact impact site and damage level remain unverified. Across Bahrain, Iraq, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates, multiple facilities have sustained damage. While no fatalities have been reported outside Kuwait, the sheer scale of the destruction has sent shockwaves through military and diplomatic circles alike. Critical infrastructure, including satellite communication systems, has been damaged, striking at the invisible backbone that underpins modern military coordination. The disruption raises urgent and unsettling questions about the vulnerability of U.S. military installations across the region, facilities long assumed to be hardened, shielded, and prepared. If communications can be shaken, what else lies exposed? For now, the situation remains dangerously fluid. Assessments are ongoing, responses are being weighed, and the full extent of the damage is still coming into focus. But one thing is clear: tensions across the Middle East are not merely simmering, they are intensifying, edging the region closer to a wider and potentially far more volatile confrontation.
There are 32 million small businesses in the U.S., and every single
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of In the Eyes of Truth. And yes, that is Scott Ritter's back. I don't think I need to introduce him. If you don't know who he is, then you've been living under a rock for the last 3-4 years. Time to get out from under the rock. or in the U.S. Basis case, time to get out from Iraq.
Yeah.
Oh, the way I played that one. Yeah, exactly. I should do stand-up comedy.
I'll be here all night. All week. I'll be here all week.
Try the kidneys and tip your waitresses.
Tip your waitresses.
Yeah. So, speaking of comedy routines, I don't have the clip because I'm trying to find it, but I listened to a video of it. It was in another video where Mr. Orange Man, Emperor of Mankind, has stated that the U.S. can fight this war forever. We have many unbelievable weapons, and we're not running out of anything, and we just can keep doing this forever.
Yeah, except he caveated that. He said that we have medium to high tier ammunition. And of course, endless quantities, forever war. But then he said, but the top tier, we have problems. And he started blaming, Joe Biden not producing it. I built the finest military in the world in my first term, but Biden screwed it up and sent all these top tier weapons to Ukraine. And what he's talking about here is air defense.
Right.
And so therein lies the rub, because, well, he may have enough dumb bombs, because the other thing he's not talking about is the fact that we're going to run out of Tomahawk cruise missiles. We're going to run out of the air, any standoff precision weapons, and we're going to go straight to dumb bombs, which is a whole different category of warfare. But what good is all that if you can't defend yourself? And moreover, you can't defend your allies. And that's the problem, is that we are going to run out of air defense systems, anti-ballistic missile interceptors, long before the Iranians run out of missiles. And when that happens, we're in an unsustainable situation, because even if we're dropping bombs, I'm all over the map here, but it's all related. Don't worry.
Of course it is.
Having done, having participated in creating a target deck for a strategic air campaign, and then having seen the consequences of that, and talking to the Iraqis, I had an Iraqi general tell me once. He said, "Mr. Scott, you guys are really, really good at blowing up buildings. Nobody better in the world than blowing up buildings in the United States of America. You guys are awesome."
I don't know. The Israelis are runner-ups.
They're still not as good as we are. And then he said, "But we're really good at pouring concrete."
Really said that.
And he said, "Here, the problem is when you blow up our buildings, they're empty because we've evacuated them. And after our concrete cures, we put the stuff back in and we're back in business." And this is the case here. If anybody thinks for a moment that, because all of the targets we're hitting are well-known targets, we're hitting
the Iranian. One of the Iranian generals just released a statement about 15 minutes ago, because I'm looking at all that as we speak, and they're terrorizing Israel right now. So many missiles is hitting them. That the U.S. has been, and Israel has been hitting a bunch of empty buildings. They say nothing was in those buildings. They haven't been hitting those missiles. They had missiles deep underground and deep in the caves, so the mountains. So they say.
Missile factories, production facilities. We're hitting headquarters buildings, all of which have addresses in a phone book. So it really wasn't hard to create this target deck. But if you think for a second that these buildings are occupied by anything of value, I need to talk to your dealer, because you obviously are smoking some really good stuff, and I want some. Just joking, FSB. When I come to Russia, it was just a joke. They're going to be like, "Yeah, okay, come here, we're going through your bags." But
I think the address of the dealers is in Langley, because they've got to be bringing it over to Zelensky and company.
I don't want to say Langley either, because the implication is I might be visiting Langley, and that creates a new set of issues. We don't want to. Well, we just sort of screwed the pooch on this interview, but
the minefield.
But the point is, we're bombing empty buildings.
Yep.
That's the bottom line. We're bombing empty buildings, and we're not achieving the strategic results that we want. But we're bombing the empty buildings with our best weapons. And so when the time comes to actually do the follow-on targeting, to have the intelligence capability to crack where did they move, where are they hiding it, we're going to need these precision weapons. But we've expended them all. And so now we're going to get into a campaign where we have to send aircraft over target, drop dumb bombs, laser guided bombs, whatever. But we won't have the ability to defend our airfields. And so the places that we're sorting out of, whether it be in Jordan or elsewhere, are going to be hit. And we lose this war every time. This is a 100% guarantee of American defeat, unless I've got it all wrong. And every target we're hitting is full of the most expensive equipment that Iran ever had. And, the Iranian regime will collapse, and the people will rise up, and it'll go just the way Donald Trump wants it. But, I don't gamble on on geopolitics. I don't gamble at all unless I'm in Vegas and I have an extra $25 to throw on the crap table. But
I'm about the same way.
It's like, okay, $25, sure, you can have that. But anything more? No. But because you just never know. You never know how, you and I are sitting here thousands of miles removed from reality. We can speculate. It's informed speculation, and it's done, I think, free of politicized bias. But we just don't know exactly what's happening. There's always factors out there that we're unaware of that could cause the situation to shift one way or the other. But right now, the betting money is on the fact that the United States is going to run out of the top tier ammunition long before the Iranians run out of their top missiles. And that's a losing equation for the United States and Israel.
Look, first half a day, this went from a war on Iraq, an undeclared war in Iraq. Iran, to a regional war with Iraq and Yemen included on the Iranian side, to the next day, a religious war with the Shia against the the Zionists in Israel, against the U.S., against the Sunnis that are supporting those Zionists. And now it's an economic war. Day 3, or I guess we're day. 1 second. We're day 4.
Yeah, we're still day 3.
Yeah, we're still day 3. Wait a minute. There's so much happening. It's like, what day am I in? Jesus, I'm not getting any sleep anymore. But okay, so day 3, now we're in an economic war where they're now targeting each other's infrastructure. And the U.S. runs out of missiles while we're at it, defensive missiles. And the local Arabs are trying to figure out that, there's nothing there to protect us either. What happens to the region?
Well, it gets even better than that, though, Stan, because what Trump is saying is we have ammunition everywhere. But what he really meant to say is the last remaining top-tier ammunition that we have is in South Korea, Japan, and the Pacific. And so we're going to be taking that ammunition and bringing it into theater. Now, the United Arab Emirates is there, the good, loyal American friend, and they bought $2 billion worth of anti-ballistic missile capacity, which they've expended now in 3 days. Yeah. And they're saying we need to re-up. We got those launchers, but we got no missiles. We need to re-up. And the United States is saying, we're not taking that phone call. These missiles are now going to protect our assets in Jordan and going to Israel. And this is the signal that's being sent to all of the Gulf Arab nations that Israel is far more important than they are, that this facade of American-based security was always a facade, make-believe, that when push comes to shove, the United States would always abandon the Gulf Arab states in favor of Israel. And this has to be a wake-up call to these Gulf Arab states because they've invested so much politically, economically, and militarily into this notion of this American-led defensive shield. And now it's being exposed as, it doesn't work. It just simply doesn't work. If it worked, these nations wouldn't be struck. They put all of their hopes in this because these are nations that their economy is solely, powered by energy production.
Right.
And now the Strait of Hormuz is closed, pipelines are being blown up, and the production fields are under attack. There's going to be short-term economic disaster for them. It can be permanent and become fatal if Iran continues to attack oil production fields themselves. And that's the end of them. These extravagant sheikdoms, they live on the oil wealth.
Right.
And to the extent that the population tolerates this, they tolerate it because wealth trickles downhill and they keep people happy and all this stuff. But when they lose that, the people are no longer going to be happy and the people are no longer going to tolerate the extravagance at the top. And we could see regime change in the Gulf Arab states. We already see Bahrain at risk.
80% Shia.
They're out in the streets throwing Molotov cocktails at the Bahraini security forces, and the Saudi-backed Gulf Arab countries have sent their emergency forces in. If the Khalifa family finds itself being dragged through the streets in a replay of what happened to the Hashemites in Iraq, that's just the beginning because, it goes downhill. Saudi Arabia is talking about attacking Iran. Now, I want to remind people that the Saudis have, since 2014, tried to defeat Ansarallah, the Houthi, and they haven't been able to do that. They weren't able to successfully target them. And the Houthi were able to bring the Saudi campaign to an end by targeting Aramco facilities. If Saudi Arabia targets Iran, Iran will destroy the Saudi economy, and it's over. It will be permanent destruction of the Saudi economy. But moreover, Iran will then double down on Bahrain to ensure the Khalifa family is overthrown. This will empower the Shia of the eastern provinces who will rise up, threaten Saudi oil production. Saudi Arabia will have to divert its limited military resources to this region to include stripping the border with Yemen. And Ansarallah will make a move and occupy the southern Saudi territories that used to be part of Yemen. And that will be the end of the Saudi government. That's the future of the Saudi government. With all of these rich princes either trying to get into airplanes and fly to London or being pulled out of their palaces by an enraged mob and beheaded. That's it. So please, Saudi Arabia, attack Iran. Please attack Iran, because that'll be the end of you. And the same thing with United Arab Emirates. Attack Iran so Iran can destroy you. Iran has been preparing for this conflict since 2005.
Yep.
So for 21 years, Iran has been preparing, stockpiling, assessing the enemy. There's a reason why, Iran continues its battle plan without interruption, because it's a well-prepared, well-thought-out battle plan. There's a reason why the United States right now, 3 days into the war, is changing its battle plan completely, because it failed.
Yeah.
It hasn't accomplished what it wants. And the ignorance of these people, the Israelis and the Americans, into believing that by killing Ali Khamenei, you could achieve regime change. What you did is the exact opposite. If you wanted to diminish Ali Khamenei, you would have created the conditions in which he remained alive.
Absolutely.
To run and hide. Or if he stood there wanting to be a martyr, you let him live and you brought Iran down around him. And then you use AI, you use whatever, you start spreading images and all this to show that he's a pedophile, he's this, he's that, he's this, he's that. And you diminish him in the eyes of the Iranian people, so that the theocracy is no longer deemed to be the legitimate expression of the political will of the Iranian people. What you don't do with 12er faction of the Shia faith that is built on a foundation of martyrdom that begins with Ali, goes to Hassan, then Hussein, the Battle of Karbala. You don't create another martyr. And what they did is create a martyr. The very first missiles that hit Iran were the 6 that struck Ali Khamenei's residence, killing him and his 14-month-old granddaughter and some others.
Too. Yeah.
Yep, son and daughter-in-law and things of this nature, murdering them, not killing, murdering them.
Murder.
But the goal behind that was to get the Iranian people in the streets, and they succeeded.
Yeah.
Today, millions of people are in the streets, not condemning Khamenei, not condemning the theocracy, but praising him, declaring him to be a living saint. He's in heaven. He's and we lost the war, the very first missile that hit, because we guaranteed that regime change will not be the outcome. Yep. And now we're just into a war of existential proportions where the Iranians have no choice but to fight to the death. And everybody who got involved in this war was thinking it was going to be a quick, easy conquest. And now we have to come to the grips that it's not going to be quick or easy. It's going to be very expensive, and we probably aren't going to win. The foundation of victory is far more solid for the Iranians than it is for
absolutely. Absolutely. Today I have a video of the first bodies that came back to the U.S. in caskets. Now, officially, there's only 4 U.S. servicemen who died. I guarantee it's a hell of a lot higher than that. And this time they've had reporters taking the photos. I guarantee you the next planes that come in there's going to be no reporters. You got the shots, and just like with Iraq when the reporters were taking too many photos and they shoot them all away. How many bodies are going to have to come back before Trump has serious political issues?
Well, first of all, it's not just bodies, though. Understand this, that we have spent well over $100 billion building up military infrastructure in the Middle East. That's all being destroyed. There won't be
27
any
bases. 27 bases.
So, yeah. And how do we return? I mean, in the past, we could evacuate Manpower and then return to a place that had one warehouse blown up, one radar blown up, and we can repair that. But now we return to places that are totally devastated. So we would need to rebuild them at a tune of over $100 billion, because nothing's ever the cost of replacement. And where do we get the money, and how much time will that take? So from just a purely infrastructure standpoint, we've already lost this war. But now we go to manpower, because that's what tugs at the heartstrings. The United States is better than.
I swear by God, Tagidia shampoo will make you grow new hair in 2 weeks. If no new hair grows, we will compensate you $20,000.
This isn't a ground war. There is no potential at this point in time, except for maybe some special operations forces for force-on-force contact. It's at best, it's an air war. We still tend to use standoff weapons. So the opportunity for the Iranians to shoot down airplanes, kill pilots, etc., is minimal. The Abraham Lincoln has been sailing safely off the coast, using distance as a defense mechanism. Very difficult to hit that. The American forces in the region have been largely evacuated or are hunkering down. So I don't see massive casualties on the part of the United States. I think the biggest harm that's going to be done to the U.S. is the $100 billion of infrastructure. Now, if we lose a defensive shield, we're either going to have to pull our aircraft out of Jordan and push them back to Cyprus or even beyond, or run the risk of having them destroyed on the ground by Iranian air attack. And that would be a different equation. But we're casualty averse. It doesn't matter that Marco Rubio has bravely said that casualties are a reality of war, and the president says people are going to die. There's nobody out there who believes that the president can withstand the bad politics of, dozens, scores, hundreds of American deaths. And so I believe that we're doing everything we can to keep that number as low as possible. And I do believe it's going to be a relatively low number, because we're just not given the opportunity to kill people, but they are destroying infrastructure. And it's not just the military bases. The Iranians know that in addition to the military footprint, they have to get rid of the diplomatic footprint, and they're destroying embassies everywhere. And the U.S. is
the embassies. I didn't hear that they hit the embassies.
Oh, they collapsed the roof at the Saudi embassy. The
really? Okay.
Is gone. The Kuwait embassy is hit. No, they're taking out the diplomatic footprint as well. So,
okay.
The Iranian end game is that when this is over, the United States has been evicted from the Middle East.
Oh, it looks like, and here's one moment where there may be mass casualties. U.S. has got 2,000 troops in Iraq. I mean, except for the guys that are in Iraqi Kurdistan that may get help from the Kurds. Of course, the U.S. just gave the Kurds up to al-Jilani, and they're gone. Their neighbors, Kurds in Syria, to be exterminated. Those guys in Iraq are screwed. They're cut off. What happens when supplies run out? The locals are angry. Now what do? You can't extract them out. You can't get a convoy in there to remove 2,000 troops. You can't fly planes in there with Iraqi anti-air firing on anything that comes in there. What do you do with those 2,000 guys? Gals?
That's an interesting question. I believe they would be evacuated through Jordan. We can get troops into Jordan, and we can create a safety corridor. And I imagine that's the look. If they hunker down, they're going to be victim. But if we take a battalion of Marines and drive them from the Jordanian border to each of the bases to collect these guys, there's not an Iraqi force that can stand up to them. We'll put A-10s over the head, F-15Es, and we'll just kill everything that moves.
So there will be casualties. I mean, that's unavoidable.
But I don't think this is going to be the Alamo, where I think we will get them out. But the greatest risk is that they're hunkered down and they're very vulnerable right now to drone missiles and things of that nature.
Fire,
yeah. So you got to get them out of there. And I think that, again, this is part of the elimination of the cancer that is the American presence in the Middle East. I mean, unfortunately, there's nothing positive about anything that we're doing in the Middle East. Everything we're doing is negative, in violation of sovereignty, etc. I will never, ever, ever root for American casualties. I will always pray that no American is hurt. That's just who I am. That's how I'm wired. But reality is reality, and they've been put in a very, very dangerous situation. And there already have been casualties, and there likely will be more. But again, the United States being what it is, even if we minimize the number of casualties, because everybody's saying it's the body bags coming home that's going to break the will of the American people. No, it's the price tag of the infrastructure that's going to be destroyed. In Erbil, the Iranians hit a warehouse that had all of our weapons in it, and it's gone. And the price tag associated with those weapons going up is if not hundreds of millions, maybe billions of dollars. And we spend $1 trillion now, $1.5 trillion a year, but a lot of that's spent on sunk costs, et cetera. We don't have a budget right now to replace that which we're losing.
Right.
We don't have $100 billion to replace the infrastructure that's being destroyed, to replace the weapons that are being destroyed. It's the Iranians are carrying out a very well thought out campaign designed to bring maximum damage to the American footprint. Yes, I believe they are trying to kill Americans. I'm not going to pretend that they're not, but I also believe that we're doing as good a job as possible to keep those numbers as low as possible. But in doing so, the infrastructure is at risk and is being destroyed as we speak.
Now, I got to bring this theme up because yesterday, I don't know what's worse for the U.S. look. So 3 F-15s get taken out. So a flight of F-15s taken out within, as I understood, within minutes of each other.
Yeah.
Iranians are saying S-300s, 240-kilometer range. U.S. is saying friendly fire. But I think if I was in the command, I would rather say the S-300s to come out, because if it's friendly fire, that's a total breakdown of command and control. One is bad. 3, one right after the other. Friend and foe identifiers.
These are F-15Es, I believe. Strike Eagles. At least that's what I'm told, unless you have heard something different.
No, F-15Es. Yeah.
Okay, so they're
that's what I've heard, anyways.
And so their job right now, what they're doing is drilling holes in the skies over Kuwait, while other resources are looking for targets of opportunity. For instance, ballistic missile launches, coastal defense launchers, et cetera. They are a combat air patrol. And so they're doing that. Something happened. I don't know if it's the S-300 because, we've trained against that. It's not like this is their first, go around with that. And that's long range sniping. We'd have early detection. The F-15s would be able to maneuver, things of that nature. What I think happened is a combination of drone missile attack, and the Kuwaitis freaked out. And the Kuwaitis just they went into full auto mode, meaning they're trying to get all the targets coming in, and they forgot that 3 of the targets overhead are American F-15Es, and they shot them down. And it just shows a breakdown. What it shows is that nobody was ready for this war. Nobody was ready for this kind of war. It's not the first time during 2003, not to blame the Kuwaitis, but we shot down our own aircraft when we had our Patriot systems in Kuwait, and when the Iraqis fired their Al Samud missiles at our command and control facilities, we went on full auto, and next thing you know, we shot down I think a British airplane and an American airplane. So
I remember that. Yeah,
we've done it before, and we'll probably end up doing it again.
Yeah, that's something though, of course. But again, that still shows a breakdown in communication, because they're supposed to be there's supposed to be liaisons, there's supposed to be information passing, who's flying where, obviously friend or foe identifiers. But what amazes,
we didn't train for that. I mean, this is the whole thing. It's about training. We didn't train, and so now we're in a situation we're fighting a war we're not prepared to fight.
So
we didn't train for this war.
Explain to the audience, because I've got a good clue on how this happens. I haven't served myself long enough. Iran has done everything to demonstrate what they can do. Take us seriously. Don't do this. Trump goes up there, and Netanyahu, they go up to the hornet's nest. They take a big old sledgehammer to it, and they start beating on it. And then they're shocked that this happens. I mean, they're just doing exactly what they said they were going to do. They showed their capacity before, very limited. They controlled it. I mean, ever since when Trump assassinated Soleimani, and Iran did targeted strikes to hit the buildings they said they were going to hit. So obviously they have targeted capacity to hit pinpoint. And everybody's shocked?
Yeah, they've been preparing for this war for, as I said, since 2005. They have a sophisticated understanding of the realities of the region. They know economically what are the drivers. They understand the energy production business as well or better than anybody because they are under sanctions. So they know the points of vulnerability. They know what breaks down the most. They know what's hardest to replace.
Right.
And so they've already picked all that out. They've developed weapons specifically for the purpose of attacking these targets and other targets. It's not like the United States or we build a weapon system to do X, but then we expect it to do Y, Z, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G as well.
F-35. The flying toaster.
The Iranians have built missiles and drones with specific tactical objectives in mind. And so they have the right tool for the right task. And they've thought this thing out exquisitely. And so, they are executing a plan, which, normally you say no plan survives initial contact with the enemy, but it does survive if the enemy isn't stressing the plan.
Yeah.
And the United States is not stressing the plan. The Iranians have already factored in the fact that we're going to be blowing up empty buildings. They've already factored that in. They understand that their air defense isn't going to completely prevent. But if you look at their air defense, what I will bet is happening is that they are creating corridors for the U.S. and Israel to go in and drop their bombs. But there's other places that as we approach, we're getting locked on. And we are diverting, and so they are pushing us in a direction where we want to go. I mean, we want to blow up missile production. They're pushing us to Parchin, which is the logical place to go. And so we're going to Parchin, and we're blowing up the missile production halls, but we're blowing up empty buildings. All of those places have been evacuated. There's nothing of value still there, and the Iranians are okay with that because we're expending our energy while they're blowing the crap out of everything. And the places they want to protect, again, we come down to the ultimate act of stupidity on the part of the United States and Israel to make a case that we are bombing Iran to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, even though Tulsi Gabbard has said they're not trying to get a nuclear weapon. We know that. But we know that one of the things she said is that the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, has issued 2 fatwas, religious edicts, saying it's incompatible with Islam. Right. Now, we know that there's people in Iran who believe that there are exceptions that can be made to fatwas and religious thinking that would justify Iran having a nuclear weapon. And they've made that point repeatedly to Ali Khamenei in the fall of 2024, spring of 2025. Ali Khamenei was continuously approached by these people, including senior clerics, and he rejected them all. I know this because in September of last year, I met the Iranian president and the Iranian foreign minister, and I asked a question directly about this. And they reiterated that there will not be a nuclear weapons program. And the number one reason they articulated, well, the number one was they said, because we don't want it, we don't need it, we have no desire for it. But then they said it's also haram, it's forbidden under Islam. And so we kill the one guy that is stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He's been replaced now with a 3-person committee. The theologian on this committee is one of the guys who was saying we have to have a nuclear bomb. He's one of the guys that said the fatwa can be reversed under given circumstances. On day one of the negotiations between the Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff team, the Iranian negotiating team said, we have 450 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. That will enable us, if we enrich it to its full capacity, to build about 11 nuclear weapons. So they're putting the United States on notice that we have this, you haven't touched it. You may want to help us negotiate this away. And the Iranians were trying to negotiate this away. But if you go back to the fall of 2024, the spring of 2025, in addition to people talking about reversing the fatwa, a number of Iranian Revolutionary Guard senior officers were saying that the nuclear weapon issue has been resolved, meaning that while they don't have the fissile core yet because a decision hasn't been made about the final stage of enrichment, the weapon itself has been built, a warhead deliverable on an existing Iraqi or Iranian missile.
I wasn't aware of that.
And
Scott, let's go.
Guys, Blue Chew Gold is the only one that's combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and apomorphine.
Sildenafil and tadalafil.
You know what gets me, of course. Okay, never mind. Marco Rubio has never served, of course. Why would he? Trump, the way he talks, everybody in Vietnam were idiots. I could have done this. I could have done 5 deferments. He's so happy to send everybody else off to fight. He didn't fight. His kids didn't fight. His grandkids are never going to fight. What do you do with politicians like that?
But American politicians have always been known for their courage behind a desk and their unwillingness to don the uniform where it counts. Even those who put on the uniform. I'm not denigrating J.D. Vance. He did graduate Marine boot camp, but he was a combat reporter, not a frontline infantryman. And Lindsey Graham, the most bloodthirsty of them all, was an Air Force lawyer.
Combat lawyer Graham.
The greatest threat to his life comes from dying of an infected paper cut. Even people like Tom Cotton, who did serve in the infantry, he was never really under a meaningful threat. He was in Iraq during a very calm period of time, doing a lot of public relations work as opposed to active combat patrolling. The people with the biggest mouths have the shortest combat portfolios. The people that actually served, many of them are in favor of this conflict, but you won't see them posturing. They understand what's at stake here. They're more quiet professionals just doing their job. I can disagree with them on policy, but I would never attack their courage or their sense of moral integrity or as I said, physical courage. But none of the people promoting this conflict today are people who know what it means to to strap it on and put yourself on the firing line at risk. And as a result, we get the other thing too, that it's part of the disease of the American system. We see the men and women who wear the uniform in senior ranks, and no offense to them, but the system's fundamentally broken. There was a time when the U.S. military truly adhered to the concept of apolitical. We didn't really give a damn who you voted for. It's none of our business. You just carried out your mission. But during the time of Ronald Reagan and then George W. Bush, or George Herbert Walker Bush, we had 12 years of conservative Republican leadership that was built around the notion of rebuilding a military. And when Bill Clinton came in, you saw a backlash against the senior military officers. Bill Clinton politicized the senior ranks. He made sure that there was a political litmus test to become chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He purged the ranks of general officers who were deemed to be too conservative. Yep. And then you had 8 years of Clinton doing that. And so when George W. Bush comes in, the trend gets reversed. We go back and we start replacing, officers who, were deemed to be too Democrat. We put them with Republicans, 8 years of that. Then Obama comes in, and we seesaw back and forth. And the bottom line is we have a senior, military class that is just turned into a bunch of yes men, literally.
Yep, absolutely.
In order to, there was a time when you had to go, to be command selected at the lieutenant colonel level, meaning you're ready for battalion command or squadron command. You had to go to a board, and they looked at your military leadership capabilities. But now they're looking at your politics.
Yeah.
So we're selecting people for leadership positions, not based upon leadership, but on politics. And then that means from that moment on, every decision they make as they go up the ladder is a political decision. They aren't doing things what's best for their Marines, best for their soldiers, best for their airmen, because the people that do that don't get selected. Yep. They're doing what's best for their political bosses. And so we have, a military leadership right now that is not capable of standing up and saying no. because sometimes ideas are so stupid that you have to say no. And this is why we get this Iran situation. We have generals that know we can't win this war, know we lack the resources, but yet only one admiral was fired.
Yep.
The director of the Joint Chiefs apparently stood up and said we lack the capacity to accomplish this mission. And he was immediately relieved of his command. That means that General Kane and the rest of the Joint Chiefs played the game and said,
Yep.
oh yeah, we can do this, but we can't do this.
You know, I've only known, in the 11 years I served, I knew only 2 generals, both 1-stars, that I respected, General Griffin and General Hurden. The only ones. Every other general by that point, this late 90s, early 2000s, yeah, they were all political animals. And you look at them, I had some friends ask me when the conflict with the SMO started, Russia lost several generals on the battlefield. Like, why are Russian generals getting killed? Like, because they're fighting generals. U.S. used to have fighting generals that lead from the front. Now they lead from a stack of PowerPoint slides with 1,000-man staff and air conditioning and catered meals. It's totally different mindset to begin with.
Yeah, but even if that's the way I'm not going to attack the U.S. military for having a different approach to we just do things differently than the Russians. So the fact that our generals are behind the desk and the Russian generals are out in a truck, that's just the way we fight. But the Russian generals are military professionals. They're not politicians.
Right.
American generals are politicians. And that's the problem. We have political generals now, and that's the death knell, because political generals aren't looking out for their primary task. They're looking out for themselves.
Yeah. And I think one is linked to the other. The more political they are, the less they're likely to get in a truck and drive out to the front and see what the hell's going on for themselves.
They might be prohibited from that. I mean,
that could be too.
I know for a fact that regimental commanders in the Marine Corps have to be continually reminded that they're not battalion commanders. That their job isn't to be out there directing battalions. Their job is to be back in the command post. Managing, and battalion commanders have to continuously be reminded they're not company commanders, which means they have to avoid going out. And company commanders have to continuously be reminded they're not platoon commanders. So, the system requires leadership to hold back. I don't like turning to movies and Hollywood and everything, but you remember Band of Brothers?
Yeah, of course. It was a good movie. It was a good series.
Good series, and so you have the one company commander failing. He's led his company in, and he's panicked. He's behind a hayrick, and he's not doing. And Winters, who by this time is an operations officer, is running forward to take command, and the regimental commander stops him. He says, "You will not do this." And so we had to find another person to go and do that. The point is,
I remember
that's the fact. When you are in command. Look, I was a firefighter for 10 years, and
okay.
And when I became a chief, you show up at the scene, you want to mask up, you want to put on don your gear, don your pack, and you want to go in and do the initial search. That's not your job. Your job as a chief is to stand by, identify hydrants, look at exposures, and start directing traffic so that the lieutenants in command of the apparatus coming in take their team in. And it's the hardest thing in the world to sit there and say, no, I'm supposed to be first in and all that. But no, you have to sit back and start directing traffic. And it's the truest test of leadership at the higher levels is your ability to pull back from trying to lead from the front, even though a good leader always wants to do that. But the job of a fire chief at the scene isn't to be taking a crew in. The job of a fire chief is to be sitting there looking at the big picture, managing resources, making sure apparatus is placed properly, looking at manpower. We got a team in there. They're going to come out. They're going to need to be replaced. Do I need to call another engine in? Do I have enough ambulances? Things of this nature. And I think that's what happens with military leadership is you go up the ranks. You've just got to basically put in America. We don't have our generals leading from the front. That has not been a tradition for some time now. Even in the Second World War, when you had famous combat generals, they were continuously, told, get back and do what you're supposed to be doing. If I wanted another colonel up front, I'd have another colonel up front. Your job is to take that star back here and do what stars do, which is fine, except don't be political. And right now we have people that are just political. They've got in their positions because, and the other thing is now to get promoted, it's not just about what you do in terms of combat arms or your actual, military occupation specialty. You have to rotate through, purple jobs, which are joint staff jobs.
Right.
Also, you have to get into defense industry jobs. And that's the ultimate killer, because now you have to go in and manage a defense industry project, and you become beholden to the Lockheed Martins and the Raytheons, because you are told when you do this that when you retire, you're going to retire with basically upper middle class retirement benefits.
Right.
You're a general officer used to all this fancy stuff, and when you retire, you're actually going to be downgraded.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Unless you come work for us.
Yeah.
On our board, and then you'll become a millionaire. You'll get upgraded. But to work for us, we need the contract. And now, not only they become political, they've become unethical, because that's where we start promoting weapon systems that don't work.
And now you've just described the entire Pentagon procurement office, which, by the way, interestingly enough, if those people don't realize it, they don't have to sign a contract that they will not go to work, or there's some kind of length of years that they will not go to work for the companies that they're working with. So you're right. The moment they show up in the Pentagon, hey, Colonel, or hey, Major General, have you thought about the rest of your career post-military? And that's it.
We had guys. I mean, I saw this in the arms control business. When we were in Votkinsk, we had a military corps, which I was part of, but we contracted the majority of our presence to a Hughes Technical Services Company, which then later was bought out by Raytheon, became Raytheon Technical Services Company. And you'd be surprised how many people as military officers were there, as a managing the doing, system management or whatever. And as soon as they retired, they immediately transitioned into a job at Hughes or Raytheon. I'm not saying they did anything unethical. I'm just saying that it just looks bad.
Oh, it is bad. And by the way, the couple of UN missions I did, I saw the same thing with the UN, except it wasn't obviously on a general level. They were doing it to the majors, the captains, and so on. They're serving there. It's like, listen, ignore the corruption you're seeing, and we'll get you a job afterwards, and it'll be much higher paying.
Yeah, you become a P4 on the UN staff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Here's $120,000 for doing absolutely nothing. You just sit there
tax free.
Exactly, and we'll pay for everything for your living expenses. We had a Polish guy.
There's another 140,000 in per diem that we don't talk about.
Yeah, exactly. This guy was so cheap. The maids at the Sukhumi office, when they were they went in to clean his abode, and they caught him stitching his underwear together. Right, because he would buy new underwear. But this guy was making 120,000 plus all expenses plus everything else. So I don't know how much he's making. Polish guy. In what, this is 2002. So and on top of that, he did nothing but sleep. He got locked in the office a couple of nights because the guards didn't see him sleeping. He would take our reports at the end of the month, retype them a little bit, put his name on there, and submit them, and that's it. That's all he did for the entire. And you're sitting there like, son of a bitch, I'm busting my balls, running all over the place. Got 30 meetings a day, and whack job over there is making 3 times, 4 times more money, and he's just sleeping every day. It's like, yeah, the UN is.
Yeah, there was a culture difference between the weapons inspectors who were not. For the vast majority, were not permanent UN employees, and even if they were like me, who got sheep dipped. And the real UN people who lived a very ostentatious lifestyle. They rolled in with a good meal, and that's why in Iraq, the weapons inspectors were called cowboys, and the UN staff were called the bunny huggers, and we had a clash of cultures. So.
I ran into. I just never heard the terminology, but I ran into it in Georgia when I was a military advisor there. And it's pathetic watching this. It's like, geez, And I got CC'd on a couple emails I shouldn't have gotten CC'd on. And then I'm looking at it's like, I mean, total corruption. It's like, God,
Yeah.
oh my God. It's just
Well,
horrible.
since we're telling corruption stories, I remember the first mission I went on. I'm from a military background, and every penny has to be accounted for. Every
Absolutely.
penny. You go on TAD, and you get a per diem. You can expend that per diem, but if that per diem becomes excessive, it's reportable income.
Right.
It's per diem is supposed to cover the cost of the trip, not to make a profit. So we come in and where I sit down and the administrator slides a couple $1,000s over to me, and I sign for it. And I say, "What's this?" They say, "Well, this is your per diem to cover Baghdad. The expense there is about a 3 to 4 to 1 exchange rate of the Iraqi rial to or dinar to the dollar. So you need a lot of money." And I went, "Okay, I got it." I signed for it. And then I come out, and the UN staff comes up, "Ritter, come here." I go, "What?" "No, we're going downtown." "Where?" "To the souk." "To do what?" "We're going to the black market. We're going to buy Iraqi dinar. We can buy them for 60 to 1. I said, "Right." So we did that. So now I go in with all my money. They go, "No. You only need like $1,000. Take the other stuff and just put it in the safe here." I said, "Okay." So I did that. Boom. Go in there. Sure enough, we pay for everything. And I come out and I go to the administrator, and I've taken my money out of the safe, and I've accounted for everything I spent in Iraq. And I went to them and I hand over my piece of paper with all my accounting, and I slide the money back to them. And they stare at me and they go, "What are you doing?" I said, "These are unexpended funds. This is how I accounted for. I'm returning the money." They said, "No." They said, "Take that money." And then they reached in the bag and said, "We only paid you 40%. Here's the other 60%. And they handed me about $6,000 more dollars. And I'm sitting there going,
Jesus.
I said, "I can't take this." And they said, "No, you have to take it." And everybody was getting mad at me. They're going, "You're going to ruin a good thing."
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
"What do you mean a good thing? This is corrupt as hell. This is."
Yeah.
And I mean, and so that was right about Christmas time. So, you don't have to tell a Marine once or twice or 3 times. I took that money. I went and I bought my wife gold jewelry, and my family had a great Christmas that year. But I kept reporting. I went back and I said, "We have to change the system." They all looked at me going, "What do you mean change it?" And what happened is, because of this money making, you saw that there were certain inspectors and inspection groups that always before Christmas suddenly did a big inspection. And the Iraqis were complaining. They said, "You're asking the same questions the guys asked us in the summer. You're doing nothing different. You're just here." And that's right. They went in there to have an inspection, to get the per diem, to have a good Christmas. The one thing I can be proud of is every time I took a team into Iraq, the Iraqis were scared to death because they knew that I was prepared. I was coming in. I was loaded for bore, and we were gunning. And they also said that all of your questions were good. All of your points were new. You always caught us in a lie, and you're doing your job. So whatever per diem money we made, we didn't go to Iraq to make per diem money. We went to Iraq to do a job. And to be honest, when my teams came out of Iraq after having guns put into their heads and threatened with death and destruction, I had no problem with the UN handing them money and letting them go off and blow off some steam. I was like, they earned this. These aren't your bureaucrats that went there and ate great meals and took 2 meetings a week and then went home with a wad of money. These are guys that spent the night in the car, in the field, with guns at their head, being threatened to die, surrounded by Iraqi security forces, always threatened to be taken hostage. And so, yeah, if the UN wanted to pay them a little bit extra money, that's between them and the UN.
Yeah. Well, I saw a lot of that too. That's definitely something. Listen, quick question, and it's hard not to ask this question. And I myself, I don't have an answer. I have a bad feeling, but I don't have an answer. Okay, U.S. runs out of missiles. It's got to happen. No defensive missiles. I got the photos in from Tel Aviv, where it's starting to get Gaza. It's seriously starting to get Gaza. And Iraq, Iran hasn't fired off even.
I see the tears in your eyes too when you say that.
I honestly, I don't care if Israel exists. I have no problem with existing if it exists as a normal country. When you're starting to commit genocide on other people, then you've got issues. And don't tell me it's all the Jews are Israelis and all that. That's the same thing. My grandfather was a German, fought. He was a Polish officer taken POW by the Red Army, then joined the Red Army. He was a field surgeon, fought all the way up to Berlin. It's the same thing with what the Nazis did in Germany. All the Germans must be Nazis. No, they don't. It's you are what you are, and then there's other people. Just because you have the same ethnic background doesn't mean the same thing. But what are the Israelis going to do? Are they going to allow their cities to get Gaza'd, or are they going to go turn to nukes? Because the conventional is going to run out.
I think what's going to happen is that it's going to be a phase, because the first question you have to ask is what America is going to do.
Right.
And there is some concern that Trump could turn to low-yield nuclear weapons to break the back of Iranian resistance, because we're not going to win conventionally.
No, absolutely not.
But hopefully this is where Russia and China can step in, and otherwise, if the United States is compelled to evacuate the Middle East, maybe we retain some sort of face-saving mechanism, but to meaningfully evacuate the Middle East, no more Fifth Fleet, no more CENTCOM forward, none of this. Israel will have to change its behavior. And right now, this war that's being waged, this is a politically risky war for Benjamin Netanyahu, because he's only been able to stay in power by increasing the stakes. There are no more stakes than this. And I think what you're going to see is that Israel will have a regime change moment. Benjamin Netanyahu's government will collapse, and he'll be replaced by people who recognize that in order for Israel to survive in a post-conflict reality where the United States has reduced its military, economic, and political footprint in the region, greater Israel is no longer on the front burner, and Israel learning to peacefully coexist with its neighbors becomes a prominent thing. And here you might actually see movement towards a resolution of the Gaza issue, because if you can remove Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and all the other warmongers and replace with people that say, we're going to have to deal with a Palestinian state. That's, I think, the direction, because for Israel to go nuclear would be suicidal. Israel was not attacked. Israel attacked, and they're paying the consequence for that. And, it would be one thing if Iran just attacked Israel out of the blue. That would be a different political game.
Right.
But here we're seeing Israel attacking Iran, and there was no justification for this other than greater Israel, other than removing the Iranian impediment to greater Israel. And it's going to be difficult for anybody to justify the Samson option. And should Netanyahu suggest it, I believe that his government would collapse. So I think what happens to Israel is you're going to see behavioral change in Israel, political change, regime change in Israel.
Yeah, I hope so. For their sakes, remember, because if they continue the way they're continuing, as greater Israel's insanity, they're not going to survive. They're not going to survive.
And nor should they.
Exactly. You listen to Smugic, the financial minister, that went into detail to describe their, we're going to fix the Middle East. We're going to kill off or drive off all the people that live there, and we're just going to take over. Like somebody else was doing that about 80 years ago. Let me think who that was. Oh, yeah. Well, don't you dare say that, because now you're an anti-Semite.
You're anti-Semitic, you're this, you're that, and the other thing. Yeah. You don't want to remind the Israelis that they behave more like the Nazis than the Nazis did.
Well, that's the thing. Nazism isn't limited to Germans or to Hungarians. It's one of those things, right in your ethnic group, right in the other ethnic group.
Showed a proclivity for it. The Danes showed a proclivity for it. The Dutch, the French, the British. America had a Nazi party. I mean, that kind of evil, racist ideology can exist anywhere.
Exactly.
This is why Russia pushes so back, because, to be honest, if Russia didn't create the barriers to the revival of Nazism, Russia would have a Nazi party.
Oh, yeah. And it did in the 90s.
Yeah.
Limonov.
Yeah. I remember
this Bolshevik, socialist Bolsheviks, or national Bolsheviks. That's what it was. National Bolsheviks.
I remember the weightlifting clubs in Lubertsky in Moscow. the skinheads with their Nazi salutes and all this stuff. So you have to guard against it because it's
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere. Now taxes.
That kind of ideology is the is where people of limited intellectual capacity tend to collect.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's very easy. I mean, it's not your fault you screwed your entire life up. It's that guy's fault you screwed your entire life up. That's usually the easiest thing to do.
100%. That's right.
Yeah.
It's very easy. Again, I there's a joke. David Chappelle has told a joke. I don't know if you've heard it, but you get a group of Italians together. You know, when you get a group of Italians together, what do you call them? A mob. You get a group of black guys together, what do you call them? A gang. You get a group of Jews together, what do you call it? A coincidence. Meaning that you're not to talk about, Jewish control. But at the end of the day, when you have, racist, hate-driven ideology like the Nazis, and as you said, they have to shift their failures onto the shoulders of others. It's just far too easy to say the Jews are to blame. The Jews are to blame. Look, Zionism is to blame for a lot of things, but Jews, I'm not there. I'm not going to embrace that. I have, that it's just too easy because the next step is to say that the Irish are to blame or the Polish are to blame.
When the Irish aren't to blame?
Well, they are, but they.
Okay. The sun's gonna rise in the east. Okay, Coco. Well, you had me scared there for a minute.
You speak
to my Irish friends.
You're speaking to somebody who has Irish blood in them, so yes, we are to blame. But
we don't know what we're to blame for. We're definitely to blame for something.
We did something wrong somewhere. The potatoes stopped growing because of us. But
I've got a bunch of Irish friends, so they're probably listening, going, damn it.
Che Bow's probably sitting there going, I'm going to get you.
Shay's. Well, that's one way to get Shay in a bar finally, because the last time I had it, we were sat at a bar and had a beer was in Tbilisi when we were covering the elections and the first protest. I mean, they run him nonstop, to be honest. He's on the road like 80% of the time. He's a good guy. He'll get me back for this. Yeah, well, let's hope that the Israelis come to their senses and don't do anything insane.
Well, they've already done something insane. Let's just hope they don't do anything suicidal.
Yeah, exactly.
Foolish, stupid days of never-ending wars.
We're rebuilding our military stronger than ever before, and we are not going to deplete it again on stupid, senseless, endless wars.
World War III has never been closer than it is right now. We need to clean house of all of the warmongers and America last globalists and the deep state. I am the president who delivers peace. I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. And the worst, most incompetent, most corrupt president in history is going to drag us into World War III. And this horrible, horrible president is dragging us toward World War III. We're going to be in World War III soon because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran. Large sections of the Middle East. I mean, look at the death and destruction that's taken place. What would happen if we had a war? We won't, with me, but
but you will have World War III, I believe, without me.
That, of course, Colonel McGregor, welcome here. And thank you for sitting through all of that. That, of course, was President Trump at various points in various campaigns contradicting what we've all been observing. Has the Trump administration, in your view, offered a morally cohesive, legally grounded, constitutionally compliant basis for this war?
Gosh, is that a trick question?
No.
Well, obviously not. There's no evidence for that. You know, I don't see any strategy at work at all. We are basically trying to bomb a country that is the size of Western Europe with 93 million people into submission to Mr. Netanyahu's demands. There's no strategy. That's what we're trying to do. There is no end state other than the likely eventual disintegration or destruction of Iran, which is ultimately what we're trying to achieve at this point. Now, whether or not we achieve it, that's another matter, but I think that's the desired end state, barring any sudden capitulation by Iran. And the sad part is the world is suffering. This is a global economic catastrophe. You know, you've stopped virtually everything from flowing in and out of the Gulf at this point. And I don't think you can put the United States Navy into the Gulf with the goal of protecting shipping. I think we'd simply offer up our ships for destruction. So we're not dealing with reality at the moment. The Iranians have struck, 27 military bases. Right now, Iranian missiles are striking all over Israel at roughly 4,000 miles per hour. A single Iranian drone flew more than 1,000 miles and destroyed a British air base in Cyprus, was never even identified or detected. And Iran has at least 10,000 of those, and the number is rising. And I think we have, 500 interceptor missiles left in the theater. And, you know, as I think others have pointed out, you've got to go out of the theater practically either all the way to Diego Garcia or India, or if you're in the Mediterranean, back to Europe to reload. And I don't see any evidence that this war is going to anytime soon. So this is a disaster for us, for our friends and allies, for the world.
Does the U.S. military have sufficient munitions to sustain an attack solely from the air?
You know, at this point, I don't think it's clear. Now, we do have munitions. Do we have enough precision-guided munitions? Do we have enough precision-guided missiles? That's a different question. I think we can continue to bomb, but bombing on its own has never produced the desired result. I mean, this is what we're up against. And certainly since the end of the Second World War until the present time, no bombing campaign on its own has brought any country to its knees. So I don't see any evidence that that's going to happen with Iran. The bigger issue for me, though, Judge, right now is the economy. You know, President Trump did not pick up the phone and call Prime Minister Modi in India or the Prime Minister in Japan or the President in South Korea, let alone Xi, obviously, about whom he obviously doesn't care, and ask the question, look, we're considering military action. What will be the effect on you? Is this going to damage you? Well, right now, I'd say it's very damaging to both Japan and South Korea, horrendously damaging. Both of them import between 60 and 70% of their petroleum from the Persian Gulf. Now, China gets 50%, but the Chinese have built up enormous strategic reserves. So this is going to affect them very much. And in the meantime, they're building new pipelines coming out of Russia. You know, by the way, Russia is doing a land office business. Everybody that needs oil is turning to Russia. So if our goal was to enrich Russia, make it stronger and more effective, gosh, I think we've managed that.
Can any of these objectives at all be achieved? The destruction of all of Iran's offensive weaponry, which I understand the vast majority of it hasn't been used yet or even revealed. It's still underground. I thought the destruction of the nuclear capability obliterated, was taken care of in June, and a persuasion of the Iranian people, who are now united after the murder of the Ayatollah, that they should take over their government and toss the government out and put in somebody friendly to the Trump administration. These are not realistic goals, are they?
No, we've always been delusional on that score. And we in the world are sliding now into global recession. That's certainly not going to make us terribly popular. It's certainly not going to hasten the end of the war for the purposes that we're waging it. But we may ultimately have to pull out because of enormous pressure from the rest of the world that says, you've created a disaster, you've got to leave. That could happen. I think right now there are other things about which the administration is not talking. I think our era of local or regional hegemony in the Middle East is over. I think we're going to be swept completely out of the Persian Gulf. Now, will the Persian Gulf be rebuilt? Probably. Will someone finance it? I guess so. But there are going to be new rules, and we're not going to be there. I mean, why would you welcome us back in? Because the population certainly doesn't want us there. That's increasingly obvious. The ruling elites wanted us there on the assumption that we would protect them. Well, we've turned out to be incapable of protecting them. So this whole notion of deterrence has been lost. And I don't think this bombing campaign is going to restore it. So right now, this whole thing is burning down the economy. Everything that needs petroleum is absent from all the major countries in the world except ourselves, and to some extent also in Egypt, Europe. So I don't see us achieving the real goal, which is that we have a sort of Battleship Missouri ceremony where Trump steps up and accepts the surrender of Iran. I don't see that occurring, and I don't think the Chinese and the Russians will let that occur.
What will the Chinese and Russians do if it looks as though the United States is effectively degrading the infrastructure and governmental structures in Iran?
Well, China has, of the two, the greatest interest in the permanent survival of the Iranian state and nation. They're not going to welcome any attempts to break it up. The Russians won't like it either. Now, the Russians want to finish up the war in Ukraine, and I think that's their primary focus. I think the Chinese will continue to provide whatever intelligence support, whatever missiles, whatever technical support that they can. They do have some Chinese pilots on the ground who could conceivably fly Iranian aircrafts, and some of those aircraft are Chinese manufacture. I don't think it's gotten to the point yet where that is seen as a necessity. We really haven't made a dent in this enormous missile arsenal. The missiles are continuing to land on Israel without much difficulty. And I think they're going to continue to try and hit us at sea. Now, we're pulling back and as far away as we can get to hopefully stay out of range, but we're discovering that some of these missiles have a greater range than we really anticipated. So I think right now, Moscow and Beijing are watching carefully to see where this goes. But we should be careful in the United States not to declare victory. Yes, I'm sure we have air supremacy in the northwest of the country. We may have it increasingly in other areas, but air superiority alone has not guaranteed success in war, especially when you have no ground force. And the notion of putting a ground force into the place is absurd, Judge.
Would there be pressure put on President Trump by the Arab magnates in the Gulf who want this war over so that they can get back to their production of oil and living their ultra-rich lives?
Well,
aren't these attacks on Doha chasing the wealthy elites away?
Oh, I'm sure some of them have left. I mean, that's what the emir of Kuwait and his family did as soon as it became clear the Iraqis were on their way. So no doubt they're in London or somewhere in Switzerland. I have to understand something. For the vantage point of the general Arab populace, the ruling elites, whether they're in Riyadh or they're in the Emirates, are all seen as members of the Epstein class. And right now, the Arab populations there are not exactly cheering on us and their elites. They see us as the enemy. I think other guests have come on and told you that. I think we're finished in the region, frankly. I think when this is over, we'll be out. You know, frankly, that doesn't bother me in the least, because I think we've overstayed our welcome all over the world and should pull back as much as possible and stop participating in alliances that are guaranteed to drag us into war on the behalf of little states when we don't necessarily share their interests. So that's fine. But I don't think it's a good way for us to get out, but I think that's effectively what's going to happen.
The Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War, says this war was dictated by God. It was really dictated by the donor class in the United States and the presidential subservience to the Prime Minister of Israel. Isn't this war about Israeli hegemony in the region?
I certainly envy people that have this kind of pipeline straight to God. There aren't too many out there, and it's remarkable. But I have a feeling he's got the wrong number. And I don't think God is in any way, shape, or form involved in this process. Look, this is all about Israeli Jewish supremacy in the Middle East. And also, I would argue, Zionist billionaire supremacy in the financial world. And Mr. Netanyahu has rolled the dice with the help of President Trump, and everything is at risk right now. They've taken an enormous gamble that we can bomb these people out of business. And that removes, in the minds of the Israelis and their Zionist billionaire agents in the United States, any obstacle to total domination. I think that's a serious mistake. The rest of the region is waking up. Right now, the Mossad and CIA, and I imagine MI6, are working overtime to try and organize thousands of Kurds in northern Iraq and Syria into a force that can invade northwestern Iran. Now, think about that. That's where they're trying to mount a ground invasion. That's a catastrophe. First of all, if they try it, they're all going to be destroyed. But how does that affect Turkey? Or Turkey, as they want you to call it now. And the Turks are going to look at that, and they see the Kurdish threat to their country as existential. A Kurdistan can't exist without chunks of Iran and Iraq, not just Syria, but also Turkey. And the Turks have said it's out of the question. That's one thing on which the Turks and the Iranians can agree. This sort of thing also suggests that we're already unreasonably desperate. We're looking for a ground force. And the fact that this keeps coming up and we say that's even a possibility suggests to me that our air campaign is not nearly as effective as we're trying to convince everybody that it is. And just keep something in mind, Judge. If you tried to move forces into Saudi Arabia or through Israel into Syria or something in today's world, they'd be destroyed before they got off the boats. If they got off the boats, they'd be destroyed as they concentrated in the harbors. Now, why would this happen? Because we today are dealing with persistent surveillance from satellite-based intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. You can't repeat Desert Storm. If you try to, you'll be destroyed. All the ports that we would have normally used would be targeted and eliminated. So I don't know what they're doing except grasping for straws. And remember, from the very beginning, when this started, everyone understood the only thing Iran's got to do is survive. That's what they have to do. We, on the other hand, who have made these outrageous demands on behalf of Israel, we have to conquer Iran. Literally. That's not going to happen.
Colonel, twice in the last 9 months, the president has sent his real estate agent negotiators to negotiate with Iran in negotiations that were essentially a fraud, a deception, and the creation of a false sense of security. The very same thing happened in this weekend as happened in June. It was even a little bit more elaborate this
Revolutionary salute to my brother Zeke for the donation to the war chest. Revolutionaries of real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldier. Salute.
time around, because Secretary of State Rubio announced He was flying to Israel on Monday, as again, to create the false sense of security. My question is, how will this affect talks between the United States and Russia? What does the Kremlin think of the credibility of the United States, the Trump administration, and Trump's negotiators?
I doubt seriously that anyone in Moscow or Beijing, or for that matter, anywhere today, is likely to believe very much of anything we say. And why wouldn't they? You know, I think, Judge, you've asked me repeatedly for some time over the last 8-9 months, will we attack Iran? Do you think we're going to attack Iran? And I have always said yes. And the only question was never if, but when. I thought they would try to do this before Christmas, but we weren't postured for it. We weren't prepared for it. Neither were the Israelis, really. And so it was put off from January into February. Now, what are we watching? I think we watched frustration on the part of Mr. Netanyahu with the slowness with which we moved forward to execute this mission. And I think he decided to get it started. And we were alerted, I'm sure, but nevertheless somewhat surprised. So when you listen to Mr. Rubio or Mr. Hegseth or any number of these people, you're listening to all sorts of individuals trying to come up with a rationale for why this burst on the scene so suddenly and why the Israelis went in on their own to begin with. Again, there has never been a strategy. There has never been a clear enunciation of what the purpose is other than to destroy Israel's enemies. There has been no comment on the methodology other than to say bombs and missiles. And there is no end state other than the capitulation of Iran to President Trump and Mr. Netanyahu's great will. That's it. So anything they say should be taken with a grain of salt at this point. But one thing is certain, I'm sure we're sending more stuff to the region.
Do you buy the argument? Well, actually, let me play this clip for you of Secretary Rubio contradicting himself. Chris?
Please, guys, I can't hear them all. Yes.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked a question.
No, were you the one that, because somebody asked me a question yesterday, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that, and I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
This that Netanyahu called up and said, we're going in without you, so you better join us? Or do you think the whole thing was planned back at Mar-a-Lago around New Year's Eve?
Well, I think the decision to bomb or to attack Iran was made quite early. I think that was understood after the 12-day war. The 12-day war was not enough to do the damage that Mr. Netanyahu required. And I'm sure in the months after that, there were many conversations, and there was always an agreement on attacking Iran. The question was when and under what conditions and circumstances. And again, I think in this particular point, you're sort of getting some of the truth. Perhaps Mr. Rubio should think about a future in disco, because I've never seen anyone dance as rapidly and effectively in answer to a question as he has. I mean, the man is really something. He can talk his way into or out of almost anything. Unfortunately, none of it has much to do with the truth. Iran was not going to preempt. Believe me, the voices that suggested that were shouted down quickly. Moscow and Beijing both advised Tehran, under no circumstances will you preempt, because to do so would sacrifice your position of advantage as the victim in the war. Now, we don't care about that. We think, well, Iran's been our problem for 47 years. Iran hasn't changed a bit in 47 years. No, Iran's changed profoundly. It's not the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. If we were really concerned about Islamic radicalism and terrorism, well, we'd look pretty closely at what happens inside Pakistan. We'd be looking right now at what's going on inside Syria under Mr. Jalani, the alumnus of ISIS and Al-Qaeda and al-Nusra and so forth. We're not. This is entirely because the Israelis know, at least they think that they know, that the destruction of Iran opens up opportunities for them. And remember, there are still people in New York and elsewhere, as well as in Washington, looking at the oil fields. They would like to capture all those resources and harness them to our interests. At the end of the day, that's one thing that seems to have happened at Venezuela. We didn't change anything in Venezuela. Venezuela is still an independent state, except that it no longer can sell oil without our blessing. And so we're very happy to take the oil that comes out, repurpose it, and use it as we see fit. I think President Trump would like to do something similar. So would Mr. Rubio, and so would Mr. Netanyahu to Iran. But you're not going to be able to do that. And so you've got Iran scheduled for the same kind of extinction that Russia was. You know, we're going to break it up. It's going to fragment. It's going to be divided. We're going to do with it whatever we see fit. That's the thinking. I don't think it's going to happen. And I think the Iranians have a lot more up their sleeve. And their missiles, we have, 500 interceptors in the region. They've got at least 10,000. We're just talking about anti-missile missiles. We haven't even begun to talk about the vast numbers of ballistic missiles and so forth. This whole thing is out of control. It's going to continue to race out of control because we can't manage it, because we haven't thought it through.
How, if at all, will this U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran affect the Kremlin's execution of the special military operation in Ukraine?
Well, from the Russian vantage point, they've seen all the resources that might otherwise, at least part of them, flowed to Ukraine, flow out of the theater. So I think they're viewing this as a tremendous opportunity. The only thing that stands in their way at this point is soggy ground, the mud season. When that's over, and I imagine that'll be in April sometime, maybe mid-April, the ground is solid. There's nothing to prevent them from moving decisively to take Odessa. And frankly, when you take Odessa and Ukraine becomes a landlocked country, the war is, for all intents and purposes, over. Now, can they still launch guerrilla warfare? Well, maybe, but then the Russians will simply follow up by marching into Kiev. And that may yet happen because they may conclude there's no alternative. We are trying to sustain that, as well as sustain this crazy bomb and air and missile campaign against Iran. We're overstretched. There's no question about it.
Has the president made a bed, so to speak, that's going to be very difficult for Republicans to sleep in?
I think this is so bad that within a month, instead of the great victory that his supporters are touting, people are going to be talking about the 25th Amendment, Judge. And I'm not sure that President Trump is going to be president before the year's over. I think he may well be gone. And that's not simply because of this utterly stupid and futile campaign against Iran. It's because the global impact of this, as we've been discussing.
Right.
All the Straits of Hormuz are an economic lifeline for countries like India, and they're not the only ones. We're going to see most of the world just walk away from all of this and demand an end to it. I don't think it's something that we can sustain. Now, casualties, I don't think we know what's happened. In my experience, in my short life with casualties, is that the United States Armed Forces, the Department of War that is now, has always slow-rolled casualties. We did that in World War I. We fought for 110 days. We had 1,000 dead in every battle. That's 1,000 dead every day in 110 days. Now, did we tell everybody about that? No, we slow-rolled it because the population inside the United States that didn't want to go into World War I anyway was becoming very uncomfortable with the casualties that were coming back. During World War II, we lied. That was the easiest thing to do. We said that we'd inflicted terrible casualties on the Germans in the Bulge, and we were hugely successful. No, we had 200,000 casualties during the period when the Bulge was being fought in Belgium and France and Germany. The Germans, 68,000. Stop and think about that. What a difference. Did we announce that? No, we lied. We suppressed those figures for years and years and years. So I don't think we're going to get the truth about how many Americans' lives have been lost or how many have been wounded for some time. So might as well forget that. As far as Iran is concerned, I think we're over 1,000 dead in that country, and I'm sure that we plan on thousands more, and the Israelis will celebrate that to no end. But the question is, when do the Israelis, who are dealing with hundreds of missiles coming in at 4,000 miles per hour, finally stand up and say, Washington, we can't do this anymore. If you don't stop this, if you don't pull out of this, we may have to use a nuclear weapon to end this conflict. That's the greatest single danger right now. We're not going to do that. Neither will the Russians nor the Chinese. And of course, we know the Iranians don't have a nuclear weapon. That's all nonsense. And it's been nonsense for a long time. The question is, what do we do when the Israelis state that? Because they are determined to absolutely eradicate everything and anything in the region that stands in the way of their absolute hegemony and absolute control.
And when gas prices are up to $5 a gallon in the U.S.?
Well, I would hope that someone in the United States will raise some questions. But frankly, the Israelis don't care about that, Judge. The Israelis are about Israel's long-term interests, and their Zionist billionaires are going to stick with them to the bitter end because they are preeminently Israeli, whether or not they're American citizens.
Colonel McGregor, thank you very much. Thanks for letting me question you all across the board. Deeply appreciated. I know you're much in demand. Thanks for the time you've given us. All my best to you.
Hope everyone had a nice break, and welcome back to the end of the world. So as you know, World War III has started. The United States and Israel have started to attack Iran. And we are now in the 4th day of this war. And we can expect this war to last for many weeks, possibly also for many years. But I promise you that after this war is done, the world will never be the same again. So what we will do these next few weeks is use game theory and understand and analyze the geopolitical situation. And so I'm going to teach you the ideas, the theory, the techniques to understand the world around you and make predictions. And we can know if our analysis is correct because all this is happening in real time. And so we can test it against reality. All right, so let's go over some basic facts about what's happened so far. So in the early morning of Saturday in Tehran, the Israelis and Americans launched a decapitation strike against the Ayatollah Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran. Now, there are arguments and disputes about as to what happened. The Americans and Israelis said that they had real intelligence about where the leader was, and so they sent airplanes to just bomb the crap out of the place. They also had a spy who was able to record the body of the dead Ayatollah, and then this was announced. At first, the Iranians denied this, and the Iranians insisted he was still alive. But eventually, state media admitted that he did die in the airstrike. But then what they also said is that the Ayatollah, he's 86 years old, and he chose to die. He could have gone to Moscow, but instead he chose to stay in Tehran and die for his people. But not only that, but he died along many of his relatives. He died along with his daughter, his son-in-law, his grandchildren. So many of the family died in this assault. Also, there's been reporting that he had prostate cancer. Okay, so he was going to die fairly soon as well. So what you need to understand first about the war is that even though the Americans and Israelis claim great success in decapitating the leadership of the Iranians, from the Iranian perspective, this is a martyrdom, okay? And so the religion of the Iranians is called Shia Muslim. And this is different from Sunni Muslim. So Sunnis are the majority. They're about 9% of all Muslims in the world. The Shia have always been the minority. And as such, they've always been persecuted. So in the Shia faith, the core value, the force that binds everyone together and gives them purpose and meaning in life, that galvanizes them into action, is the idea of martyrdom, which forces jihad. To sacrifice yourself for your religion, sacrifice yourself for the common good. So think of the death of Khamenei as a sacrifice, a self-sacrifice in order to motivate the Iranians in this war, okay? So that's the first thing you need to understand. That for the Iranians, this is not a geopolitical war. This is not an economic war. This is not a war of resistance. This is a jihad. Okay? It's a war against the great Satan to avenge their leader. They will fight to the death. All right? That's number one. Number two is this. Also that morning, when the Ayatollah was killed, the Israelis struck a school in the south of Tehran, killing about 150 school children. These are girls in primary school. And again, there's a lot of debate and argument as to what happened. The Israelis said that, first of all, the school was next to a military base. We were targeting the military base. And second of all, it wasn't us which struck the school. It was a air defense missile that went off course. Okay? And the Iranians insisted no. The Israelis purposefully attacked the school to kill the school children. And then you're like, why would the Israelis do that? But then these few years, well, we've seen what they've done in Gaza, in Palestine, to the Palestinians. And it's pretty consistent what the Israelis have been doing. All right? So this action against the Israelis, it's meant to show to themselves and the world that we are now all in. Okay? We've made the sacrifice. We are now committed to this war, to winning this war at all costs. And this action has also provoked the Iranian people to resist with their full might, okay? So I want you to keep this in mind. And again, we don't have complete evidence that it's the Israelis who did this, but given past actions from the Israelis, this is fairly consistent with what they've done, okay? So we can assume that this is something the Israelis did. Why they did this, what the purpose is something we will discuss as we move on, okay? It's very complicated. Next, I want to show you this. This is Dubai. And Dubai is considered one of the wealthiest, safest cities in the world. There are thousands, tens of thousands of Westerners who move to Dubai because it's clean, you don't pay any taxes, you make a lot of money, and there are great restaurants. And this is really the economic model of Dubai. It's one of the GCC countries, okay? The Gulf coastal countries. And for the longest time, Dubai had a really good deal because they were under the protection of the American military. So they didn't have to pay for defense. And then they were in the Middle East, which is the oil producing center of the world. And so they focus on aviation, they focus on logistics, they focus on finance, on tourism. They became extremely wealthy, right? I'm not sure if you've taken Emirates, one of the best airlines in the world. So their airport, Dubai Airport, is the busiest in the world. And Dubai, for the longest time, was flourishing under American protection. And Dubai said to the world, listen, we're like Switzerland. We're neutral. We don't want any involvement in any wars. We're here just to take care of our citizens, to make sure everyone has a good time, to make money. And then right after the war started, the Iranians attacked the GCC, okay? Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, they attacked these places. And these places were like, what's going on? We're neutral, man. We're not involved in this war. And the airport was shut down in Dubai. At one point, the rich people in Dubai were willing to pay about $250,000 US just to get on a plane and get out of there. Okay? So the reality is this. For the longest time, Dubai had a reputation for being safe, and that's why people moved their money there. Guess what, guys? After what the Iranians did, it's dead. Dubai as a city, in the long term, it is dead. Because you're a wealthy Westerner, you're not going to move to a place where it could be attacked anytime by the Iranians. You might move to Singapore, you might move to Hong Kong, Japan, South America, but you're not moving to Dubai, okay? So the big question for us is, why did the Iranians do this? It was the Israelis and the Americans who attacked you. Why go after the GCC? All right? And not only that, but they're escalating the attacks against the GCC. So this is something that we will look at very closely today. Well, the short answer is because these places, even though they pretend to be neutral, they house the American military. They allow the Israelis and the Americans to use their airspace to attack Iran from. All right? So this is Bahrain. Now, Bahrain is interesting, okay? Because I want you guys to remember this. But Bahrain will probably be one of the major centers of this conflict. Because, first of all, this is the American Fifth Fleet. All right? This is their naval base in the Middle East. And as you can see, the Iranians are attacking it with missiles. And it's being blown up. Bahrain is interesting because it has about 50% or even more, okay, Shia, which is the religion of the Iranians. But the people in charge are the Sunnis. And so what makes this strike really important from our perspective is, first of all, not only are the Iranians attacking US military assets, not only are they destroying the economies of the GCC, but they're also trying to ignite a religious war, right? Because you're Shia, you're loyal to the Ayatollah. And if he's dead, then you must, as a religious obligation, now commit jihad against your enemies. And it's no different in other religions where, listen, if you want to kill the Pope, the Catholics would be really angry at you and they would want to kill you, right? So now you have the Shia who will probably eventually arise, creating a revolution in Bahrain, okay? So I think Bahrain will be the first to fall. Dubai will probably go bankrupt, okay? But in the long term, we can expect the entire GCC area, including Saudi Arabia, to eventually collapse, okay? And so this is something we'll use game theory to understand. Very strategic in their response to the Americans and the Israelis. And the reason why is the Americans and the Israelis have military dominance over Iran. But just because you have military dominance does not mean you'll win the war. Okay? So what I believe is that Iran and Israel are committed to a war. And it's possible that in 2 years' time, there will be a ground invasion of Iran. Okay? But it's going to take time to build up to the ground invasion. But just because the Americans and the Israelis attack Iran does not mean they will win. Okay? And the reason why is that, as you know from your research, in 2002, the Americans actually tried to invade Iran. Okay? They ran a simulation called the 2002 Millennium Challenge. And the idea is, let's pretend that we will invade Iran and let's see what happens. So they divide the military into two teams, right? Team USA and Team Iran. Now, if you know anything about the American military, you will know that it is the most dominant, powerful military ever to exist in human history, okay? It is crazy powerful. If the entire world were to get together and say, let's go fight the United States, the world would lose. The United States has the most powerful military in the entire world, okay? And Iran, it's a very poor country. So the United States invaded Iran and they wanted to see what would happen. And it turned out that who won? Iran won, okay? And the reason why Iran won is the idea of asymmetrical warfare, all right? And this is a very important idea that you must know if you are to understand this conflict. So what is asymmetrical warfare? All right, let's pretend that Jack and I are enemies. We hate each other and we want to kill each other, okay? Jack has armor and he has a machine gun. I have nothing, okay? So in most battles, Jack's going to kill me, right? But let's pretend that I live in a dark forest. And it's really hard to see in this dark forest, but I've been living there for decades, okay? So I know this dark forest very, very well. So if Jack attacks me in this dark forest, then it's possible for me to win because I can set traps, right? I can play tricks on Jack. And that's the idea of asymmetrical warfare, okay? Even though Jack is superior, because I'm inferior, I'm forced to be much more strategic in how I fight against Jack, okay? And so asymmetrical warfare means that as long as you can define the terms of engagement, as long as you can control how the war is fought, you will win. So let's look at what this means for Iran and the United States. So the United States has these aircraft carriers, and they cost like $1 billion, okay? They're very expensive, but they're very powerful. Now, in a symmetrical warfare, what happened is Iran sends its entire navy against this one aircraft carrier of the United States. And then what happens? The United States blows up the entire Iranian navy, okay? That's what would happen. So you don't do that, okay? You do not send your navy against an American aircraft carrier. What you do instead is you send drones, okay? Or drone swarms. So what they did in the Millennium Challenge was they had these suicide boats, right? Charging these aircraft carriers. And guess what, guys? If there's a lot of them, like 1,000 of them, you can't stop all of them. And if one hits, then your boat sinks. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, this is what we call asymmetrical warfare. Now, what's important to understand is that in asymmetrical warfare, you have to control how much resources you use, okay? So for example, this aircraft carrier costs like $1 billion. A drone swarm, okay, a drone maybe $1,000 for a real one, okay? But then you have fake ones that cost $100. $1,000 are these drones that blow up, right? $100 are drones that don't blow up, right? You have 1,000 of these, and then that's like $10 million. And then you have 10,000 of these, and that's another $10 million, okay? So it'll cost you maybe $20 million to blow up a $1 billion aircraft carrier. Okay? Does that make sense? And this is why Iran would win a war, because Iran would employ asymmetrical warfare, drone swarms against the American aircraft carrier. And the true promise actually showed us that the Iranians would probably use this strategy. And the reason why is that the total package, the strike package that the Iranians use, cost about $10 to $30 million. But how much money did the Israelis spend to bring down these drones? Do you guys know? How much did it cost the Israelis to defend themselves against this attack? Okay, it was at least $1 billion. Okay, do you understand? All right. So this shows us that in a war, Iran would use asymmetrical warfare, and and even though Israel and the United States have military dominance, they may not be able to win this war. Okay. So does this make sense so far? Any questions? The Iranians will use this asymmetrical warfare strategy against the Americans, and so shouldn't the Americans respond with more strategic thinking? And that's a great question. And the answer is the Americans would not do that. Why not? Why is it that asymmetrical warfare is so effective against empires and dominant military powers? What's a problem of empires usually? What is their biggest problem? What is their fatal flaw? Okay, they have too much bureaucracy, but Iran also has bureaucracy. But the empires have a much bigger problem, okay? Now let's go back to the Millennium Challenge. Now, in the first test, in the first battle, Iran won against the United States, right? So what did the United States do? And do what? They did it again. They did another second. They did a second simulation. In the second simulation, what did they do? Exactly. Okay. What the Americans said is, nope, this is cheating, guys. Did you understand? Asymmetrical warfare is cheating. You cannot cheat. And then the Americans won. Does that make sense? Okay. So remember, in the first instance where you are allowed to use asymmetrical warfare, the Iranians won. In the second instance, the Americans said, no, asymmetrical warfare is cheating. So you're not allowed to use asymmetrical warfare. You must fight us directly. And the Americans won. What does this tell us about the American military? Exactly. Thank you. Okay. They are inflexible. Empires are inflexible. And the reason why is the idea of hubris, right? If you're an empire, you refuse to admit your failings and faults. You become very stubborn, okay? So it's back to the example of Jack has his machine gun, his armor, right? He comes in the Stark Force thinking like, I'm invincible, right? And like everyone's like, Jack, don't go into that dark forest. It's stupid. But Jack's like, no, I have a machine gun. I don't care. All right. So that's the situation. That's why asymmetrical warfare is so effective, because it allows you flexibility and creativity. And the empire, the dominant power, refuses to be flexible and creative. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. And so the classic example of this is Vietnam, where the Vietnamese were clearly dominated by the Americans, but the Vietnamese were using extremely creative and flexible tactics against Americans, whereas the Americans insisted on their main military doctrine. Okay, does that make sense? All right, great. Okay, any more questions? That was a great question. Thank you. Any more questions before we move on? Okay, so now I want to talk about, okay, if the Iranians are going to use asymmetrical warfare, what would it look like? And the answer is this. When the Americans invade, okay, the war started. Before the invasion, the Iranians must do 4 things if it is to prevail in the war, okay? And this is what we call the Iran strategy matrix. The Iran strategy matrix means that from now on, everything they do must fit into the strategy matrix, okay? It must accomplish the objectives of the strategy matrix. So the first thing it must do is unite the population. Second thing it must do is build alliances. And the third thing is win global opinion. The fourth is weaken the enemy. So in other words, everything that Iran is going to do from now until the actual invasion will be to accomplish all 4 goals at once. And it must, if it is to survive a full-scale American invasion, okay?
Structured.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream, and thank you so much for tuning in to another show with the latest developments on the 5th night of True Promise 4, Iran's response to the American-Israeli acts of terror and aggression against Iran, with more attacks coming from the IRGC against sensitive Israeli targets, simultaneously with an escalation coming from the United States and Israel against Iran in what appears to be an attempt of the United States to show more force to try and force Iran into surrendering and accepting the demands of Israel to finish this war. We're going to talk all about this, the attacks that are happening from the IRGC, very sensitive attacks, hypersonic missiles against the Ministry of Genocide of Israel and the Ben Gurion airport that is also used to transport ammunition, weapons, and bombs, including Mk-84s that landed on the children of Gaza and massacred over 70,000 children in Gaza. reports that the United States managed to convince some Kurdish Iranian groups to participate in a ground invasion. How substantiated that is, we're not sure yet, but we're going to talk about that too, alongside the recent statements that are coming from the relevant officials about this war and the warning that came from the IRGC that the next steps are going to be big. We're going to talk all about this. And before we get into all of this information, I'd like to just say a couple of words. Whenever there's a conflict, whenever there's a war, psychological warfare is something very important. It's the way the enemies try and instill a defeated nation. They try and convince people that you lost already. That's why, for example, if you look at mainstream media, you will find reports about American-Israeli attacks. However, they would not tell you what Iran is doing. Or they will bring you 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 hours about what the Zionists and the Epstein regime is saying, and Iranian officials, that is 5-10 minutes. All of that is part of a game. What is that game? That game is to manipulate you, to make you feel like, well, Iran can't do anything. What are they doing? I heard this happen today. I heard they intensified the strikes. And some things are true, absolutely. You know, war is the war. It's not a nice thing at the end of the day. But to undermine the responses that are coming, similarly to how many were completely ignoring the Palestinian resistance throughout the whole genocide, is intended to try and instill facts in the minds of the people that the other side is defeated and they're doing something outrageous, and they are attacking, you know, Arab countries, and they're attacking Turkey now, and they're doing this and that, without any substance whatsoever, and completely distorting the facts and ignoring that every American base is used in this aggression against Iran. And Iran warned them all, the United States of America, and all of the countries that have American bases in the region. They didn't want that. That's why they went and negotiated with the same man who killed so many Iranians. You know, today the Americans are saying that, not the Americans, the Epstein regime, the American people, they're calling on Iran to finish this all. The Epstein regime is saying that today they targeted the man who actually wanted to assassinate Trump. Oh, really? Oh, really? Who was the man who tried to assassinate Trump? It didn't look Iranian to me. Or is that yet another deflection or a way to try and convince people? So what they do to try and achieve somewhat of relevance, or in an attempt to try and portray like they're winning, they go and take down an Iranian ship in international waters. Yet another act of terror, yet another act that is illegal, yet another act against international law. To try and portray that, oh, you know, we're doing everything to target Iran. Oh, yeah, we're targeting the Bandar Abbas port a lot. Really? Is that opening the Hormuz Strait? Is that stopping the Iranian attacks? What is it changing? It's changing nothing. In the meantime, Iran is targeting American ships too. Fire broke out on one of the American warships today. But again, then no one speaks about that, let alone the attack that they had against the Israeli Ministry of Defense. We're going to talk all about that in this live stream and the most relevant updates that came throughout the day following the initial live stream that we had, because a lot is happening around the clock. It's non-stop, as in by the minute. Okay. The IRGC confirmed today that they targeted the Israeli Ministry of Defense and the Ben Gurion Airport. The Israeli Ministry of Defense is part of what Israel calls Hakiria, or the hub. That hub is embedded in civilian society in Tel Aviv. And they confirmed that, the Israelis. And they confirmed that they have bunkers over there, command and control, and they have multiple sections. Sections to do with the Israeli Navy, section to do with the Israeli Army, section to do with Unit 8200, a section to do with the government meetings, all sorts. Everything is there. The command and control. Iran targeted the place today with hypersonic ballistic missiles. Nothing comes out from Israel. Total censorship. Israel, of course, warned people. They're applying even more censorship now. They're trying to not talk about anything that's happening, especially with the sensitive attacks. So far, they haven't said anything about their bases being hit, whether in the north or the south or the center, whether from Hezbollah or Iran. They haven't said anything about strategic locations being hit, and they haven't said anything about other sensitive attacks. The only thing that Israel will show is destruction in civilian buildings. And again, assuming they are civilian buildings, because Israel and its services, they embed themselves in civilian buildings. And there's a lot of destruction. Of course, let alone the fact that they're targeting civilian buildings, infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and what have you in Iran in a typical Zionist manner like they did in Gaza. So the IRGC today, they said that they targeted strategic locations inside of Israel using hypersonic missiles and drone attacks, so not just hypersonic missiles. Now, ideally, they would have done that to try and activate the radar systems and the air defense systems before conducting the real attack and making it land. They said that their missiles and drones that belong to the aerospace force of the IRGC were able to bypass the American THAAD systems and strike the Ministry of Defense and Ben Gurion. Now, we've had a couple of reports. One of them said Iran already destroyed 3 THAAD systems. The other one said they destroyed 7. Which one is accurate? We can't be sure. But what's for sure is there's a minimum of 3. Because the defenses of the United States and Israel are depleting. As a matter of fact, from days 1 and 2, we saw an Iranian infiltration into all of these systems. And that could have been not only because of the type of weapons that they used, because they were still using 1st and 2nd generation missiles, not the most advanced, that they said they will begin to use at one point. But that could also do with jamming coming from Iran. Iran obtained advanced jamming systems, electronic warfare systems from Russia and China. They also have their own electronic jamming systems. And that is what has been causing all of this damage and all of the attacks to be successful, whether when it comes to the American assets in the Gulf or Israel. So we're not talking about a strategy of attack coming from Iran, begin with drones and then land the hypersonic missiles. We're talking about advanced attacks beforehand. Hezbollah in Lebanon managed to infiltrate, have an attack, a hack against some of the Israeli systems. And they attacked the radars multiple times. The Iron Dome. And the Iron Dome now isn't effective even with the missiles that are coming from the Lebanese resistance, although it was built and developed with the intention and with the missiles of both the Palestinian and the Lebanese resistance in mind. It wasn't built with the intention of Iran. Iran has the hypersonic or ballistic missiles. They have the THAAD, they have the Arrow, and they have the David Sling. Yet, despite all of that, Iran is intercepting all of these layers of defense coming from Israel, and in some cases, including today, without prior warning. Usually the sirens are on 24/7. But when these missiles are landing in Israel, there are no warnings in some cases. In many other cases, the sirens are on 24/7. That, contrary to the statements that some are saying, oh, look, Iran's attacks are becoming less now. That means their weapons are depleting. That means Israel and the United States attacked everything. Total nonsense. Plus, it's always understandable that when they are facing, for example, a wave coming from Israel and the United States, whether Israeli fighter jets or American fighter jets are infiltrating Iranian airspace, not to conduct certain attacks from some locations so that there is less likelihood of them being detected.
I keep seeing Caldera Lab everywhere. Whenever guys tried the regimen, the same thing kept happening. They asked...
Add to that the fact that most of their weapons are under the ground anyway. And neither the United States nor Israel are able to reach them. Like the missile arsenal, similar to their nuclear sites. It's not only underground, it's underground under mountains, which means that you would need to calculate the distance or the height of the mountain on top of the ground, depending on how much or how far they went under. GBU-57s can't penetrate them. That's why even with the United States attack on during the 12-day war, when they used the B-2s, they did not eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities. Plus, what they do usually with these attacks is target the openings and the exits, not the facility itself. Unless it's an open facility and they can see some of the equipment outside or some of the building covers outside. Because again, to have something infiltrate that deep, you would need weapons that do not exist. Those weapons don't exist. GBU-57, approximately 60-meter penetration. Go figure how deep Iran is under the ground. How are you going to find them? Likewise, with their strategic missiles, many of their advanced drones, in addition to their fighter jets. Iran has tunnels where they have fighter jets from. That's in relation to that attack that came from Iran against the Israeli Ministry of Defense. Add to that, they confirmed today that they targeted 7 advanced enemy radars, and America and Israel's eyes in the region have become blind. That was another statement coming from the IRGC. They confirmed that the attacks targeted the Israeli Ministry of Defense, of course, in Ben Gurion, and that the attacks against the enemy, listen to this, very important, will be more intense and widespread in the coming days, not in weeks. Noting that the continuous sound of sirens in the occupied territories proves the sustainability of missile launches as part of the response and revenge against the aggression. 7 radar systems. Why did they attack the Incirlik base in Turkey today? It's because the United States is losing the radars and the air defense systems across the whole region with the Arab states. That's what Colonel Douglas McGregor said before. All of our bases, all of our ports have been destroyed, and we're having to go back to India to harbor our ships. That's why they're going towards anything external that might be used. And today there was a confirmation based on radar detection systems that are available online that there was movement of American/NATO linked surveillance next to or in the Turkish areas. That's why Iran attacked that. But it wasn't only that. American reconnaissance planes, and that was confirmed from flight radar as well, went from Italy, and they were going next to Egypt too. We're not just talking about Iran, Egypt as well. Is the United States planning something against another ally of theirs? Egypt has nothing to do with this. Then they're trying to keep themselves out of the situation as much as possible. Why are they next to the Egyptian shores then? Surely they must have wanted something. Are they monitoring the movement of the Egyptian army? Again, despite the lack of will whatsoever from the Egyptian authorities to participate. But they have an army, and they have a strong army. And Israel considers the Egyptian army and the Turkish army, regardless of their relationship with the United States, as opponents. But what they recently said is, we might consider them enemies. And if they consider them enemies at one point, who is the United States going to be siding with? The United States is going to side with Israel. It's not going to side with anyone else, neither Turkey nor Egypt nor anyone. You're seeing what's happening now. You're seeing all of the attacks that are happening against the bases in the Arab countries. And what's happening is the United States is removing many of its personnel from the region. They're denying that, fact check, they're saying, fact check from you, pathological liars. You don't fact check anything. You're the source of misinformation. That's what you do. Now, in the previous live stream, I spoke to you about the move coming from Netanyahu, who tried to convince Donald Trump to speak with some Kurdish armed movements to go and try and have a ground invasion. We've seen many attacks coming from the IRGC and the Iraqi resistance movements, which I'll share with you shortly, in the Kurdistan area in Iraq, because there are armed movements that are allied with the United States. And again, it's very important to differentiate between these movements and Kurds. Some people fall into the trap of, the Kurds, the Arabs, the Persians. Don't say that. Some movements are tied with the United States. Many of them have nothing to do with the people. Like how so many Arab countries are detached from their own people. Their own people are with what's Iran doing. Apart from a few, of course, who will, forever be the way they are. There's no helping some cases. But now they're reporting that they're preparing a ground invasion. And what is that ground invasion? According to them, the ground invasion is going to come from Kurdish fighters who will be launching a ground offensive into Iran against the regime. The regime. The only regime is the Epstein regime. The report comes as Washington weighs support for Kurdish groups and Trump speaks with Kurdish leaders about the war with Iran. Nothing has been verified, to be frank. We haven't seen a verification. We haven't seen a movement say we're going to attack. As a matter of fact, they still have a bitter experience with Donald Trump and Tom Barrack after their withdrawal from Syria. They were hoping that they would get an autonomous zone that would extend to Iraq. But now the Trump administration is trying to convince them that you have a potential to go to Iran, and therefore you have a ground invasion there. Why is the American and Israeli side doing that now? It's because their aerial strikes are not enough. If you go and ask any military expert, any expert in the field of airstrikes, did airstrikes have the decisive and required job to bring the political or economic outcomes on the ground? They'll tell you no. Something needs to happen on the ground, whether something to do with an establishment change, a government change, a coup, or a color revolution, or whatever it is, a fake revolution, whatever it is, mercenaries. Something needs to happen on the ground. But the United States and Israel, they don't have the power to go and fight Iran on the ground, as in they have
people, but that's going to be like suicide, going to Iran. They know that. And they're not like the Iranian people or, some of the resistance in the region who aren't afraid to die. They're petrified of death. So what's going to take them to a ground invasion in Iran? They might do a couple of operations here and there, special force, whatever it is, small ops, but nothing significant. Plus, that's not other examples. That's not Venezuela. Iran is not Venezuela. So now they're trying to threaten Iran with a ground invasion, but not from them. Assuming they already convinced some of these armed movements to go into Iran. What does that mean? That means that, number one, the aerial campaign is not enough. That's a confirmation. The aerial campaign isn't enough. It isn't achieving its objectives. Number two, they don't have the will to go on a ground invasion now, although we've had, again, not surprisingly, mixed statements coming from Donald Trump, who in the beginning said we're not ruling out a ground invasion. And then he said, no, actually, boots on ground is possible, depends on the need. And now they're trying to use Kurdish movements to go there and do the work on their behalf, and ideally drag some of the Arab countries under the excuse that Iran is attacking your territories, rather than frame it as it is. Iran is attacking American and Israeli assets in the Gulf. And we'll get to some of the statements that came from previous Saudi senior figures in relation to all of what's happening, contrary to many of the statements that are coming from some officials in Arab Gulf states now, and some of the mainstream media that's trying to portray this as an act of aggression coming from Iran against these countries, rather than the fact that them hosting bases that are being used against their neighbors is shameful enough. We'll get to that in a second. What are they trying to achieve by that? Assuming it's true, because again, we still haven't confirmed that it's true. Two things. The first thing is they're trying to exhaust the resources of the IRGC or the Basij or any of the internal forces in Iran to go to northeast Iran in hope that they would exhaust them in those areas, far from densely populated areas, assuming that something might happen in the streets of Tehran, for example. Although the people are in the streets of Iran, hundreds of thousands every single day, and today they were even chanting against Pahlavi, who is framing himself and portraying himself to be the interim leader now, a self-appointed interim leader, roaming around from one Western capital to another and being pampered.
I haven't been to the grocery store in months because this delivery service offers hundreds of high-quality, non-GMO groceries and recipes that help me feel my best daily. Hungry is the easiest way to take all the stress and guesswork out of eating healthy. Think of it as having your own personal shopper and nutritionist in one, with curated groceries and personalized meal plans that ship straight to your door. Building the perfect grocery list takes seconds thanks to this smart.
Then what they would try and do is also try and shake up Iran internally to activate some moves internally against the establishment, which is going to be very, very problematic because they have just achieved the opposite. All of these things are like wishful thinking. All of the move coming from Trump is a blackmailed knee-jerk reaction to a demand that came from Benjamin Netanyahu. Donald Trump didn't think this through. Donald Trump didn't seek advice from his senior military figures. He didn't seek approval, let alone approval from the American people. He's disregarding the public opinion completely. He even ousted some people within the army who actually opposed this aggression against Iran, because he himself was posting himself, promoting himself as the anti-war president. Blatant hypocrisy. However, assuming he actually, he lied and he does want to go to war and he is a president of war, not a president of peace, you would need to sit with your security establishment and intelligence agencies and army officials and tell them, that's the plan, what do you think? You You do that in any respectable organization, let alone a country. Hello, we have a plan to expand the business, and this is what we're thinking of doing. Marketing campaign, whatever it is. Social media, let alone a country that wants to drag its army into a war that might lead to World War III. And some people are already saying we're there anyway, it's just the beginning. These are the first 5 days of World War III. After they've already had all of these tensions with Russia, and NATO's threatening to have an invasion, and they're potentially gonna arm Zelensky with a nuclear bomb against Russia. So he didn't think anything through, which proves again that this man is doing this not out of his own accord. He's being controlled. And more people inside the United States are saying that this is a campaign from Netanyahu. One of them, who I'll share his video, Turki al-Faisal as well, not just the Americans, some of the Arabs are understanding that. The previous intelligence chief of Saudi Arabia said that Netanyahu is controlling Trump. And that's a key ally of the United States in the region. However, all of that hasn't been substantiated yet. We haven't had a confirmation from any of these movements. And the United States is trying to portray strength when really and truly it's exaggerating everything, and there are no valid confirmations from such movements that they're going to be conducting an attack against Iran. Now, the IRGC is saying that the next days we'll see an escalation. We heard the Quds Force say that we're not going to stop until Zionism is eliminated. We're going to target them everywhere across the world. Similar statements. But despite all of that, it appears to be that there are still some rules of engagement, underlying rules of engagement that are happening now. Why? Because according to reports quoting the Iranian foreign ministry, Iran will strike the Israeli nuclear site in Dimona in case something happens. What is that thing? According to the report, and mind you, I'm not getting it directly from the foreign ministry, I'm getting a quote on them. I haven't actually seen the foreign ministry one. But they're saying that the Dimona nuclear facility will be blown to pieces, basically, if they have a campaign to overthrow the regime through armed chaos. Is that a counter threat coming from Iran to try and thwart any arming or any support of an armed campaign, which would include a ground operation from northeastern Iraq to northwestern Iran? Possibly. Iran is capable of striking Dimona now. Iran is capable of striking energy sectors in Israel. They're capable of doing a lot more than what they've done so far. So far, Iran did not target Israel's strategic infrastructure. They did not target Dimona so far. They did not target their water facilities that they rely on. They can kill the whole country, actually starve them. They haven't done many of the things. And we're hearing threats coming from Iran that strategic infrastructure will start to be hit. Strategic infrastructure to do with potentially additional oil locations, for example, any sort of important bases inside of Israel, in addition to some of the key locations that Israel views as, too much. Now, it's not only Iran now, it's Iran, it's the Iraqi resistance, it's Hezbollah, and we still haven't spoken about Yemen. There are many cards that haven't been activated yet. There are many cards that Iran hasn't used yet. And they include a lot of things. One of them is, of course, the Dimona
and some Iranian outlets are posting this, that's what's going to happen if you target or try and have an armed operation inside Iranian territories. They didn't specify how, whether directly or indirectly, in an attempt to try and thwart it, of course. But the other movements are taking a lot of action. Now, in relation to this ground invasion they're talking about, these locations are still being attacked. This was one of the recent attacks against what appears to be or was mentioned online as an Israeli-American asset in Kurdistan. They're being targeted with drones, with missiles, and they're not only being targeted by Iran, they're being targeted by the Iraqi resistance. This area has been attacked severely, indicating that Iran had a lot of prior knowledge and a lot of accurate intelligence to do with these operations. And they published, well, the Iraqi resistance published some of their attacks and some of their drones. This was in particular the Hezbollah brigades in Iraq who published this video of them preparing some of their drones to be launched at sites most likely in Kurdistan, because they said that this is an area that they are targeting alongside Iran. A lot of underground facilities, a lot of preparation coming from them. And they published videos also of the launches that took place, which indicates that they are active to a very high level in this battle, alongside, of course, Hezbollah. And Iran, from its perspective, it's introducing new drones. One of them is called Hadid 110. They published a video of it too, introducing new weapons to the battle, new drones, new UAVs, and new missiles. And you can see the accuracy of the landing of these drones that Iran is introducing now. Israel, however, it was surprised by one thing. They thought that because in Lebanon they had this agreement with the Lebanese government, and they were breaching it every day since 2024 after things started to escalate to a level of war, literally, rather than a confrontation or a supporting front, as the Lebanese resistance was calling it. And they were operating in South Lebanon. And many people were saying, the Lebanese resistance is over. It's about time you give up. And that's it. Today, we had a statement coming from the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Sheikh Naim Qassem, which I will be sharing some of its details with you. But before it, what is Israel saying about this participation from Hezbollah? Approximately 20 operations, and they began their operations from the strategic city of occupied Haifa in the north, reaching to Tel Aviv, to Tal HaShomer base. Today, a senior Israeli official, he is admitting that we actually did not expect this from Hezbollah. We didn't think that Hezbollah would join with such intensity. One of the issues that will be raised in the discussion to be held with the Prime Minister is the change in the organization's move, and the Israeli official told Channel 13 we were wrong about Hezbollah. We didn't think they were firing at these ranges. Israel's assessment now, the war will be longer than the 12-day war operation. So they're confirming that, well, Hezbollah didn't lose its capabilities. They're still very capable. And they are landing significant blows on Israel. And they are continuing to land these blows. And Israel is now saying that
it's going to be longer than what we anticipated or what we had before during the 12-day war. So the statement that came from the Secretary General of Hezbollah confirmed that they are going on a battle up until death. They're saying, firstly, we tried everything, in explanation. We gave the government a chance. We had strategic patience. Israel was still continuing. Israel is saying that it wants the greater Israel, whether it's Netanyahu or the opposition. They actually have plans. They're implementing things on the ground. There's basic danger. I mean, talk for, what do I say? The ill-informed, the what, It's a known fact for everyone across the world. Your average Texan and European citizen everywhere knows what Israel's doing. Why do some of the people or the officials in Lebanon not understanding? He said that anyway, but he said that the resistance will fight to the furthest limits. They're not going to stop now. They're going to continue up until the end. And he said that we are willing to sacrifice and we are willing to go to the end, to the furthest limits. We will have losses. That's not going to stop us. That's not a problem. And we will continue. Now, what's surprising Israel isn't only the fact that they can still strike with this level of accuracy, they can still strike with this level of capacity, they still have live intel from the ground, they know exactly what they're shooting at, they know where the Israeli air defense systems are, even with updated information, because they previously published information and maps of the location of these air defense systems in Israel. Israel had to change them a couple of times. Yet despite all of that, they are still conducting this operation, and they're doing this with such intensity, and they are doing it from the southern part of Lebanon. That's what really confused Israel. They told people basically across all of the south of Lebanon, evacuate, move somewhere else. Many people are leaving. But Hezbollah didn't allow them to go in an inch in Lebanon, and actually they had to withdraw as soon as they went in. Israel is seeing this as a surprise. They weren't ready for it, and they weren't ready for the fact that all of these attacks, or the majority of them, are going to take place from South Lebanon. If that's happening in South Lebanon, and if Hezbollah is able to conduct such a large operation, such as an intense operation, and it's able to continue with this operation on an ongoing basis, then what is Israel going to do exactly? Well, previously they said we're going to have an all-out campaign, an all-out operation against the Lebanese resistance. This time it's going to be bigger than before. We're going to land decisive blows, and we're going to do this and that, and. 1 day later, 1 day after the first attack of Hezbollah that included approximately 12 operations on day one that began from very strategic locations, Israel started to say, we're actually not going to have a very big operation in Lebanon. We're going to target them, but we're not going to really have a very big operation. They are deploying, they said that they had 100,000 reservists. That's a very big number. But what are these reservists going to do? At one point, they had 3 divisions on the border with Lebanon. But the moment that one of the most advanced divisions that was primarily active in Lebanon before, the Golani, for example, they were immediately expelled. What are the others going to do? And their military was so exhausted in Gaza, and they were so defeated, so many of them were wounded and killed, so many of them fled and did not accept the drafts that they were getting, that they had to take some of the reservists that were working or genociding, to be more accurate, overtime in Gaza to Lebanon. What are they going to do in Lebanon after they have been defeated in Gaza? How is that going to work exactly? You see where this projection of power comes? That's what they rely on. That's what the American and Israeli side rely on, of course, with the help of some of the media outlets, whether in the East or the West, but they're trying to project capability, they're trying to project a level of force. However, on the ground, they're unable to move an inch into Lebanese territories. How is that going to affect this operation in Lebanon? Well, Israel is going to have to be pleased and content with one thing to do with Lebanon. That is only and exclusively have aerial strikes and completely avoid anything to do with a ground invasion.
Guys, Blue Chew Gold is the only one that's combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and apomorphine.
If they're going to go on a ground invasion, they are going to be expelled immediately. And they don't have enough forces to go and fight. All of them were reservists anyway. That's those who accepted, of course. And it's going to be very problematic for them. Therefore, they think to themselves, I'll go and attack the southern suburb, I'll go and attack this, I'll go and attack that. And again, with Lebanon, like with Iran, despite the fact that they crossed the black line in Iran by assassinating the supreme leader, on the ground, not all of the rules of engagement or underlying understandings of engagement have been broken, because both sides know that it's going to be very destructive. And so far, Iran is trying to have a substantial, solid attack to repel the terror aggression against it. However, both Israel and the United States don't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon as well, regardless of the fact that Donald Trump doesn't have, or didn't have actually, a plan to go ahead with this. And from an Iranian perspective, you know, there were 3 fighter jets taken down in Kuwait. Again, the United States is denying. They're saying that didn't happen. But we saw them landing. And now Iran is not only taking down these fighter jets, they are actually taking down more drones, because both the United States and Israel are developing their tactics too, and they are using drones as well, similar to how they used the cruise missiles and Tomahawks. And the Iranian army, now not the IRGC, said today that they destroyed 6 Hermes drones over parts of the country in the past few hours. So we're talking about like, what, over 30 drones so far? The Iranian army shot down 6 drones, most of them Hermes type, and launched attacks on American bases in Kuwait and Bahrain and specific targets in the occupied territories. It explained in the statement that the downing was carried out by local systems belonging to the ground forces, air defense, and internal security forces within the unified network of the country's Joint Air Defense Command. In a separate statement, they also said that ground and air forces launched drone attacks from various locations, targeting US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain, as well as specific targets in the occupied territories. A new wave of missiles on the occupying entity from the IRGC and Iran continues the attacks. Why are they still attacking Kuwait and Bahrain? They're still attacking Kuwait and Bahrain because they're trying to get to every single strategic asset in those locations. 2 days ago, I spoke to you about the strategic importance of the 5th Fleet Command Base in Bahrain and how it's used to monitor 6,500 square kilometer, and gather intelligence to do with e-commerce, oil tankers, anything to do with radars and their operations, fight operations, combat operations, flight, everything to do with all of that. Iran began by targeting the HQ. Now, 1 day before, of course, the 5th Fleet left because they didn't want to be sitting ducks. Usually, if your warships or fleet are stationary, they're like sitting ducks. They're a much easier target. They're way more difficult when they are moving. Although they're slow, but they're more difficult to attack when they're moving. That's why they left. They didn't want them to be attacked heavily because they knew what was coming. That was before the United States attacked. Now there are still multiple hubs or departments in these HQs that Iran wants to target and get rid of completely. So far, all of the radars in the 5th Fleet were attacked. One of the main warehouses was completely burnt to shreds, but they want to make sure nothing remains. So whenever they see a certain part that hasn't been affected or hasn't been destroyed, they will send another drone, 1 or 2 or 3 drones, so that they can attack every single thing in those bases. They don't want to keep anything function, in Bahrain in particular.
You've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. You're sure that...
And in Kuwait, they're targeting all of the Air Force of the United States of America, and they are additionally targeting any strategic support hubs for those bases. And a lot of images are coming out to show the level of damage, like you can see here, the level of damage that is taking place in some of these bases. This one was in Saudi Arabia. This one was in Kuwait. So as we can see, and that was yesterday from the previous attacks, Iran destroyed these parts of the base, but some other parts are still intact. Because if they're going to attack it with a missile or a drone, they're going to destroy a part, but they're not going to destroy the whole thing. They want to completely destroy everything. That's why Colonel Douglas Macgregor said before that Iran literally destroyed all of our bases. He knows what he's talking about because he's getting the intel from the inside. And now they're continuing on these missions. It's not that they are attacking places that they are already completely gotten rid of. It's the additional attacks to get rid of anything that can be of strategic importance for the United States. And many of these things could have a very high strategic importance for the United States of America. Whether it's to do with data centers, whether it's to do with ammunition, whether it's to do with equipment, whether it's to do with hidden radars and hidden equipment, whether it's other hangars that other fighter jets are in, for example, in the case of Kuwait, or in the other bases, personnel that might be still in the base to make sure something is operational under the ground. Iran wants to get rid of everything. Because although the United States said that it removed some of its forces from these locations, they did not confirm that they took away everyone. Plus, if there are certain things to be used or monitored or radars to be controlled or whatever it is, all of the equipment that they have there, they need to have people to activate them. Likely they'll have a bunker, that's understandable. And from an Iranian perspective, they want to make sure that they get every single thing. They don't leave one thing hanging. Now, what is that saying? What is all of this saying? And that's one of the main questions that we're hearing. What is that saying about the length of this process? Because everyone is asking, when is this going to end? How long is it going to take? Will the United States go on the ground? Will Iran have more attacks? Who is going to stop first? What is going to happen? The situation now on the ground and the fact that both sides are escalating more, and Iran is saying that they're going to escalate even further if this continues, proves that neither side is preparing to either surrender or give in. In the case of Iran, it's very basic. It's the inevitability. It's the fact that they gave so many diplomatic chances. It's the fact that despite them being subject to so much aggression and acts of terrorism from the United States and from Israel and their proxies, they still went and spoke with the United States even after they backstabbed them in June. To show the whole world, to show the close and the far, that we are willing to talk, we are willing to have diplomatic solutions, we don't want wars, we're willing to give an opportunity. Regardless of what anyone thought, and because some people said, well, how are you doing that after the United States backstabbed you so many times? Then, of course, they crossed the red line and they went and attacked and assassinated the supreme leader, which is literally a black line, not a red line. The equivalent to killing the Pope. That's what it was. From America's perspective, it's nothing to do with Trump anyway. Donald Trump has nothing to do. Donald Trump is simply obeying Benjamin Netanyahu and listening to all of the instructions that are coming from the Israeli side. A senior official in the United States administration confirmed, that was 4 days ago, that no secret meeting in the American armed forces takes place without Israeli presence. Not one meeting. Usually when you have a joint operation, it's understandable that you will have joint meetings between the two partying terrorists. But in the case of each party, each side, well, you will have at least some sort of, inner discussions, or maybe you want things to be spoken in confidentiality. You don't really want to, say everything, and you might have inner considerations. But the fact of the matter is, the American officials, and on top of the Marco Rubio, who now tried to take it back, confirmed that they went on this aggression because of Israel. Every congressman and senator who went to the briefing that they had today said that we went in worried, we came out more worried. Nothing is convincing. It's like what the public is thinking. Why on earth are we there in another war? Why is anything happening? And that's why Donald Trump isn't able to stop it on his own. Unless he has concessions from Iran, which is very unlikely. He tried to persuade them to do that by saying in the early days, if you recall, him and Lindsey Graham said, we actually don't mind if it's like a cleric establishment or whatever, we can have a deal with them. It doesn't really matter. It's not about the regime. It's about subjugating. It's about making Iran kneel down to the demands of the United States of America and the ambitions of Israel. The US can use it as leverage, but it's primarily to do with Benjamin Netanyahu and his ambitions to expand this whole operation to create the greater Israel. So far, no signs of this ending anytime soon. Donald Trump is saying that it's actually going to last a few weeks, 4 weeks. So the only side that's talking about time frame is the Israeli-American side. Donald Trump initially said it might actually take around 4 weeks. He's hoping to get things over quickly because the scrutiny already began before the act itself began. Everyone was seeing through all of this. A blackmailed Epstein regime working on behalf of Zionists. And he's going to face even more repercussions from the American public as well. He said 4 weeks. Israel only said this actually might last more than the 12-day war. It could take a month. Iran isn't talking about anything to do with time. Iran is only putting objectives. The IRGC is saying we're going to continue up until Zionism is eliminated. Other figures saying that we're going to continue up until the United States is finally expelled from the region. And they're not setting any sort of time frame. However, one of the most interesting things that came out from Iran today is the fact that there was a report coming from Iran saying that they implemented now a strategy internally inside of Iran to do with the establishment of Iran, to do with anything to do with the government, anything to do with the country, that allows Iran to go into a long-term war that will last 4 years.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the...
This report came on a couple of non-mainstream media outlets. Is it possible for Iran to have a campaign that would take years? I mean, are they able to do that? They've been practicing. They've been preparing for all of this for 4 decades now. They've been learning from everything to do with the wars that the United States waged, whether it was in Afghanistan or in Iraq or in other locations too. And they've been waiting for this moment in terms of their weapons. They're self-sufficient. They don't really rely on external forces. In terms of food, they were also ready. Healthcare, everything to do with that. As a matter of fact, they already prepared all of that from before. And they're willing to go. But the United States, that's going to be very problematic for it. Because, for example, this was one of the recent videos that one Marine Corps veteran was recorded protesting against Israel and then being arrested. I actually just came across this video. I haven't checked exactly when it was published, but let's have a look at it here.
Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel.
So he started off by saying Israel is the reason for this war.
Real. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong, and nobody wants to fight for Israel. A reminder to all our Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
Sir, thank you for your service.
The senator broke his hand. The senator broke his hand.
Help him, please.
Help him.
He's a Marine. Somebody come help him.
Control your Senate committee.
Look at you guys. You're robots. You won't even look back. Look at you guys. You're like robots. Oh my God, what is happening? And you're not even looking back. Any of you 4-star generals. Oh my God, what is happening right now? I front robots. Shame. Shame. Oh my God, you guys. What did I just see? I'm getting out of here.
That's fine. Everybody sit down, please.
Oh my God, what is happening?
Okay. No, it's not.
Oh my God. It's disgusting. Oh my God, you guys.
Sorry, is that her? Can you open it up a little bit just to like change the gap? Hey guys, clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways, please. Clear the hallways, please.
Can you help him, please?
Yes, yes. All the places going there. Please through the hallways.
Oh my God, what happened? His hand got totally smashed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Why are you here?
Why are you getting arrested?
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, Palestine will be free.
And what about this war in Iran?
Oh my God.
His arm.
Ah, look, my arm is fucking broke.
What
Are you
gonna
do to him?
Oh
My
my
left
God.
arm is broke. I understand. No,
Oh my God. Oh, you guys, come on.
I need you to move. You need to stop. Okay.
Brian, stop.
He's fighting for you. You not for him.
They broke his arm.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
God. They broke his arm.
Oh man.
Please, can you get him some kind of medical attention?
Yes, we are.
Oh my God.
You are straight.
Oh, my arm before you sit down.
Y'all step back, please. Please move
Can we
back.
get
Keep
him
this
some
walkway
medical
open.
attention?
Who needs her?
No, he broke his arm.
Okay. Would y'all just move aside then? That way people can still like.
Chelsea, what happened?
We just witnessed a Marine veteran interrupting the hearing, and they broke his arm.
Why did he interrupt the hearing?
Because there is a war in Iran, and our military brothers and sisters are going to die for Israel, and we are here to say no. We do not support Israel. We do not want to die for Israel. Stop the war in Iran right now.
And what did they do to him?
They pulled him out, got his arm trapped in a door, broke his arm, tackled him to the ground. It was a very, very intense situation.
I'm gonna grab your arm. You can relax. Okay? I'll do that for you. Try to stay
What? I'm for the hearing, but he's my friend, and he couldn't stand what they were saying anymore, so he spoke up.
Is he with an organization?
No, he's actually running for Senate in North Carolina. His name is Brian McGinnis. No, I don't. And they all just kept their eyes forward, those cowards.
Please go down the line right now. Free Palestine. Fuck the war in Iran.
Yeah.
Free to record, but we don't war. You're free to record. You
guys are free to record. All you want is asking you to please cooperate with us. Just go behind the line.
America does not want to fight this war in Iran, and the soldiers don't, right?
I was a very brave man, very brave and strong man. That's the sentiment in the United States, in the armed forces, a Marine Corps veteran. And I believe the woman recording, Josephine Gilbo, clearly she was also very critical and vocal. And you could see him protesting, saying that this is a war for Israel and they don't want to die for Israel. He had his arm stuck, they broke his arm. 4 people barely moved him. Clearly strong dude too. And saying free Palestine as well. Very, very interesting. That's the sentiment. That's not a war for them. That's clearly understandable by the people, by many people in the army, many people who are actively serving too. That's why they're causing this damage on the Gerald Ford so that they can't go to war, so that they don't actually go to war and die for Israel. Like what this veteran said. We'll wrap it up here, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in for another live stream. Thank you for everyone who sent supers, much appreciated. I'll be with you tomorrow, hopefully with 2 live streams as usual.
Cool, follow me.